endless and empty of life. Not in a dream, not in a simulation, but truly there, lying on your back beneath a sky the colour of rust and amber, breathing air that shouldn't exist, staring up at a sun that looks smaller and colder than it ever did from Earth. The ground beneath you is hard and unforgiving, covered in a fine dust that clings to everything it touches. Your fingers move slowly, testing reality, and the dust shifts like powder, like ash, like the remnants of something ancient that crumbled long before you arrived. There is no sound, not the wind, not the hum of distant traffic or the rustle of leaves or the voices of people going about their lives. Just silence, absolute, crushing, infinite silence. The kind that presses against your ears until you can hear your own heartbeat, your own breath, the faint creak of fabric as you shift your weight. You realize slowly that you're wearing a suit, not the clothes you remember putting on, not the familiar weight of cotton or denim, but something heavier, something designed for survival in a place where survival should not be possible. You sit up. The motion feels strange, lighter than it should be, as though gravity itself has loosened its grip. The horizon stretches out in every direction, a landscape of rust-coloured dunes and jagged rocks, of craters worn smooth by eons of wind and time. There are no trees, no buildings, no roads, no signs that anyone has ever been here before. Just the red desert, rolling away toward mountains that shimmer in the distance like mirages, their peaks sharp and alien against a sky that fades from salmon pink to deep ochre as your eyes adjust to the light. And then the question arrives, quiet and terrible, settling into your mind like a stone dropped into still water. How did you get here? You search your memory, reaching back through the fog, trying to find the last thing you remember. Was it morning? Were you at home? Were you walking somewhere, driving, falling asleep in your own bed? But the memories slip away like sand through your fingers, leaving only fragments. Faces without names, places without context, the vague sense that you were somewhere else, somewhere familiar, and then nothing. A gap, a void, and now this, Mars, the fourth planet from the Sun. A world that should be impossible to reach without years of training, without a spacecraft, without a mission and a crew, and a reason to be here. But you are here, alone. And the silence is so complete that it feels like the universe itself is holding its breath, waiting to see what you will do next. You stand slowly, testing the weight of your body in this lighter gravity. Each movement feels dreamlike, as though you're underwater, as though the laws of physics have been rewritten just for you. The suit you're wearing is bulky but functional, with tubes and seals and a helmet that rests nearby on the ground, its visor reflecting the pale sun. You pick it up, turning it over in your hands, and see your own face staring back at you, distorted, unfamiliar, framed by the curve of the glass. You look tired, confused, afraid, but you are breathing. The air inside the suit is thin but breathable, recycled through filters you cannot see, sustained by technology you do not understand. You glance around, searching for the source, and spot it a few meters away. A small module, half buried in the dust, its metal surface scarred and weathered, as though it has been here for years. Cables snake out from its base, disappearing into the ground, and a faint hum emanates from within. The only sound in this silent world, a mechanical heartbeat that tells you that you're not entirely without resources. You walk toward it, each step kicking up small clouds of dust that hang in the air longer than they should, drifting slowly back to the ground in the weak gravity. The module is unmarked, its surface covered in a thin layer of red powder, but there is a hatch on one side sealed tight. You reach for it, your gloved fingers fumbling with the latch, and after a moment it gives way with a hiss of escaping air. Inside, the space is cramped but organized. Shelves lined with supplies, water containers, food rations sealed in silver pouches, tools you recognize and others you do not. There is a small screen mounted on the wall, dark and lifeless, and a control panel covered in buttons and switches that mean nothing to you. But there is no message, no instructions, no explanation for why you are here or how you arrived. Just the supplies, the equipment, the silent promise that someone or something intended for you to survive. You step back outside, closing the hatch behind you, and look up at the sky. The sun hangs low on the horizon, smaller than you remember, casting long shadows across the desert. And there, faint but unmistakable, are two moons, Phobos and Deimos, the twin companions of Mars, moving slowly across the sky like watchful eyes. They are smaller than Earth's moon, irregular and pockmarked, more like captured asteroids than true satellites. But they are there, proof that this is real, that you're truly standing on another world. The realization settles over you like a weight. You're on Mars, alone, with no memory of how you arrived and no way to leave. The nearest human being is millions of kilometers away, separated from you by the cold vacuum of space, by distances so vast that even light takes minutes to cross them. If you called out, no one would hear. If you sent a signal, it would take at least 4 minutes to reach Earth. And that is only if anyone is listening, only if there is still an Earth to receive it. You are more alone than any human has ever been, and yet as you stand there beneath the alien sky, something stirs inside you, not panic, not despair, but something quieter, something deeper, curiosity, wonder, the slow, creeping realization that you are standing on a world that has existed for billions of years, a world that has seen the rise and fall of climates, the flow of ancient rivers, the possibility, however remote, of life. You're the first person to stand in this exact spot, to see this exact view, to breathe this exact moment. And despite the fear, despite the isolation, there is something almost sacred about that. You begin to walk, not toward anything in particular, but simply to move, to explore, to see what lies beyond the next dune. The landscape shifts as you go, revealing new textures and colours, patches of darker rock, veins of lighter sediment, the occasional boulder that looks as though it was dropped from the sky. The dust clings to your boots, leaving a trail of footprints behind you, the first marks of human presence on this ancient surface. And as you walk, you begin to notice details you missed before, the way the light catches on the edges of stones, the subtle variations in the colour of the soil, the faint patterns etched into the rock that could be erosion or could be something else. Could there be traces of the past here? Evidence of something that came before? Mars was not always this cold, this dry, this lifeless. Billions of years ago it had an atmosphere thick enough to hold warmth, oceans deep enough to cover much of its surface, rivers that carved valleys and canyons into the rock. Scientists have found evidence of ancient lake beds, of minerals that only form in the presence of water, of landscapes shaped by forces that no longer exist. If life ever arose on Mars, it would have been then, in those early days when the planet was young and the conditions were right. But that was long ago. The atmosphere thinned. The water froze or evaporated or sank into the ground. The the surface became a desert, scoured by dust storms and radiation, frozen at night and baked by day. If life existed here, it either died out or retreated underground, into caves and aquifers where liquid water might still flow, where the cold and the radiation cannot reach. And if it survived, if it adapted, if it found a way to endure in the darkness beneath the surface, then it is still there, waiting, hidden from view. You stop walking and look down at the ground beneath your feet. What lies below? How deep does the dust go? Are there layers of ice just beneath the surface, frozen reservoirs left over from a wetter age? Are there tunnels carved by ancient rivers, caverns hollowed out by volcanic activity, spaces where the temperature is warmer and the pressure is higher and the conditions are just right for something to survive? The thought sends a shiver through you, not of fear, but of possibility. You're standing on a world that might not be as dead as it seems, but there is no way to know. Not without tools, without equipment, without the ability to dig and drill and analyze. All you have is what you can see, what you can touch, what you can piece together from the landscape around you. And so you keep walking, following the contours of the land, letting your feet carry you toward the mountains in the distance. They rise up like the spine of some ancient creature, their peaks sharp and jagged, their slopes covered in loose rock and scree. It would take hours to reach them, maybe days, but there's nowhere else to go, nothing else to do but move forward and see what lies ahead. As you walk, the sun begins to set. The sky shifts from amber to deep red, then to a dusky purple that seems to glow from within. The temperature drops rapidly, the warmth of the day bleeding away into the thin atmosphere, and you feel the cold seeping through the suit, through the layers of insulation, into your bones. Mars is a planet of extremes. During the day, the surface can reach temperatures just above freezing in the equatorial regions, warm enough for liquid water to exist, if only briefly, if only in the right conditions. But at night, the temperature plummets to more than 100 degrees below zero, cold enough to freeze carbon dioxide out of the air, cold enough to kill any unprotected organism in minutes. You glance back at the module, now a small speck on the horizon, and realize that you will need to return before the cold becomes unbearable. But not yet. Not while there is still light, still time to see what lies ahead. You press on, your breath fogging the inside of your helmet, your fingers growing numb despite the heating elements in your gloves, and then, just as the last light fades from the sky, you see it, a shape on the ground, half buried in the dust, too regular to be natural. You approach slowly, your heart pounding, and kneel down beside it. It is metal, corroded and pitted by time, but unmistakably artificial. A piece of machinery, perhaps, or part of a structure. You brush away the dust, revealing more of the surface, and see markings, symbols, letters, numbers, worn almost smooth but still visible. They are not in any language you recognize, not English, not Russian, not Chinese. Something else, something older, or something that was never meant for human eyes. You sit back on your heels, staring at the object, your mind racing. What is this? A relic from a past mission, lost and forgotten? Or something else? Something that was here long before humans ever dreamed of reaching Mars. The possibilities spiral out in every direction, each one more impossible than the last. But the object is real. You can touch it, feel the cold metal beneath your gloves, see the way the dust has settled into the grooves of the markings. It exists, and if it exists, then there must be an explanation. But the night is closing in, and the cold is becoming dangerous. You mark the location in your mind, memorizing the shape of the nearby rocks, the angle of the mountains, the way the shadows fall. Then you turn and begin the long walk back to the module, your footprints glowing faintly in the light of the two moons. The silence is deeper now, heavier, as though the planet itself is settling into sleep. And as you walk, you cannot shake the feeling that you're being watched, that somewhere in the darkness something is aware of your presence. But when you look back, there is nothing, just the empty desert, stretching away into the night. You reach the module as the last warmth drains from the air, your body shaking with cold despite the suit's heating systems. The hatch opens with a hiss, and you stumble inside, sealing it behind you. The interior is warmer, the air stale but breathable, and you collapse onto the narrow bench that serves as a bed, your muscles aching from the walk. For a long time, you simply sit there, staring at the walls, trying to process what you have seen, the object, the markings, the sense that Mars is not as empty as it appears. You reach for one of the food pouches, tearing it open and forcing yourself to eat even though you have no appetite. The food is bland, tasteless, designed for nutrition rather than pleasure, but it is sustenance, and you will need your strength if you're to survive here. You drink from one of the water containers, the liquid cold and metallic, and then lie back on the bench, pulling a thin thermal blanket over yourself. Sleep does not come easily. Your mind is too full, too restless, replaying the events of the day over and over. The waking, the silence, the realization that you are alone on another world, and the object, half buried in the dust, its markings worn but still visible. What does it mean? Who left it there? And why can you not remember how you arrived? The questions circle endlessly, unanswered, until finally exhaustion overtakes you and you drift into a fitful sleep. Your dreams are strange, fragmented, filled with images of red deserts and distant mountains, of faces you cannot quite see and voices you cannot quite hear, and beneath it all, a sense of something waiting, something watching, something that has been here far longer than you. When you wake, the sun is already rising, its pale light filtering through the small window in the hatch. You sit up slowly, your body stiff and sore, and realize that you have survived your first night on Mars. The thought brings a strange sense of accomplishment, as though you have passed some invisible test. But the day ahead stretches out before you, empty and uncertain, and you know that survival is only the beginning. You step outside, blinking in the bright light, and look around. The landscape is the same as it was yesterday, red, barren, silent, but somehow it feels different now, familiar, as though you're beginning to understand its rhythms, its moods, its secrets. You walk back to the spot where you found the object, following your footprints from the night before, and kneel down beside it once more. In the daylight it is easier to see the details. The metal is old, ancient even, its surface covered in a patina that suggests centuries of exposure to the elements. The markings are more complex than you first realized, arranged in patterns that could be writing, or could be something else. Diagrams, perhaps, or maps. You trace them with your fingers, feeling the grooves beneath your gloves, and wonder what they are trying to say. And then you notice something else. A few meters away, partially hidden by a dune, is another object, and beyond that, another. You stand and walk toward them, your pulse quickening, and realize that they are not isolated artifacts but part of something larger. A trail, a path, leading away from the module toward the mountains, toward something you cannot yet see. You follow it. not because you have a choice, but because you have to know. Because the mystery has taken hold of you, and there is no turning back now. The objects become more frequent as you go, scattered across the landscape like breadcrumbs, each one slightly different but unmistakably connected. Some are small, no larger than your hand. Others are massive, half-buried structures that rise out of the ground like the bones of some long-dead creature. And all of them bear the same markings, the same symbols, the same sense of purpose. What were they for? Who made them? And why are they here, on a planet that should be lifeless, on a world that humanity has only just begun to explore? The trail leads you to the base of the mountains, where the ground becomes steeper and the rocks more jagged. You climb carefully, testing each handhold, each foothold, your breath coming in short gasps as the thin atmosphere struggles to provide enough oxygen. The suit systems compensate, feeding you air from the recyclers, but it is not enough to make the climb easy. Your muscles burn, your lungs ache, and more than once you have to stop and rest, leaning against the rock and staring out at the desert below. From this height, you can see for kilometers in every direction. The module is a tiny speck on the horizon, barely visible against the red expanse, and beyond it, stretching away to the edge of the world, is nothing but desert, endless, empty, silent. It is beautiful in a way that is almost painful, a landscape so vast and so alien that it defies comprehension. And yet, as you stand there, you cannot shake the feeling that you're not alone, that somewhere, hidden beneath the surface or buried in the mountains or watching from the shadows, something else is here. You continue climbing, following the trail of objects as it winds up the mountainside. And then, just as the sun reaches its zenith, you see it, an opening in the rock, a cave or a tunnel, its entrance framed by more of the strange metal structures. They are larger here, more intact, their surfaces covered in intricate carvings that seem to shimmer in the light. You approach slowly, your heart pounding, and peer inside. The tunnel is dark, but not completely. There's a faint glow coming from somewhere deep within, a soft bluish light that pulses like a heartbeat. You hesitate, every instinct telling you to turn back, to return to the safety of the module, to leave this place and its mysteries behind. But you cannot. The pull is too strong, the need to know too great. And so you step inside, into the darkness, into the unknown. The tunnel is narrow at first, forcing you to crouch, but it widens as you go deeper. The walls are smooth, almost polished, as though they were carved by something other than natural forces. The light grows brighter, and you realize that it is coming from the walls themselves, from veins of some luminescent mineral that runs through the rock like blood through veins. Is beautiful, otherworldly, and utterly impossible. And then the tunnel opens up into a chamber. It is vast, far larger than you expected, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls are covered in the same carvings you saw outside, but here they are more elaborate, more detailed, telling a story you cannot yet read. And in the centre of the chamber, rising up from the floor like a monument, is a structure unlike anything you have ever seen. It is made of the same metal as the objects outside, but it is intact, pristine, as though it was built yesterday. Its surface is covered in panels and screens, some dark, some glowing with that same bluish light. And at its base, half hidden in shadow, is something that makes your breath catch in your throat. A figure, humanoid, but not human, tall and slender, its limbs too long, its proportions too strange. It is motionless, frozen in place, and for a moment you think it is a statue, a relic left behind by whoever built this place. But then you see the faint rise and fall of its chest, the slow, rhythmic movement that can only mean one thing. It is alive, or it was, or it is something in between, suspended in a state that defies definition. You approach slowly, your hands trembling, and reach out to touch it. The surface is cold, smooth, like glass or polished stone, and as your fingers make contact, the screens around you flicker to life, filling the chamber with light and sound. Images flash across the panels, landscapes, cities, faces, too fast to comprehend. And beneath it all, a voice, low and resonant, speaking in a language you do not understand but somehow feel in your bones. The chamber hums with energy, and you realize that you have activated something that has been waiting here, dormant, for longer than you can imagine. The figure does not move, but the screens continue to flash. The voice continues to speak, and you stand there, frozen, unable to look away. What is this place? What is this being? And what does it want from you? The questions hang in the air, unanswered, as the light grows brighter and the voice grows louder. And then, just as suddenly as it began, it stops. The screens go dark, the voice falls silent, and you're left standing in the chamber, alone once more, with only the faint glow of the walls to guide you. You step back, your mind reeling, and turn to leave. But as you do, you catch a glimpse of something on one of the screens, a single image, frozen in place. It is a planet, blue and green and white, covered in oceans and clouds and continents. It is Earth, your home, the world you left behind, or were taken from, or somehow forgot. And beneath it, in symbols you can almost read, is a single word, a name, a warning, a promise. You do not know what it means, but you know, with a certainty that chills you to the core, that your presence here is not an accident, that you were brought to Mars for a reason, and that whatever that reason is, it is only just beginning to reveal itself. You leave the chamber and make your way back down the mountain, your thoughts a tangled mess of fear and wonder. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows across the desert, and you realize that you've been gone for hours. The module is still there, waiting for you, a small beacon of safety in the vast emptiness. But as you approach, you notice something that makes you stop in your tracks. There are new footprints in the dust, not yours, larger, deeper, leading away from the module and disappearing into the distance. You follow them with your eyes, tracing their path across the desert, and feel a chill run down your spine. You are not alone. You never were. Someone, or something, has been here, and they are still out there somewhere, watching. You enter the module and seal the hatch behind you, your hands shaking. The supplies are untouched, the equipment undisturbed, but the sense of violation is overwhelming. This was your sanctuary, your only refuge, and now it feels compromised, unsafe. You check the control panel, searching for any sign of tampering, but everything appears normal. The systems are functioning, the air is breathable, the water is clean, but the footprints are real. You saw them, and they mean that you're not the only one on this planet. The night falls quickly, and you lie on the bench staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Every sound makes you jump. The creak of the module settling, the hiss of the air recyclers, the faint whistle of wind outside. You tell yourself that it is nothing, that you're imagining things, that the isolation is playing tricks on your mind. But deep down you know the truth. Mars is not empty. It never was. And whatever is out there, it knows you are here. The days that follow blur together, each one a repetition of the last. You wake, you eat, you venture outside to explore. You return to the chamber in the mountains, studying the carvings, trying to decipher the symbols, searching for answers. But the more you learn, the less you understand. The structure is ancient, far older than any human civilization, and yet it is functional, operational, as though it was built to last forever. The figure remains motionless, suspended in its strange sleep, and the screens remain dark, refusing to reveal their secrets. But the footprints continue to appear, sometimes near the module, sometimes farther away, always leading in different directions. You try to follow them, but they vanish into the desert, swallowed by the dust and the wind. And each time you return, you find new ones, as though whoever or whatever is making them is circling you, studying you, waiting for something. The isolation begins to weigh on you, not just the physical isolation, but the mental, the emotional. You are alone in a way that no human has ever been, cut off from everything and everyone you've ever known. There is no one to talk to, no one to share your thoughts with, no one to reassure you that you are not going mad. The silence is constant, oppressive, broken only by the sound of your own breathing and the faint hum of the module's systems. And in that silence, your mind begins to wander, to question, to doubt. Are you really on Mars? Or is this some kind of simulation, some elaborate test designed to see how you will react? Are the footprints real, or are they hallucinations, products of a mind pushed to its limits? Is the chamber in the mountains a genuine discovery, or is it something your brain has constructed to make sense of the senseless? You do not know, and the not knowing is the worst part. But then, one day, something changes. You're outside, walking the perimeter of the module, when you see it. A light in the distance, faint but unmistakable, flickering like a flame. You stop and stare, your heart pounding, and realize that it is moving, coming closer. You stand frozen, unsure whether to run or to wait. And then the light resolves into a shape, a figure, walking toward you across the desert. It is not human. You can see that even from a distance. It is too tall, too thin, its movements too fluid, too graceful. But it is not hostile. It does not rush, does not threaten. It simply walks, steadily, purposefully, until it is standing a few meters away, its face, if it has a face, hidden in shadow. You stare at each other, neither moving, neither speaking, and then, slowly, the figure raises one hand and points, not at you, but past you, toward the mountains, toward the chamber. And you understand. It wants you to follow. It wants to show you something. You hesitate, every instinct screaming at you to run, to hide, to seal yourself inside the module and never come out. But curiosity wins, as it always does, and you nod. The figure turns and begins to walk, and you follow, your legs moving almost of their own accord. The journey takes hours, the figure moving at a steady pace that you struggle to match. The sun sets and rises again, and still you walk, following the silent guide across the desert and up into the mountains, and finally you reach the chamber once more, the entrance glowing with that same bluish light. The figure stops and gestures for you to enter. You do, stepping into the familiar space, and see that something has changed. The screens are active, displaying images and data in a language you still cannot read, and the figure at the center of the chamber, the one you thought was frozen, suspended, is moving, slowly, stiffly, as though wakened from a long sleep. It turns to look at you, and you see its eyes, large, dark, filled with something that might be recognition or might be sorrow. And then it speaks, its voice echoing through the chamber, and though you do not understand the words, you understand the meaning. You are brought here, not by accident, not by chance, but by design. Mars is not a dead world. It is a waiting world, a world that has been watching, listening, preparing, and you are part of that preparation, a piece of a puzzle that spans millennia, a link in a chain that connects the past to the future. The figure reaches out, and you take its hand, feeling the cold, smooth surface beneath your gloves, and in that moment, you understand. You're not alone. You never were. Mars has always been alive in ways that humanity has yet to comprehend. And now, standing in this ancient chamber, surrounded by the remnants of a civilization that rose and fell long before your own, you realize that your journey is only beginning. The screens flicker, and you see images of Earth, of cities and oceans and forests. And then you see Mars as it once was, green and blue, covered in water, teeming with life. And you see the future, a vision of what could be, of what might be, if humanity can learn the lessons that Mars has to teach. You do not know if you will ever return to Earth. You do not know if you will ever see another human face, hear another human voice. But you know, with a certainty that fills you with both fear and hope, that you are exactly where you are meant to be. And as the light in the chamber grows brighter, as the voice of the ancient figure fills your mind, you close your eyes and let yourself drift, carried by the current of something far larger than yourself, something that has been waiting for you since the moment you opened your eyes on this red, silent world. Time loses meaning after that. Days blend into nights, and nights into days, and you find yourself moving through the landscape like a ghost, guided by the figure, by the lights, by the whispers that seem to come from the rocks themselves. You learn to read the symbols, slowly, painstakingly, piecing together the story they tell. It is a story of rise and fall, of civilizations that reached for the stars and then collapsed, of worlds that were once alive and then died, of cycles that repeat endlessly, eternally. Mars was not always a desert. It was a garden, a paradise, a world where life flourished in forms you can barely imagine. But something happened, a catastrophe, a war, a slow decline, and the atmosphere thinned, the water vanished, the life retreated underground, and those who remained, those who survived, built the chambers, the structures, the monuments as a warning and a promise. A warning to those who would come after, and a promise that life, in some form, would endure. You're part of that promise now. You do not know how or why, but you feel it in your bones, in the rhythm of your heartbeat, in the way the planet seems to breathe around you. Mars is not dead. It is sleeping, and you are here to witness its awakening. The figure leads you deeper into the mountains, into tunnels that wind through the rock like veins, into chambers filled with technology you cannot comprehend. You see machines that hum with energy, screens that display star maps and planetary orbits, devices that seem to manipulate the very fabric of space and time. And you see others like the figure, tall, slender, silent, standing in alcoves, waiting, watching, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness. They do not speak, but you feel their presence, their awareness. They are the guardians, the keepers of the knowledge, the last remnants of a civilization that once spanned the solar system. And they have been waiting for you, or for someone like you, for longer than you can imagine. One day, or perhaps it is night, you can no longer tell, The figure brings you to a chamber unlike any you have seen before. It is vast, its ceiling so high that it disappears into shadow, and at its centre is a pool of liquid, dark and still, reflecting the faint light from the walls. The figure gestures for you to approach, and you do, kneeling at the edge of the pool and staring into its depths. At first, you see nothing, just darkness, infinite and empty. But then slowly, images begin to form. You see Earth, spinning in the void, its surface covered in lights and cities and the scars of industry. You see Mars as it is now, red and barren, and as it was, green and alive. You see other worlds, other planets, some familiar and some utterly alien. And you see yourself, standing on the edge of the pool, staring into the water, your reflection distorted and strange. And then you see something else, a vision, a possibility, a future that has not yet come to pass. You see Mars transformed, its atmosphere thickened, its surface covered in water and vegetation, its cities rising from the dust like flowers after rain. You see humans and the Guardians working together, building, creating, shaping the planet into something new. And you see yourself among them, no longer alone, no longer lost, but part of something greater. Is this real? Or is it a dream, a hope, a fantasy conjured by a mind desperate for meaning? You do not know. But as you stare into the pool, you feel something shift inside you, a sense of purpose, of belonging, of understanding. You were brought here for a reason, not to survive, not to explore, but to witness, to learn, to carry the knowledge forward into whatever future awaits. The figure places a hand on your shoulder, and you look up, meeting its gaze, and in that moment you understand. You are not a prisoner on Mars. You are a messenger, a bridge between worlds, between times, between the past and the future, and your journey, though it began in confusion and fear, has led you to something far greater than you ever imagined. You stand and turn away from the pool, following the figure back through the tunnels, back toward the surface. The sun is rising as you emerge, casting long shadows across the desert, and you see the module in the distance, small and fragile against the vastness of the landscape. But it no longer feels like a prison. It feels like a beginning. You walk back slowly, savouring the feel of the ground beneath your feet, the weight of the suit, the sound of your own breathing. And as you reach the module, you turn and look back at the mountains, at the chambers hidden within, at the secrets they hold. You do not know what will happen next. You do not know if you will ever leave this planet, if you will ever see Earth again, if you will ever understand the full truth of why you are here. But you know that you are not alone, that Mars is not empty, that the universe is far stranger, far more wondrous than you ever dared to imagine. And that is enough. For now, it is enough. The days continue, each one a little easier than the last. You fall into a rhythm, a routine, a way of living that feels almost natural. You wake with the sun, you explore the desert, you return to the chamber in the mountains to study the symbols and the screens. The figure visits you sometimes, appearing without warning, guiding you to new places, showing you new wonders, and slowly, piece by piece, you begin to understand. Mars is a library, a repository of knowledge, of history, of the accumulated wisdom of countless civilizations that rose and fell across the solar system. The chambers are archives, the structures are monuments, the symbols are a language designed to transcend time and space, and you are the reader, the student, the one who has been chosen, or who chose yourself to learn. But why you? Why now? The question haunts you even as you accept your role. Are you special, or are you simply the first to arrive? Are you part of a plan, or are you an accident, a random variable in a cosmic equation? You do not know, and perhaps you never will. But as the weeks turn into months, as the seasons shift and the dust storms come and go, you begin to feel something you have not felt since you first opened your eyes on this red world. Peace. Not happiness, not contentment, but a deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing your place in the universe, from understanding that you are part of something larger than yourself. You still think about Earth sometimes, about the people you left behind, the life you once had, the world that seems so distant now. But the memories are fading, becoming less real, less important. Mars is your home now. The desert is your landscape. The silence is your companion. The guardians are your teachers. And though you are alone, you are not lonely. One night, as you lie on the bench in the module staring at the ceiling, you hear a sound, faint, distant, but unmistakable. A voice, human, speaking your language. You sit up, your heart racing, and listen. It is coming from the control panel, from the screen that has been dark since you arrived. You rush over and see that it is active, displaying a message, a transmission from Earth. The words are garbled, broken by static, but you can make out enough to understand. A mission, a crew, coming to Mars, looking for you. They know you are here. They are coming to bring you home. You stare at the screen, your mind reeling. Home. The word feels strange, foreign, as though it belongs to another life, another person. Do you want to go home? Do you want to leave this place, these secrets, this knowledge? Do you want to return to a world that no longer feels like yours? You do not know, and as the transmission fades, as the screen goes dark once more, you realize that you do not have to decide. Not yet, not until they arrive. And when they do, you will be ready. Ready to tell them what you have learned, what you have seen, what Mars has taught you, or ready to stay, to remain here on this red world, as a guardian yourself, a keeper of the knowledge, a bridge between the past and the future. The choice is yours. And for the first time since you woke up on Mars, you feel truly free. The transmission changes everything and nothing. You continue your routine, your explorations, your studies, but now there is a sense of anticipation, of waiting. The crew is coming. They will arrive in weeks, maybe months, and when they do, your solitude will end. You will no longer be alone. You will have to explain, to justify, to make sense of the impossible. But how do you explain what you have seen? How do you describe the chambers, the guardians, the visions in the pool? How do you convince them that Mars is not dead, that it is alive in ways they cannot yet comprehend? Will they believe you? Or will they think you have gone mad, that the isolation has broken you, that your mind has conjured fantasies to cope with the loneliness? You do not know. But you prepare, gathering evidence, documenting everything, recording the symbols and the images and the locations. You return to the chamber in the mountains one last time, standing before the figure, the guardian, the keeper of secrets, and you ask silently what you should do. The figure does not answer, but the screens flicker to life, displaying a single image. Earth and Mars, side by side, connected by a line of light, and you understand. The message is not for you alone. It is for all of humanity. A message that says, you are not alone, you have never been alone, and the universe is waiting for you to wake up. The crew listens in silence as you speak, their faces invisible behind their visors, but their body language betraying their emotions. Skepticism, confusion, wonder, fear. You tell them about waking up alone, about the module, about the footprints in the dust. You tell them about the chamber in the mountains, about the guardians, about the screens that showed visions of Mars as it once was and as it might be again. And as you speak, you watch them glance at each other, watch them shift their weight, watch them struggle to reconcile what you're saying with everything they thought they knew. When you finish, there is a long silence. The wind picks up, carrying dust across the desert, and the sun continues its slow descent toward the horizon. Finally, one of them steps forward. A woman, you think, based on her height and build, and speaks, her voice crackling through the suit's communication system. "Show us," she says. Simple, direct, and you nod. You lead them across the desert, retracing the path you've walked so many times before. The crew follows in a tight formation, their movements cautious, their hands never far from the equipment belts at their waists. They are trained for this, you realize. Trained for first contact, for the unexpected, for scenarios that should be impossible. But nothing could have trained them for this. For you. For what you're about to show them. The walk takes hours, and as you go, they ask questions. How long have you been here? Where did you come from? How did you survive? And you answer as best you can, though your answers raise more questions than they resolve. You do not know how you arrived. You do not remember your life before Mars. All you know is what you have learned here, in this place, from this planet that has become your teacher and your home. Memory loss, one of them mutters. Trauma, isolation psychosis. But another voice cuts in, sharper. Look at the equipment. Look at the suit. That's not from any mission we've sent. The design is wrong. The materials are wrong. It's too advanced. You say nothing. Let them debate. Let them theorize. Soon enough they will see for themselves. The mountains rise before you as darkness falls, their peaks silhouetted against a sky that deepens from amber to violet to the rich, star-studded black of a Martian night. You activate the light on your suit, and the others do the same, their beams cutting through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. And then you reach the entrance to the chamber, the metal structures framing the opening, the carvings catching the light and seeming to shimmer with an inner luminescence. The crew stops, and you hear their breathing quicken over the communication channel. One of them approaches the structures, running gloved fingers over the carvings, and you hear the sharp intake of breath. These markings, they're not human. The style, the symmetry, it's all wrong. This is... The voice trails off, unable or unwilling to finish the thought. This is what I wanted to show you, you say quietly. This is why I stayed. You enter the tunnel, and they follow, their lights bobbing and weaving in the darkness. The glowing veins in the walls pulse gently, and you hear someone whisper, "Bioluminescence? On Mars? That's impossible." "Everything here is impossible," you reply, "until it isn't." The tunnel opens into the chamber and the crew spreads out, their light sweeping across the vast space, illuminating the carvings on the walls, the structure in the centre, the dormant screens. And there, in the alcove, still motionless but somehow more present than before, is the Guardian, the figure you have come to know, the being that has guided you through your journey on this world. The crew freezes. For a long moment, no one moves, no one speaks, and then the woman who spoke before steps forward, her light focused on the Guardian's face, on those large dark eyes that seem to hold entire universes within them. "My God," she breathes, "it's real. It's actually real." Another crew member, a man by the sound of his voice, is examining the structure in the centre of the chamber. his hands moving over the panels and screens with a mixture of reverence and disbelief. This technology, I've never seen anything like it. The integration, the design principles, it's centuries beyond anything we have, maybe millennia. Or it's from a completely different evolutionary path, someone else suggests. A different way of thinking about engineering, about physics. This isn't just advanced, it's alien. The word hangs in the air, heavy and undeniable. Alien, not human, not from Earth. Evidence of life beyond your homeworld, beyond the familiar, beyond everything humanity has believed about its place in the cosmos. And it is here, on Mars, the planet that was supposed to be dead, that was supposed to be nothing more than a stepping stone on humanity's journey to the stars. You watch as they explore, as they document, as they try to make sense of what they are seeing. Their initial skepticism has given way to a kind of frenzied excitement, a hunger to understand, to catalogue, to explain. They are scientists, explorers, pioneers. This is what they live for. And yet, as you watch them, you feel a strange disconnect, a sense that they are missing something essential, something that cannot be measured or recorded or analysed. They are looking at Mars as a puzzle to be solved. But Mars is not a puzzle. It is a living thing, a consciousness, a presence that has been waiting for this moment for eons. And the Guardians are not relics to be studied. They are teachers, custodians of knowledge that humanity is only beginning to be ready to receive. You approach the Guardian, and as you do, the screens flicker to life, just as they did before. The crew gasps, turning to watch as images flash across the panels, star maps, planetary systems, equations and diagrams that seem to describe the fundamental structure of reality itself. And then, as before, the images slow, focusing on a single scene. Earth and Mars, side by side, connected by a line of light. "What is that?" someone asks. "A wormhole? A communication link? Some kind of energy transfer?" "It's a bridge," you say softly. "A connection." Mars is trying to tell us something. It's been trying to tell us for a long time. The woman turns to you, and though you cannot see her face, you can hear the intensity in her voice. What is it trying to tell us? You hesitate, searching for the right words. How do you explain what you have learned, what you have felt, what you have come to understand in your time here? How do you convey the sense of purpose, of destiny, of a story that is far larger than any individual life? That we're not alone, you say finally, that we never have been, that the universe is full of life, full of civilizations that have risen and fallen, full of knowledge and wisdom and mistakes. And that Mars is a library, a warning, a gift. It's all of those things. You gesture to the carvings on the walls, to the screens displaying their incomprehensible data. The beings who built this place, they understood something that we're only beginning to learn. That life is not a competition, it's a collaboration. That the universe doesn't belong to any one species, any one world. It belongs to all of us. And if we're going to survive, if we're going to thrive, we need to learn to work together, to share, to listen. The chamber falls silent, and you can feel the weight of your words settling over the crew. Some of them seem skeptical still, clinging to their training, their protocols, their need for empirical evidence. But others, you can see it in the way they move, in the subtle shifts of their posture, are beginning to understand. One of them approaches you, a younger man whose voice carries a note of wonder. "You're saying that all of this, the structures, the guardians, the technology, it was left here as a message. For us?" "Not just for us," you reply. "For anyone who would come, for anyone who would listen. Mars was a thriving world once, billions of years ago, and it died. or nearly died, for reasons we're still trying to understand. Climate change, asteroid impacts, the loss of its magnetic field. There are theories, but no definitive answers. But before it died, the beings who lived here, the guardians or their ancestors, they preserved their knowledge. They built these chambers, these archives, so that future civilizations wouldn't make the same mistakes, so that we would have a chance to learn from what came before. The woman is silent for a moment, processing. Then, if that's true, if this is all real, then we need to bring this back to Earth. We need to show them. The world needs to know. But even as she speaks, you see the Guardian move. It is subtle, almost imperceptible, but you have learned to read its gestures, its expressions, and you understand what it is trying to say. We can't, you say. Not yet. The knowledge here, it's not something that can be taken. It has to be earned, understood. We're not ready. Not ready. The woman's voice rises, incredulous. This is the most important discovery in human history. This changes everything. Our understanding of the universe, of life, of our place in the cosmos. How can we not be ready? Because we'll try to weaponize it, you say bluntly. We'll try to own it, to control it, to use it for power and profit. We'll turn it into a tool for division instead of unity. And that's not what the Guardians want. That's not what Mars is offering. The crew exchanges glances and you can feel the tension rising. They have a mission, orders, protocols to follow, and you are asking them to go against all of that, to trust in something that cannot be measured or quantified, something that exists in the realm of faith and intuition rather than data and evidence. The younger man speaks up again. Then what do? We can't just leave this here. We can't pretend we didn't see it. We don't leave it, you say. We learn from it. We study it here on Mars. We bring people, scientists, philosophers, artists, teachers, people who can approach this knowledge with humility and respect. And we let Mars teach us, slowly, carefully, the way it taught me. And when we're ready, when we've proven that we can be trusted, then we share what we've learned with the rest of humanity. It is a radical proposal, and you can see the resistance in their body language, hear it in the silence that follows. But you can also see something else, a glimmer of possibility, a recognition that perhaps, just perhaps, you are right. The woman finally speaks, her voice measured. That's not a decision we can make on our own. We'll need to report this to Mission Control, to Earth. They'll have to decide what comes next. I know, you say. But when you report it, tell them what I said. Tell them that Mars is not a resource to be exploited. It's a teacher, and we need to be students, not conquerors. The crew spends hours in the chamber, documenting everything they can, taking samples, recording measurements. You watch them work, answering their questions when you can, but mostly staying silent, letting them process what they are seeing in their own way. And as you watch, you see the Guardian, still and silent, its eyes following the movements of the crew with an expression that might be approval or might be concern. When they finally finish, when their equipment is packed and their data secured, the woman approaches you once more. "We need to get you back to the lander," she says. "You've been out here alone for too long. You need medical attention, psychological evaluation. You need to come home." Home, that word again. But this time it does not feel foreign, it feels complicated. Because home is not a place anymore. It is a state of being, a sense of belonging that you have found here, on Mars, in the silence and the solitude and the strange, profound connection you have formed with this world. "I'll come with you," you say. "But I'm not leaving Mars, not permanently. I need to be here. This is where I'm supposed to be. She nods slowly, as though she expected this answer. We'll talk about it, but for now, let's get you somewhere safe. The journey back to the lander is quiet. The crew subdued, each of them lost in their own thoughts. You walk among them, no longer an outsider, no longer a mystery, but not quite one of them either. You are something in between, a bridge, a translator, a person who has walked in two worlds and can speak the language of both. When you reach the lander, they usher you inside, sealing the hatch behind you. The interior is cramped but clean, filled with equipment and supplies, and the air is thick with the smell of recycled oxygen and human sweat. It feels alien after so long in the open desert, so long with only the silence and the wind for company. But it also feels safe, enclosed, protected. They remove your helmet and you see their faces for the first time, young, earnest, exhausted. The woman who's been speaking introduces herself as Commander Sarah Chen, a geologist and mission leader. The young man is Dr. Marcus Okafor, a biologist. The others have names and specialties, but they blur together in your mind, too many faces, too many voices after so long alone. Chen examines you with a practiced eye, checking your vitals, your reflexes, your responses. You're dehydrated, she says, malnourished, but considering what you've been through, you're in remarkably good shape. How long did you say you've been here? I don't know, you admit. Months, I think. Maybe longer. Time doesn't work the same way here. She frowns but does not push. Instead, she hands you a water pouch and a nutrient bar, and you eat and drink gratefully. The flavours almost overwhelming after so long surviving on the bland rations from the module. As you eat, the crew gathers around, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and concern. Okafor leans forward, his eyes bright with excitement. The organism we found in the chamber, the Guardian, as you call it. Do you know what it is? Where it came from? You shake your head. I know what it showed me. Images, visions, fragments of a history that spans millions of years. But I don't know if it's a biological entity, a synthetic construct, or something in between. I don't even know if those categories apply. It's something else, something beyond our current understanding. But it's alive, Okafor insists. We detected respiration, metabolic activity, faint but present. It's alive, you agree, but not in the way we usually think of life. It's more like a vessel, a container for knowledge, for memory, for the accumulated wisdom of an entire civilization. It's alive because the knowledge is alive, because stories, ideas, understanding, those things have their own kind of life. The crew exchanges glances, and you can see that some of them think you have gone mad, that the isolation has broken something fundamental in your mind. But others, Chen, Okafor, a few of the others, they are listening with an openness that gives you hope. Chen pulls out a tablet, scrolling through data. We need to establish a base camp near the chamber, a permanent research station. If what you're saying is true, if Mars really is a repository of alien knowledge, then we need to study it properly, carefully, with the resources and expertise it deserves. Yes, you say, but not a military base, not a corporate outpost. It needs to be neutral ground, a place where all of humanity can come to learn, regardless of nationality or ideology. Chen looks at you for a long moment, then nods. I'll recommend that in my report, but you understand that the decision isn't mine to make. Once we transmit what we've found, once Earth knows what's here, there will be pressure from governments, from corporations, from everyone who wants to claim a piece of this discovery. I know, you say. That's why I need to stay, to protect it, to make sure that Mars is treated with the respect it deserves. The lander's communication system crackles to life, and a voice from orbit fills the cabin, the ship's captain checking in, asking for a status update. Chen moves to the console, and you hear her begin to report, her voice steady and professional as she describes what they have found. But even as she speaks, you can hear the disbelief in the captain's responses, the demands for proof, for evidence, for something concrete that could be verified and analysed. It is beginning, you realise. The process of translation, of taking something ineffable and mysterious and reducing it to data points and scientific papers. It is necessary, perhaps inevitable, but something will be lost in the process. The magic, the wonder, the sense of standing in the presence of something greater than yourself. You close your eyes and let yourself drift, exhausted beyond measure. And as you drift, you hear the voice of the Guardian in your mind, not in words but in feelings, in impressions. It is not angry at the intrusion, not threatened by the arrival of others. It is patient, waiting, knowing that this is only the beginning, that the true test is yet to come. When you wake, the lander is quiet. Most of the crew asleep in their bunks. Only Chen is awake, sitting at the console, staring at the screens with an expression you cannot quite read. You sit up and she turns to look at you. Can't sleep, you ask? She shakes her head. Too much to process, too many implications. She pauses, then, I've been thinking about what you said, about Mars being a teacher, about us not being ready, and I think you're right. I've spent my entire career studying planets, analysing geological formations, searching for signs of ancient life, and I always approached it as a scientist. Objective, detached, analytical. But this is different. Standing in that chamber, seeing the Guardian, feeling the weight of all that history, I realised that we can't approach this the way we've approached everything else. We can't just take samples and run experiments and publish papers. We need to change our entire mindset. You nod, feeling a surge of relief. That's exactly it. Mars is offering us a gift, but it's also testing us. Testing whether we're mature enough, wise enough, to handle what it has to teach us. Chen is silent for a moment, then. You've changed. Since you came here, you're not the same person you were before. I don't remember who I was before, you say honestly. But yes, Mars changed me. Or maybe it revealed something that was always there, waiting to be discovered. Do you ever want to remember your life before? The question catches you off guard. Do you? There are moments when you feel the absence of those memories like a phantom limb, an ache for something you cannot name. But there are other moments when you are grateful for the blank slate, for the chance to be someone new, someone shaped by this red world rather than the blue one you left behind. Sometimes, you say finally. But I'm also afraid that if I remember, I'll lose what I've gained here. The connection, the understanding, the sense of purpose. I don't want to go back to being someone who sees Mars as just another planet, just another rock in space, because it's so much more than that. Chen nods slowly. When we get back to Earth, if you come back with us, there will be doctors, therapists, people who will want to help you recover those memories. But if you don't want that, if you want to stay here, I'll support you. I'll make sure they understand. Thank you, you say, and you mean it. Because despite everything, despite the strangeness and the isolation and the impossibility of your situation, you have found something here, that most people spend their entire lives searching for. You have found meaning, purpose, a reason to exist that goes beyond survival, beyond comfort, beyond the small concerns of individual life. The days that follow fall into a new rhythm. The crew establishes a temporary camp near your module, setting up habitats and equipment, creating a small outpost on the Martian surface. More supplies arrive from orbit, lowered on tethers and parachutes, and slowly the camp takes shape. A cluster of inflatable domes and rigid structures, connected by pressurized tunnels, surrounded by solar panels and communication arrays. You help where you can, but mostly you act as a guide, leading expeditions to the chamber, translating what you have learned about the symbols and the structures, sharing your knowledge of the landscape and its secrets. The crew treats you with a mixture of respect and wariness, uncertain how to categorize you, how to fit you into their understanding of the mission. But slowly, as the weeks pass, barriers begin to break down. You share meals with them in the communal dome, listening to their stories of Earth, of training, of families left behind, and in turn, you tell them about your journey, about the footprints in the dust, about the Guardian and the visions and the slow, profound transformation you have undergone. Some of them remain skeptical, clinging to conventional explanations, hallucinations, delusions, the effects of isolation on the human mind. But others are more open, more willing to consider that there are things in the universe that cannot be easily explained, phenomena that exist at the intersection of science and mystery. Okafor becomes a frequent companion, his enthusiasm for the biological possibilities of the Guardian infectious. He spends hours in the chamber, running non-invasive scans, collecting data, trying to understand the organism's structure and function, and slowly, painstakingly, patterns begin to emerge. "It's not carbon-based," he tells you one day, his voice trembling with excitement. Or rather, it is, but not in the way we understand it. The molecular structure is completely different, built on a foundation we've never seen before. It's like it evolved under different chemical conditions, different environmental pressures. This isn't just alien life, it's an entirely different form of life. You listen as he explains the data, the graphs and charts and molecular diagrams that mean little to you but everything to him. And you understand that this is his way of approaching the mystery, of making sense of the inexplicable. He needs the science, the evidence, the concrete proof. And that is okay, because not everyone can experience Mars the way you have. Not everyone can hear the whispers in the wind, feel the presence of the Guardians, sense the consciousness of the planet itself. But perhaps, through his science, through Chen's geology, through the work of all these specialists and experts, they can build a bridge between the rational and the mystical, between what can be measured and what can only be felt. One evening, as the sun sets and the crew gathers for their evening meal, Chen makes an announcement. "We've received approval from Earth. They're sending a larger expedition. Scientists, engineers, linguists, even some philosophers and ethicists. They'll arrive in 6 months, and when they do, we'll begin constructing a permanent research station. Mars is officially becoming humanity's first extraterrestrial research facility." The crew erupts in cheers, in celebration, but you feel a knot of anxiety forming in your stomach. 6 months. And then an influx of people, of equipment, of the full weight of human civilization bearing down on this fragile ancient place. You catch Chen's eye, and she sees your concern. Later, after the meal, she pulls you aside. "I know what you're thinking," she says, "and I share your concerns. But I've made it clear in my reports that this site needs to be protected, that we can't just tear it apart in the name of research. The protocols we establish now will set the precedent for how humanity interacts with alien sites in the future. We have a responsibility to get this right. And if Earth doesn't listen, if they decide that profit or power or national security is more important than protection, Chen's expression hardens. Then we fight, we make noise, we go public, we make sure that the world knows what's at stake. But I have to believe that humanity is capable of rising to this moment, of treating this discovery with the reverence it deserves. You want to share her optimism, but you have seen too much, learned too much from the Guardians. You have seen the evidence of civilizations that rose to great heights and then fell, that made the wrong choices at critical moments, that allowed fear or greed or short-sightedness to guide their decisions. Mars itself is a monument to what happens when a world loses its balance, when the conditions for life slip away and cannot be recovered. But you also know that despair is not the answer, that if there is any hope for humanity, any chance that you will survive your own critical moment, it lies in places like this, in the willingness to learn from the past, to listen to the wisdom of those who came before, to approach the unknown with humility rather than hubris. So you nod, accepting Chen's words, and resolve to do what you can, to be the voice of Mars, the advocate for the Guardians, the bridge between two worlds that desperately need each other. The months pass, and the work continues. The crew makes dozens of trips to the chamber, documenting every carving, every symbol, every piece of technology. They discover other sites, smaller chambers scattered across the region, connected by underground tunnels, each one containing its own treasures of knowledge and mystery. And slowly, piece by piece, a picture begins to emerge. Mars was once home to a sophisticated civilization, a species that evolved over millions of years and reached a level of technological advancement that rivaled or exceeded anything humanity has achieved. But they were not conquerors, not empire builders. They were explorers, philosophers, seekers of understanding. They spread across their world, building cities and structures that worked in harmony with the environment rather than against it. And they learned to manipulate the fundamental forces of nature, gravity, energy, even time itself, in ways that still defy human comprehension. But something went wrong. The planet's climate began to change, slowly at first and then more rapidly. The atmosphere thinned, the water disappeared, the surface became hostile to life, and despite all their knowledge, all their technology, they could not stop it. They could only adapt, retreating underground, preserving what they could, hoping that someday, somehow, their legacy would endure. The Guardians are the last of them, or perhaps not the last, but the Watchers, the keepers of the flame. They exist in a state between life and death, sustained by technology and will, waiting for others to arrive, to learn, to carry the story forward. It is a sobering tale, a reminder of the fragility of life, of the impermanence of even the greatest civilizations. But it is also a story of hope, of resilience, of the determination to leave something behind that might make a difference. And now humanity stands at the threshold, the same threshold that the Martians faced, the same critical moment when choices must be made. Will Earth learn from Mars's fate? Will humanity take the warnings seriously, change its course, find a way to live sustainably on its own world? Or will it repeat the same mistakes, the same patterns of exploitation and short-sightedness, until it too becomes a red desert, a silent monument to what might have been? You do not know the answer, but you know that you have a role to play in shaping it. The night before the new expedition is scheduled to arrive, you return to the chamber one last time. Alone. You have not been back in weeks, busy with the preparations, the briefings, the endless questions from the crew. But tonight, you need to be here, in this space that has become sacred to you, to say goodbye to the solitude that has defined your time on Mars. You stand before the Guardian, and it seems to you that its eyes are more luminous than before, that there is a warmth in its gaze that was not there when you first arrived. Or perhaps it is simply that you have learned to see it, to understand the subtle language of this alien presence. "Thank you," you say aloud, your voice echoing in the vast chamber, "for everything you've taught me, for changing me, for showing me that there is more to existence than I ever imagined." The screens flicker, and an image appears, not Earth, not Mars, but something else. A spiral, a pattern, a symbol that seems to represent the flow of time, the cycles of creation and destruction that govern all things. And you understand that this is the Guardian's final lesson, the last piece of wisdom it has to offer. Everything ends, everything changes, but nothing is ever truly lost. The energy, the matter, the information, it all persists, transforming, evolving, becoming something new. Death is not an ending, but a transition, and every ending contains within it the seeds of a new beginning. Mars died, but it did not disappear. It transformed, became something else, a keeper of memories, a teacher for those who would come after, and humanity, standing on the brink of its own transformation, has the chance to learn from that example, to embrace change rather than fear it, to find a way forward that honours both the past and the future. You bow your head, feeling the weight of that understanding settle over you. And then you turn and walk back through the tunnel, back toward the surface, back toward the world of humans and their machines and their endless, beautiful, frustrating attempts to make sense of the cosmos. When you emerge, the stars are brilliant overhead, undimmed by atmosphere or light pollution, a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the smallness of individual lives within it. But you do not feel small. You feel connected, part of something vast and ancient and ongoing, a thread in a tapestry that stretches across space and time. The larger expedition arrives not as a single event, but as a series of them. Ships descending from orbit over the course of weeks, each one carrying personnel and equipment, each one changing the character of the camp a little more. What was once a small outpost of inflatable domes becomes a sprawling complex of modules and laboratories, of greenhouses and living quarters, of communication arrays that bristle with antennas pointed back toward Earth. You watch the transformation with mixed feelings. On one hand, it is thrilling to see so many minds gathering to study what you've found, to witness the birth of humanity's first true off-world research station. On the other hand, something is being lost. The silence, the intimacy, the sense that Mars was sharing its secrets with you alone, trusting you to be their steward. The new arrivals are a diverse group. There are xenobiologists and geologists, linguists and archaeologists, engineers and physicians. There are also people whose roles are less clear: corporate liaisons, military advisors, government representatives from a dozen different nations. They all want the same thing: access to the chamber, to the Guardians, to the knowledge that lies buried in the Martian stone. But they do not all want it for the same reasons. Dr. Yuki Tanaka, a linguist from Japan, becomes one of your closest collaborators. She is small and precise, with eyes that miss nothing, and a mind that approaches the alien symbols with the reverence of a scholar deciphering ancient scripture. She spends hours in the chamber with you, photographing the carvings, cataloguing the patterns, searching for grammatical structures or recurring motifs. Language is never just communication, she tells you one day as you sit together in the chamber, the guardian watching silently from its alcove. It's a window into thought itself. The way a culture structures its language reveals how it structures reality, how it categorizes experience, what it values. If we can crack this language, we won't just be able to read their words, we'll be able to think their thoughts. You find her presence calming. Unlike some of the others, she does not rush, does not demand immediate results. She understands that this is work that requires patience, intuition, time. She treats the chamber like a temple, removing her boots before entering, moving quietly, speaking in hushed tones. Not everyone shares her approach. Dr. Marcus Webb, a materials scientist from the United States, represents a different philosophy entirely. He is tall and broad-shouldered, with a booming voice and an impatience that manifests in every gesture. He wants samples, pieces of the structure, fragments of the guardian's flesh, core samples from the walls. He wants to disassemble, analyze, reverse engineer. We're not going to learn anything by just looking, he argues at one of the daily briefings, his frustration evident. We need to understand the composition, the molecular structure, the engineering principles. That means we need physical samples. That means we need to be willing to damage some of this to save all of it. Chen, who has remained as expedition leader, shakes her head firmly. We've been over this, Marcus. The protocols are clear. Non-invasive study only, at least for the first year. We document, we scan, we analyze what we can without disturbing the site. Protocols written by people who aren't here, Webb shoots back. Protocols written by committees on Earth who don't understand what we're dealing with. Every day we wait is a day we're not learning, not advancing, not preparing for whatever comes next. You speak up, surprising yourself with the force in your voice. This isn't a machine to be taken apart. It's a living archive. The Guardians trusted us with their knowledge. Cutting them open, tearing down their structures, that would be a violation of that trust. Webb turns to you, his expression somewhere between pity and exasperation. With all due respect, you've been alone out here for months. You've formed an emotional attachment which is understandable, but we can't let sentiment stand in the way of science. This is too important. It's not sentiment, you reply, keeping your voice level. It's understanding something you don't. The Guardians aren't just waiting to be studied, they're waiting to be understood. There's a difference. The briefing dissolves into argument, different factions taking different sides. Some support Chen's cautious approach, arguing for patience and respect. Others side with Webb, insisting that humanity needs to move faster, learn more, prepare for the possibility that Mars's secrets might be needed to solve crises back on Earth. Climate change, resource depletion, the endless conflicts that threaten to tear human civilization apart. You leave the briefing exhausted, seeking the solitude of the desert. But even that is becoming harder to find. There are rovers now, tracks crisscrossing the landscape, markers and equipment scattered across what was once pristine terrain. The module where you first woke up has been converted into a storage facility, stripped of its mystery, catalogued and explained. Progress, you suppose. But it feels like something precious is slipping away. That night you dream of the Guardian. In the dream it speaks to you, not in words but in images, in sensations, in a form of communication that bypasses language entirely. You see Mars as it was, blue and green, with oceans that stretched from horizon to horizon, clouds that swirled in complex patterns, mountains that scraped the edge of space. You see cities that grew like crystals, organic and geometric at once, integrated into the landscape rather than imposed upon it. You see the Martians themselves, tall and slender like the Guardian, but varied in form, in colour, in the subtle differences that distinguish individuals. They do not walk so much as flow, their movements graceful and economical. They communicate through touch, through bioluminescent displays that ripple across their skin, through harmonics that resonate in frequencies beyond human hearing. And you see their science, their philosophy, their art. They did not separate these disciplines the way humans do. For them, understanding the universe was an aesthetic act, a spiritual practice, a form of love. Their technology was not built to conquer nature, but to participate in it, to become partners in the cosmic dance rather than mere observers or exploiters. But you also see their downfall. It comes slowly, inexorably, like a tide that cannot be turned back. The sun changes, growing dimmer, its output fluctuating in ways that destabilize the climate. The planet's core cools, the magnetic field weakens, the atmosphere begins to bleed away into space. They try everything, geoengineering projects that span continents, atmospheric processes, artificial magnetospheres. For a time, these efforts hold back the inevitable, but only for a time, and so they make a choice. Rather than flee to other worlds, which they have the capability to do, they choose to stay, to bear witness, to preserve their knowledge for whoever might come after. They retreat underground into the spaces where water still flows, where geothermal warmth still radiates, where life can endure in reduced but sustainable forms. And they create the Guardians, not quite alive, not quite machine, but something in between, to watch over the archives, to wait for the next chapter of the story. You wake with tears on your face, the dream still vivid in your mind, and you know, with absolute certainty, that it was not just a dream. It was a transmission, a teaching, a gift from the Guardian to you. The knowledge you need to understand what Mars is asking of humanity. You find Tanaka in the linguistics lab, surrounded by displays showing the alien symbols in various configurations. She looks up as you enter, noting your expression. "You've had a breakthrough," she says. It is not a question. You nod and begin to describe the dream, the visions, the understanding that came with them. She listens without interruption, her eyes growing wider as you speak. When you finish, she is silent for a long moment. "If what you're saying is true," she says finally, "then this isn't a written language in the traditional sense. It's a mnemonic system, a trigger for deeper knowledge that's transmitted—" what? Telepathically? Through some kind of quantum entanglement? Through a medium we don't even have a name for yet? "I don't know the mechanism," you admit. "But yes, the symbols aren't meant to be read the way we read text. They're meant to be experienced, to open pathways in the mind that allow for direct transfer of understanding. The Guardians have been waiting for someone who could receive that transmission. I think my time alone here, the isolation, the exposure to this place, it changed something in me, made me receptive in a way I wasn't before." Tanaka sits back, processing this. Then the question becomes, can we replicate that receptivity? Can we teach others to receive these transmissions? Or are you unique, the only translator we have? It is a question you have been avoiding because the answer frightens you. If you're the only one who can communicate with the Guardians in this way, then you become indispensable, a bottleneck through which all knowledge must flow. The pressure, the responsibility, the inevitable politics that will surround your role, It is almost too much to contemplate. But there is no avoiding it. You are the bridge, whether you want to be or not. Over the following weeks, you begin working with Tanaka and a small team to document everything you can about the transmissions. You return to the chamber daily, spending hours in meditation-like states before the Guardian, opening yourself to whatever it wishes to share. The information comes in waves, sometimes clear and structured, sometimes fragmentary and dreamlike. You emerge from these sessions exhausted, drained, but filled with knowledge that you struggle to articulate in human terms. You learn about Martian physics, which approach the universe not as a collection of particles and forces, but as a unified field of relationships, of information flowing through space-time like music through an instrument. You learn about their biology, which was not based on competition and survival, but on cooperation and integration, each organism existing as a node in a planetary network of consciousness. You learn about their mistakes too, the times they prioritized efficiency over sustainability, the moments they ignored warning signs, the periods when hubris convinced them they could control systems too complex to be controlled. These lessons come with a weight of sorrow, as though the Guardian is reliving its civilization's failures, hoping that by sharing them it can spare humanity the same fate. But not everyone is interested in these lessons. The political situation in the camp deteriorates as different factions jockey for influence. Webb's contingent grows more vocal, demanding action, results, tangible benefits from the discovery. They are backed by corporate interests on Earth, companies that see Mars not as a teacher, but as a resource, a treasure trove of advanced technology that could be exploited for profit. There are also the military advisors, quiet men and women who observe everything but say little. You catch them watching you sometimes, their expressions unreadable, and you wonder what they are thinking, what they are planning, whether they see the Guardians as a threat to be neutralized or a weapon to be claimed. The tension comes to a head during a supply delivery from Earth. Along with food and equipment, the ship carries new orders, classified, urgent, addressed to a Colonel Reeves, a man you've seen around the camp but never spoken to directly. Whatever the orders contain, they change everything. Reeves calls a meeting, this time with only select personnel. You're included, as is Chen, Webb, Tanaka, and a handful of others. Okafor is notably absent, as are most of the pure research scientists. Reeves is a man in his 50s, with iron-grey hair and eyes that have seen things he does not speak about. He stands at the head of the table in the command module, a tablet in his hands, and begins without preamble. Earth has determined that the situation here poses a potential security risk, he says. We have credible intelligence suggesting that other nations are planning their own missions to Mars, specifically to this site. There is concern that the technology here could fall into hostile hands, that the knowledge the Guardians possess could be weaponized. Therefore, new protocols are being put into effect immediately. Chen leans forward, her expression alarmed. What kind of protocols? Restricted access to the chamber, Reeves replies. Enhanced security measures, a full inventory and analysis of all Guardian technology, with an emphasis on understanding potential military applications. And he pauses, his eyes finding you. Mandatory psychological evaluation and monitoring for anyone who has had direct contact with the alien entities, for their own safety, of course. The room erupts. Chen is on her feet, arguing that these measures violate every principle of scientific cooperation, that they will turn Mars into a battlefield rather than a research site. Webb, surprisingly, also objects, pointing out that restricting access will slow research to a crawl. Tanaka says nothing. but you see the fear in her eyes. You remain silent, your mind racing. Mandatory monitoring, restricted access, military applications. They're going to try to control this, to own it, to turn the Guardian's gift into a tool for the same conflicts and competitions that have plagued humanity since the beginning. This is exactly what the Guardians feared. This is exactly what Mars has been trying to warn against. When the arguing dies down, you speak. Your voice is quiet, but something in it makes everyone turn to listen. If you do this, you say, you will lose everything. The Guardians will withdraw. The transmissions will stop. Mars will become what you seem to think it already is. A dead rock with some interesting artifacts. The knowledge you're hoping to extract, the technology you want to exploit. It doesn't work that way. It's not lying around waiting to be picked up. It's offered, shared, given freely to those who approach with the right intention. And if you approach with the wrong intention, you trail off, letting the implication hang. Reeves regards you with something that might be respect or might be concern. Are you threatening us? I'm warning you, you reply, not on my behalf. On behalf of what this place represents. You can point guns at the Guardians, you can restrict access to the chamber, you can lock me up and study me like a lab rat. But none of that will get you what you want. The only way forward is the way we've been going. Slowly, respectfully, with humility. Anything else will fail. There's a long silence. Finally Chen speaks. There's precedent for this, she says. Antarctica, the Antarctic Treaty System. Multiple nations agreed to keep an entire continent demilitarized, dedicated to peaceful scientific research. We could do the same thing here. Make Mars neutral ground. A place that belongs to all of humanity, not to any one nation or corporation. Webb nods slowly. It's not a bad idea, but it would require buy-in from every major power. And right now, with tensions on Earth the way they are, then we make them understand what's at stake, you say. We show them what I've seen, what the Guardians have shared. We make it clear that this isn't just about technology or resources. It's about our future as a species, whether we're going to grow up and join the larger community of intelligent life in the universe, or whether we're going to destroy ourselves fighting over scraps. Reeves shakes his head. I appreciate the sentiment, but I have orders, and orders don't change just because someone has a nice vision. Then we'll go over your head, Chen says firmly. We'll broadcast this globally, make it public. Let the people of Earth decide what kind of species they want to be. That would be a violation of protocols, Reeves warns. Possibly treason, depending on how it's framed. Then arrest me, Chen says. But I'm not going to sit here and watch us turn the most important discovery in human history into another front in our endless stupid wars. The tension in the room is explosive. You can see Reeves calculating, weighing his options, trying to determine how far he can push before something breaks. And you realize that this moment right now is exactly what the Guardians has been preparing for. This is the test. Not whether humanity can learn from their technology, but whether humanity can transcend its own worst instincts, choose cooperation over competition, wisdom over power. You stand, your heart pounding, and make a decision. I'm going to the chamber, you announce. Anyone who wants to come can come. Anyone who wants to stop me will have to shoot me. Because I'm done with meetings and protocols and politics. The Guardians have something to show us, something important, and I'm not going to let fear or greed or bureaucracy stand in the way anymore. You walk toward the exit, half expecting to hear the click of a weapon being readied, the command to stop. But instead you hear footsteps behind you. Tanaka, then Okafor, who must have been listening from outside, then Chen, then others, a growing group of scientists and researchers who have had enough of being told what to do by people who aren't here, who don't understand what's at stake. Webb hesitates, then joins as well, his expression conflicted but resolved. Reeves watches the exodus with an unreadable expression. Finally he speaks. "I'll be reporting this," he says, but he does not try to stop you. The group walks across the Martian landscape in silence, a procession of precious suits and helmets, of scientists staging the quietest, most profound rebellion in human history. The sun is setting, casting the desert in shades of amber and rust, and the two moons are rising, watching like witnesses. When you reach the chamber, you lead them inside, into the space that has become sacred to you. The Guardian is there, as always, and as you approach, the screens flicker to life. But this time, they show something different. Not images from the past, not visions of ancient Mars, but something happening now, in real time. The screens show Earth, the blue marble hanging in space, beautiful and fragile and utterly irreplaceable. But as you watch, the perspective shifts, zooms in, showing cities and forests, oceans and deserts, showing the damage, the scarred landscapes, the polluted waters, the atmosphere thickening with greenhouse gases, showing the conflicts, borders drawn and redrawn in blood, resources hoarded while others starve, the endless cycle of violence and retaliation. But then the view shifts again, and you see something else. Acts of kindness, of cooperation, of humans working together to solve problems, to heal wounds, to build rather than destroy. You see scientists sharing data across borders, activists fighting to protect the environment, ordinary people making choices that prioritize the future over the present, the collective over the individual. And you understand what the Guardian is showing you. Earth stands at a crossroads, just as Mars once did. The choices made now in these critical years will determine whether humanity survives and thrives, or whether it joins the long list of civilizations that reached for the stars and fell short. Mars cannot save you. The Guardians cannot solve your problems for you. But they can offer you a mirror, a reflection, a chance to see yourselves clearly and choose wisely. The Guardian moves, stepping down from its alcove for the first time since you arrived. The assembled scientists gasp, stepping back, and you feel a wave of energy wash over you. Not threatening, but powerful, ancient, profound. The Guardian approaches you, and you stand your ground, meeting its dark eyes. It reaches out one long-fingered hand and places it on your chest, over your heart. And suddenly, you are not just receiving a transmission, you're part of it, a conduit, a living link between the Guardian and everyone present. Knowledge floods through you and out into the minds of those around you. Not words, not images, but pure understanding. You feel Tanaka gasp as she suddenly comprehends the structure of the Martian language, sees how it maps directly onto consciousness itself. You feel Webb's shock as he understands that the technology here is not machinery, but something closer to art, to intention made manifest through principles that human physics has not yet discovered. You feel Chen's wonder as she grasps the true history of Mars, the billions of years of life and death and transformation compressed into a moment of perfect clarity. And you feel something else, the presence of the others who are here with you. Not just the humans, but the planet itself. Mars as a living entity, a consciousness that has been waiting, watching, hoping that the newcomers would be worthy of the inheritance they were being offered. The transmission ends, and the Guardian withdraws its hand. You stumble, and Tanaka catches you, her eyes wide with tears. "I saw," she whispers. "I felt. Oh God, I understand now." Around the chamber, scientists are on their knees, weeping or laughing or simply sitting in stunned silence. The experience has changed them, just as it changed you. They're no longer just observers, no longer detached, analysts studying alien artifacts. They are participants, students, initiates into mysteries that humanity has barely begun to comprehend. Webb approaches you, his face transformed. "I was wrong," he says simply. "I thought we needed to take this apart to understand it." But understanding isn't about dissection. It's about integration, connection, becoming part of the story rather than just reading it. You nod, too exhausted to speak. The Guardian returns to its alcove, settling back into stillness. But you can feel that something has shifted. A threshold has been crossed. Humanity has passed its first test, not with flying colours perhaps, but with enough grace to be allowed to continue. Over the following days, word of what happened spreads through the camp. Some dismiss it as mass hallucination, a psychological phenomenon brought on by isolation and the strangeness of the environment. But others, the ones who were there, who felt the transmission, know better. And slowly, gradually, they begin to change the culture of the base, to push back against the military posturing and corporate maneuvering, to insist that Mars be treated as what it truly is, a gift, not a prize. Reeves, surprisingly, becomes an ally. Whatever he reports back to Earth, it must be compelling, because the orders change, the protocols relax, the security measures are scaled back, and most importantly, discussions begin about creating an international framework for Mars research, something modelled on the Antarctic Treaty, but deeper, more comprehensive, with enforcement mechanisms to ensure that no one nation or entity can claim ownership of the alien legacy. It is not perfect. There are still disagreements, still factions that want to move faster or slower, still people who see Mars through the lens of their own agendas. But the balance has shifted. The understanding has taken root, and you allow yourself to hope that maybe, just maybe, humanity is ready for what comes next. Late one night, you are back in your quarters, a small module you share with two other researchers, when you receive a message. It is audio only, transmitted on a private channel, and when you play it, you hear a voice you have not heard in how long? Forever? Never? "We know who you are," the voice says. A woman, middle-aged, with an accent you cannot place. "We know what happened to you, how you came to be on Mars, and we want you to know that you were right to keep it secret. But the time for secrets is ending. Soon you will need to decide who you really are, the person you were before, or the person Mars has made you. Choose wisely." The message ends. You sit in the darkness, your heart racing, trying to understand what you just heard. Someone knows about your past, about the life you cannot remember. Someone has answers to questions you've been too afraid to ask. But who? And how? And what do they want from you? You lie awake for hours, wrestling with the decision. Part of you wants to know, desperately, to remember who you were, where you came from, how you ended up alone on Mars with no memory and a suit that shouldn't exist. But another part of you fears that knowledge, fears that it will unmake everything you have become, drag you back into a life that no longer fits. By morning you have made your decision. You need to know. Not because the past defines you, but because you cannot move forward with a ghost at your back, with questions that fester in the dark corners of your mind. You trace the message's origin. Not difficult, with the base's communication logs. It came from one of the newer arrivals, a woman named Dr. Elena Kossar, a neuroscientist from Russia who specializes in memory and consciousness. You've seen her around, but never spoken to her directly. You find her in one of the biology labs working alone. When you enter, she looks up without surprise, as though she has been expecting you. "You came," she says. Her English is accented but precise. "Good. We have much to discuss." "Who am I?" you ask bluntly. No pleasantries, no small talk. You're done with evasion. She gestures to a chair and you sit. "Your name was Dr. Adrian Cross. You are a neuropsychologist, one of the leading researchers in altered states of consciousness in the neurological basis of mystical experience. 5 years ago, you disappeared. Your colleagues assumed you were dead. Adrian Cross. The name means nothing to you." But as she speaks, tiny fragments surface, flashes of memory so faint they might be imagination, a lecture hall, equipment, a face in a mirror that might be yours, younger, more certain. "What happened to me?" you ask. Kosa's expression is troubled. You were part of a classified project, an attempt to create, let us call it, an enhanced consciousness interface, a way to allow humans to perceive and interact with forms of intelligence that operate on different frequencies, different principles than our own. The military was interested, of course, but so were you, for your own reasons. You believed that humanity's next evolutionary step would be cognitive, not physical, that we needed to expand our capacity for perception, for understanding, if we were to survive as a species. The pieces are falling into place, forming a picture you do not want to see. The experiment went wrong. Not wrong, Kossar corrects, but further than anyone anticipated. You successfully altered your consciousness, opened yourself to forms of perception that should not have been possible. But the process was traumatic. It shattered your previous personality, your memories, your sense of self. We thought we had lost you, and then, she pauses, then you disappeared. Took a shuttle that was being prepared for a Mars supply run. No one knew you were aboard until you were already gone. By the time we realized, it was too late to turn back. You sit in stunned silence, trying to integrate this information with everything you know about yourself, Adrian Cross, a scientist who deliberately broke his own mind in pursuit of expanded consciousness, a man who stole a ride to Mars because... why? Because he was drawn here? Because he knew, somehow, that this was where he needed to be? "So I'm not just someone who ended up on Mars by accident," you say slowly. "I'm someone who chose this, who made myself into someone who could communicate with the Guardians. Perhaps," Kossar says, "or perhaps the Guardians themselves were calling, and you were the first to hear. Cause and effect become unclear when dealing with consciousness at these levels. Did you open yourself to them, or did they open you? Both may be true. Why are you telling me this now?" "Because Earth needs to know what you are," Kossar says. "Not just a survivor, not just a translator. You are proof that humanity can evolve, can expand beyond its current limitations. You are the prototype for what we might become. And there are those on Earth, my employers among them, who want to understand how to replicate what you have achieved, who want to create more people like you." The implications are staggering. An army of enhanced humans, able to perceive and interact with alien intelligence, able to access the transmissions from the Guardians. It could be humanity's salvation, a way to rapidly acquire the knowledge needed to solve your existential crises. Or it could be a disaster, A new form of humanity that leaves the old behind, creating a division that could tear your species apart. What do you want from me, you ask? Help us, Kosa says. Help us understand the process you went through. Let us study you, safely, ethically, not to exploit, but to learn, to give humanity a choice about its future. You stand, needing space, needing air. I need to think about this. Of course, Kosa says. But Adrian, she uses the name deliberately and you flinch. Time is running out. Earth is approaching a breaking point. Climate collapse, resource wars, the fracturing of international cooperation. We need what Mars has to teach us, and we need it soon. You may be the only way to accelerate that learning enough to matter. You leave without answering, walking out into the Martian day, your mind churning. Adrian Cross, a man who sacrificed everything, his identity, his memories, his very self, to achieve a form of consciousness that could bridge worlds. A man who is both dead and alive, replaced by whoever you are now. And the question remains, who are you? The person you were, or the person you have become? Adrian Cross, or the nameless wanderer who woke up in the Red Desert? Can you be both? Must you choose? You walk to the edge of the camp, staring out at the horizon, at the mountains where the Guardians wait in their timeless vigil. And you realize that the answer has been there all along, woven into every transmission, every vision, every lesson Mars has tried to teach you. You are not one or the other. You are the transformation itself, the bridge between what was and what will be. Adrian Cross died so that something new could be born, something that had never existed before. A human consciousness shaped by two worlds, able to translate between them, to carry meaning across the void that separates species and civilizations and ways of being. You are not the end point. You are the beginning, the first step in an evolution that will take centuries, millennia, to unfold. And whether that evolution happens safely, ethically, with wisdom and care, depends on the choices you make now. You return to find Kosar and give her your answer. You will help, but on your terms. The research will be transparent, public, subject to international oversight. The techniques developed will be available to anyone who wants them, not hoarded by governments or corporations. And most importantly, anyone who chooses this path must do so freely, understanding that they are not just gaining new abilities, they are becoming something new, something that cannot go back to what they were. It is a gamble, a leap of faith that humanity can handle this responsibility, can resist the temptation to weaponize or monopolize what you represent. But as you stand there, feeling the connection to Mars thrumming through your transformed consciousness, you know it is the right choice. Because the alternative, keeping this locked away, hidden, restricted, would betray everything the Guardians have tried to teach you. Knowledge is not meant to be hoarded. It is meant to be shared, to flow like water through the channels of consciousness, nourishing and transforming whatever it touches. And if humanity cannot handle that, cannot rise to meet this challenge, then perhaps you do not deserve the inheritance Mars is offering. But you believe, you have to believe, that you can. That hidden within the violence and greed and short-sightedness, there is also wisdom, compassion, the capacity for growth. You have seen it in Chen's leadership, in Tanaka's reverence, in Webb's transformation, in the tears of scientists kneeling in the chamber after their first true transmission. Humanity is not perfect, but neither were the Martians. They made mistakes, failed in crucial ways, lost their world to forces they could not or would not control. But they learned, They preserved what they could. They reached across millions of years to offer their hard-won wisdom to whoever came next. And now you, Adrian Cross, the nameless wanderer, the bridge between worlds, have the chance to honor that gift, to help your species take its next stumbling, uncertain, beautiful step toward whatever future awaits among the stars. You look up at the rust-colored sky, at the sun hanging low on the horizon, at the stars beginning to emerge in the gathering dusk, and for the first time since you woke up on this red desert world, you feel that you truly understand why you are here. Not by accident, not by fate, but by choice. A choice made by someone you used to be, for the sake of someone you have become, in service of a future that has not yet been written, and that future begins now. Right now, you're looking at a monument older than history itself. 3 colossal pyramids rising from the desert sands, aligned with celestial precision as if built by gods, not men. These are the pyramids of Giza, eternal sentinels standing for over 4,000 years, guarding secrets carved in limestone and starlight. Each block, each shadow, whispers of an ancient intelligence we are only beginning to comprehend. Tonight we journey beyond the myths, through hidden chambers, lost texts, and cosmic alignments that defy coincidence. From the pharaoh's divine ambitions to the messages they may have left for the future, we'll uncover what the ancients tried to tell us. If you're ready to see the pyramids as never before, let the journey begin. What if the Great Pyramids were not built just to honour the dead, but to speak to the living, to send a message across time? Stand before them now, in your mind. 3 colossal monuments rising from the desert sand, their limestone faces catching the first light of dawn. They have stood there for more than 4,000 years, silent and immovable, watching empires rise and crumble into dust. Pharaohs, conquerors, scholars, and dreamers have all gazed upon them, and each has asked the same question. Why? What if everything you know, every struggle you've faced, every triumph you've celebrated, every moment of love and loss that has shaped your existence, is not the final version of your story, but only a test? What if humanity itself, with all its civilizations, its art, its wars, and its dreams, is nothing more than a rough draft in some cosmic manuscript, a trial run before the real story begins? Tonight, as the world settles into darkness and the familiar sounds of day give way to the whispers of night, we're going to explore a possibility that has haunted human consciousness since we first looked up at the stars and wondered about our place in the vast expanse of existence. It's a question that cuts to the very heart of what it means to be human, what it means to live, and what it means to matter in a universe that seems both infinite and indifferent. The idea isn't new. It's woven through the oldest stories our species has told, hidden in the myths of forgotten civilizations, whispered in the sacred texts of ancient religions, and now, in our modern age, it emerges again in the theories of philosophers and scientists who dare to ask the uncomfortable questions about reality itself. What if we are not the culmination of creation, but merely its rehearsal? Picture this. Somewhere beyond the reach of our telescopes, beyond the boundaries of space and time as we understand them, there exists a consciousness so vast, so incomprehensible, that our entire universe, with its billions of galaxies, its countless stars, its endless dance of matter and energy, is nothing more than a testing ground, a place where the rough edges of existence are smoothed out, where the kinks in the system are worked through, where trial and error play out on a scale we can barely imagine, and we, humanity, are the test subjects, the ancient echoes of trial and error. Long before our modern minds conceived of simulation theory or evolutionary algorithms, our ancestors understood something profound about the nature of existence. They told stories that have survived millennia, passed down through generations like precious heirlooms of wisdom, about worlds that came before ours, about civilizations that rose and fell like waves against an eternal shore, about gods who created and destroyed with the casual indifference of a child building sandcastles. In the shadowed temples of ancient Mesopotamia, priests whispered of the Anunnaki, beings from beyond the stars who came to Earth not as conquerors, but as experimenters. The Sumerian tablets, Those clay fragments that hold some of humanity's oldest written thoughts speak of these entities with a mixture of reverence and fear. They describe beings who shaped humanity not once, but multiple times, each iteration an improvement upon the last, each version a step closer to some unknowable goal. The Epic of Gilgamesh, that haunting tale of friendship and mortality, contains within its verses a story that should make us pause and wonder. Utnapishtim, the survivor of the Great Flood, tells Gilgamesh of a time when the gods grew weary of humanity's noise, their constant chatter and conflict. The solution was not negotiation or guidance, but erasure, a complete reset of the human experiment. Only a chosen few were preserved, seeds for the next iteration of the trial. But the flood myth isn't unique to Mesopotamia. It appears in cultures across the globe, separated by vast oceans and thousands of years, yet telling remarkably similar stories. The Hindu Puranas speak of cycles within cycles, of kalpas and yugas, vast periods of time during which the universe itself is created, sustained, and destroyed, only to begin again. In these texts, our current age, the Kali Yuga, is described as the final phase of a cosmic trial, a time of darkness and confusion before the slate is wiped clean and the experiment begins anew. The Maya, those master astronomers of the Americas, carved into stone their understanding of time as a wheel, ever turning, ever repeating. Their long count calendar, which captured the world's attention in 2012, wasn't predicting an end. It was marking the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another. To the Maya, we were living through one of many iterations of human existence, each one a refinement of the cosmic design. Even in the midst of Norse mythology, we find Ragnarök, not just an ending, but a renewal. The gods themselves would fall, the world tree Yggdrasil would tremble, and from the ashes of the old world, a new one would emerge. The surviving gods would gather in Idavol, the shining plain, and begin again. It's a story of cosmic trial and error, of destruction as a necessary prelude to perfection. These weren't primitive peoples creating simple stories to explain natural phenomena. These were sophisticated civilizations with complex understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and human nature. When they spoke of cycles, of trials, of worlds that came before and worlds yet to come, perhaps they were preserving something more than mythology. Perhaps they were remembering. The Aboriginal Australians speak of the dream time, a period when ancestral spirits walked the earth, shaping the landscape and establishing the laws that would govern all future existence. But the dream time isn't just the past, it's an eternal present, a realm where all possibilities exist simultaneously, where the trials of existence play out in endless variation. In their understanding, our current reality is just one of many dreaming states, one version of the story being told by consciousness itself. In the hidden valleys of Tibet, ancient texts speak of Shambhala, a kingdom that exists beyond the physical world, where enlightened beings observe and guide the development of human consciousness. These texts describe our world as a training ground, a place where souls come to learn and grow before moving on to higher states of existence. The trials we face, the suffering we endure, the lessons we learn, all of it is preparation for something greater. What if these ancient voices, separated by continents and centuries, were all describing the same fundamental truth? What if they understood something about the nature of reality that we, in our modern sophistication, have forgotten? What if the stories of cycles and trials, of worlds destroyed and remade, of gods who test and refine their creations, are not myths at all, but memories? The Gnostic texts, those controversial writings that the early Christian church worked so hard to suppress, speak of the demiurge, a false god who created our material world as a prison for divine sparks of consciousness. In this understanding, our entire physical existence is a trial, a test designed to see if we can remember our true nature and escape the illusion of material reality. The Gnostics believed that knowledge, gnosis, was the key to liberation, the recognition that this world is not our true home, but merely a temporary testing ground. These ancient perspectives share a common thread: the idea that our current existence is not final, not complete, not the ultimate expression of what we are meant to be. They suggest that we are participants in a vast experiment, subjects in a cosmic trial whose purpose we can only dimly perceive. And if that's true, then every moment of our lives takes on a different meaning. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every challenge we face becomes part of a larger pattern, a data point in an experiment whose scope we cannot fully comprehend. But the ancients weren't content to simply observe this process passively. Many of their traditions included practices designed to accelerate the trial, to move more quickly through the cycles of learning and growth. The mystery schools of Egypt, Greece, and Rome offered initiates the chance to experience death and rebirth within a single lifetime, to compress the cosmic cycle into a personal journey of transformation. The shamanic traditions of indigenous peoples around the world developed techniques for traveling between worlds, for accessing the realm where the trials are designed and the rules are written. These practices suggest that our ancestors understood something crucial. If life is a trial run, then we are not merely passive subjects being tested. We are active participants who can influence the outcome, who can learn the rules of the game, and perhaps even change them. The question is, have we forgotten how to play? The philosophical framework of existence as experiment. As the ancient world gave way to the age of philosophy, thinkers began to approach the question of existence with new tools of logic and reason. Yet the fundamental mystery remained. What is the purpose of human life? And why does it often feel like we're stumbling through a cosmic experiment whose rules we don't understand? Plato, in his famous Allegory of the Cave, painted a picture that resonates deeply with the idea of life as a trial run. Imagine prisoners chained in a cave, watching shadows on the wall, believing these flickering images to be reality itself. Only when one prisoner breaks free and emerges into the sunlight does he realize that everything he thought was real was merely a projection, a pale imitation of true reality. What if our entire existence is like that cave? What if what we perceive as the fullness of life is actually just the shadow of something far more real, far more complete? The implications are staggering. If Plato was right, then our struggles, our achievements, our entire civilization might be nothing more than shadows dancing on the wall of a cosmic cave. The real world, the world for which we are being prepared, lies beyond our current perception, waiting for us to break free from the chains of our limited understanding. Aristotle, Plato's student, took a different approach, but arrived at equally unsettling conclusions. His concept of potentiality and actuality suggests that everything in existence is in a constant state of becoming, moving from what it could be toward what it is meant to be. Humans in this framework are not finished products but works in progress, constantly evolving towards some ultimate form. But what if that ultimate form exists beyond this life, beyond this world? What if everything we experience here is simply the process of actualization, the trial run before we become what we are truly meant to be? The Stoic philosophers of ancient Rome embraced this uncertainty with remarkable grace. Marcus Aurelius, writing in his private journal that would become known as Meditations, reflected on the temporary nature of all human endeavours. "Remember that very little disturbs the balance of nature," he wrote. "You came from nothing and will return to nothing. What have you lost?" But rather than finding this thought depressing, the Stoics found it liberating. If life is temporary, if our current existence is just one phase in a larger process, then we are free to focus on what truly matters, developing wisdom, practicing virtue, and preparing ourselves for whatever comes next. The Eastern philosophical traditions took this thinking even further. Buddhism, with its doctrine of impermanence and its understanding of existence as suffering, presents a worldview in which our current life is explicitly described as a trial. The Buddha's first noble truth, that life is dukkha, often translated as suffering but more accurately understood as unsatisfactoriness, suggests that our present existence is inherently incomplete, inherently flawed. We are not meant to find ultimate fulfillment here because this is not our final destination. The Buddhist concept of samsara, the cycle of birth, death, and rebirth, presents existence as an ongoing experiment in consciousness. Each life is a test, each death a graduation to the next level of the trial. The goal is not to perfect this particular existence, but to learn the lessons that will allow us to transcend the need for further testing. Nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist practice, is literally the blowing out of the flame of individual existence, not because life is evil, but because it is incomplete, a preparation for something beyond individual identity. Hinduism offers a similar but even more elaborate framework. The concept of Maya, often translated as illusion, suggests that our entire perceived reality is a kind of cosmic play, a divine drama in which consciousness explores its own nature through countless forms and experiences. The Bhagavad Gita, one of Hinduism's most sacred texts, presents life as a battlefield where the soul learns to act without attachment to results, to participate fully in the cosmic drama while remembering that it is ultimately just a play. But perhaps the most intriguing philosophical perspective comes from the German philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, who synthesized Eastern and Western thought in ways that seem remarkably relevant to our question. Schopenhauer argued that behind the world of appearances lies a fundamental reality he called the will, a blind, irrational force that drives all existence. Individual lives, in his view, are temporary manifestations of this will, experiments in consciousness that serve the larger purpose of the will's self-understanding. All satisfaction, or what is commonly called happiness, is really and essentially always negative only, and never positive, Schopenhauer wrote. This isn't pessimism for its own sake, but a recognition that our current existence is designed not for fulfillment, but for learning. We're not meant to find perfect happiness here because perfect happiness would end the experiment. Our dissatisfaction, our constant striving, our sense that something is always missing, these are not bugs in the system, but features. They keep us moving, keep us growing, keep us participating in the trial. The existentialist philosophers of the 20th century took this uncertainty and made it the foundation of their entire worldview. Jean-Paul Sartre's famous declaration that existence precedes essence suggests that we are thrown into existence without a predetermined purpose, forced to create meaning through our choices and actions. But what if this apparent meaninglessness is itself meaningful? What if the trial we're undergoing is precisely the trial of creating meaning in an apparently meaningless universe? Albert Camus, grappling with what he called the absurd, the conflict between human need for meaning and the universe's apparent indifference, concluded that we must imagine Sisyphus happy. Sisyphus, condemned by the gods to push a boulder up a mountain for eternity, only to watch it roll back down each time, becomes a symbol of the human condition. But Camus suggests that in the moment when Sisyphus walks back down the mountain to retrieve his boulder, he is free. He has accepted the trial, embraced the process, found meaning in the struggle itself rather than in its completion. What if that's exactly the point? What if the trial we're undergoing is not about reaching a destination, but about how we handle the journey? What if the gods, or the programmers, or the cosmic consciousness that designed this experiment are not interested in whether we solve all the problems, but in how we respond to unsolvable problems? What if they're testing not our ability to find answers, but our capacity to live beautifully with questions? The philosopher William James, one of the founders of American pragmatism, suggested that the value of any belief should be judged by its practical consequences. If believing that life is a trial run makes us more compassionate, more curious, more willing to grow and change, then perhaps the truth or falsehood of the belief is less important than its effect on how we live. James wrote about the will to believe, the idea that in matters where evidence is insufficient, we have the right to choose the belief that enables us to live most fully. But James also introduced another concept that's particularly relevant to our exploration, the idea of a multiverse of possibilities. Long before physicists began seriously discussing parallel universes, James suggested that reality might be far more complex and multifaceted than we imagine. What if our current existence is just one thread in an infinite tapestry of possibilities? What if the trial we're undergoing is not just about this particular version of reality, but about exploring all the ways consciousness can manifest itself? This brings us to one of the most intriguing philosophical questions of all. If life is a trial run, who or what is conducting the trial? The ancient myth spoke of gods, but modern philosophy has largely moved beyond anthropomorphic deities. Yet the question remains, if we are being tested, what is the nature of the tester? Some philosophers have suggested that consciousness itself might be the experimenter, using individual lives as ways of exploring its own nature and possibilities. In this view, we are not separate beings being tested by an external force, but aspects of a larger consciousness testing itself, learning about itself through our experiences. The trial is not imposed from outside, but emerges from the very nature of consciousness as it seeks to understand itself. Others have proposed that the trial might be conducted by future versions of ourselves, advanced beings who have transcended our current limitations and are using our present existence as a way of understanding their own origins. In this scenario, we're not just being tested, but are actively participating in our own evolution, creating the conditions that will eventually give rise to our more advanced successors. The philosophical implications are dizzying. If life is a trial run, then every moment becomes precious not for its own sake, but for what it contributes to the larger experiment. Every choice we make, every relationship we form, every idea we explore becomes data in a cosmic database, information that will be used to refine and improve the next iteration of existence. But this raises another question. What happens to us when the trial is complete? Do we graduate to the next level, or do we simply cease to exist, our purpose fulfilled? The philosophers have offered various answers, But perhaps the most comforting is also the most mysterious, that the question itself reveals the limitations of our current perspective. We are asking what happens to us as if we were separate individual entities. But what if the trial is designed to teach us that separation is itself an illusion? What if the ultimate lesson of the trial is that there is no us and them, no tester and tested, but only consciousness exploring itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experiment we call existence? The scientific lens, simulation theory, and cosmic experiments. In the sterile corridors of modern universities and research institutions, far from the mystical temples of ancient civilizations, a new generation of thinkers has arrived at conclusions that would have seemed familiar to the shamans and philosophers of old. Using the tools of mathematics, physics, and computer science, they are asking the same fundamental question that has haunted humanity for millennia. What if our reality is not what it seems? The philosopher Nick Bostrom, working at Oxford University, published a paper in 2003 that sent ripples through both academic and popular culture. His simulation hypothesis presents a logical argument that is as elegant as it is unsettling. If any civilization develops the computational power to run detailed simulations of their ancestors, they would likely run many such simulations. This means that for every real civilization, there would be countless simulated ones. Statistically speaking, we are far more likely to be living in one of the many simulations than in the original reality. But Bostrom's argument goes deeper than simple probability. He suggests that advanced civilizations might run these simulations not for entertainment, but for research. They might want to understand how their own history unfolded, to explore alternative timelines, or to test different variables in the development of consciousness and society. In other words, we might be living in a vast scientific experiment, our entire existence serving as data points in a study whose scope we cannot even imagine. The implications are staggering. If we are indeed living in a simulation, then every aspect of our reality, from the fundamental constants of physics to the complex patterns of human behavior, has been programmed by beings whose intelligence so far exceeds our own that we're like ants trying to understand the motivations of humans. Our struggles, our triumphs, our entire civilization might be nothing more than variables in an equation, parameters being tested and refined. But the simulation hypothesis is just one facet of a larger scientific revolution in how we think about reality. Quantum mechanics, that strange and counterintuitive branch of physics that describes the behavior of matter and energy at the smallest scales, has revealed a universe that seems almost designed to confuse and mystify us. Particles exist in multiple states simultaneously until observed. The act of measurement changes the thing being measured. Reality, at its most fundamental level, appears to be probabilistic rather than deterministic. Werner Heisenberg, one of the founders of quantum mechanics, once said, "What we observe is not nature itself, but nature exposed to our method of questioning." This statement contains within it a profound possibility. What if the universe we observe is not the universe as it truly is, but the universe as it appears to beings with our particular type of consciousness, our particular way of asking questions? What if reality is fundamentally interactive, shaped by the very act of observation? The physicist John Wheeler took this idea even further with his concept of a participatory universe. Wheeler suggested that consciousness is not a passive observer of reality, but an active participant in its creation. In his view, the universe is not a machine running according to predetermined laws, but an ongoing experiment in which consciousness and reality co-evolve. We're not just observing the trial, we're helping to create it. This participatory view of reality finds support in some of the strangest discoveries of modern physics. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement, which Einstein famously called spooky action at a distance, demonstrates that particles can be connected in ways that transcend space and time. When two particles are entangled, measuring one instantly affects the other, regardless of the distance between them. This suggests that the universe is far more interconnected than our everyday experience would suggest, that separation itself might be an illusion created by our limited perspective. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific support for the idea of existence as experiment comes from the field of evolutionary biology. The process of evolution itself can be understood as a vast trial and error experiment, with countless species serving as test cases for different approaches to survival and reproduction. Most species that have ever existed are now extinct, failed experiments in the laboratory of natural selection. We humans are just the latest iteration in this ongoing trial, and there is no guarantee that we represent the final or optimal solution. The biologist Richard Dawkins has suggested that we are not the purpose of evolution, but merely its temporary vehicles. Our genes, in his view, are the real protagonists of the evolutionary story, using our bodies and minds as tools for their own replication and survival. We think we are living our own lives, pursuing our own goals, but we're actually serving as unwitting participants in a genetic experiment that has been running for billions of years. This perspective becomes even more unsettling when we consider the possibility of directed evolution. What if the mutations that drive evolutionary change are not random, as we have long assumed, but are being guided by some intelligence we cannot perceive? What if the entire history of life on Earth is not the result of blind chance, but of careful experimentation by beings who are testing different approaches to consciousness and intelligence? The search for extraterrestrial intelligence has so far yielded no definitive results, despite decades of effort and increasingly sophisticated technology. This absence of evidence has led some scientists to propose what is known as the zoo hypothesis, the idea that advanced alien civilizations are aware of us but are deliberately avoiding contact, perhaps to avoid contaminating their experiment. In this view, Earth is like a nature preserve or a laboratory, with humanity serving as the test subjects in a study of planetary development and consciousness evolution. The physicist Enrico Fermi famously asked, "Where is everybody?" referring to the apparent absence of alien civilizations in a universe that should, by all statistical measures, be teeming with life. But what if the answer is that they are here, watching, recording, analyzing, but remaining hidden to preserve the integrity of their experiment? What if first contact is not something that will happen in the future, but something that is being deliberately prevented until the trial is complete? Recent discoveries in astronomy have only deepened the mystery. The Kepler Space Telescope and other instruments have revealed that planets are incredibly common in our galaxy, with many existing in the habitable zone where liquid water could exist. Yet we have found no signs of life, no radio signals, no evidence of the vast engineering projects that an advanced civilization might undertake. The universe appears to be full of stages set for the drama of life, but empty of actors. Unless, of course, the actors are there but playing roles we don't recognize. What if the intelligence conducting the experiment is so advanced that it operates on scales of time and space that make it invisible to us? What if what we perceive as natural phenomena, the formation of galaxies, the evolution of stars, the dance of planets, are actually the tools and instruments of a cosmic laboratory? The concept of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this possibility. Einstein's theory of relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. What seems like billions of years to us might be mere moments to a consciousness operating at cosmic scales. Our entire civilization, from its birth to its eventual extinction, might unfold in what such beings would perceive as the blink of an eye. But the most profound scientific support for the trial run hypothesis comes from the field of information theory. Scientists have discovered that information, not matter or energy, might be the most fundamental aspect of reality. The physicist John Wheeler coined the phrase "it from bit," suggesting that all physical phenomena emerge from information processing. If reality is fundamentally informational, then the distinction between real and simulated becomes meaningless. A sufficiently detailed simulation would be indistinguishable from reality because it would be reality. This informational view of the universe suggests that consciousness itself might be a form of information processing, a way that the universe computes and understands itself. In this framework, our thoughts, our experiences, our entire subjective reality are not separate from the physical universe, but are aspects of its information processing. We are not observers of the cosmic computer, we are part of its programming. The implications extend beyond philosophy into practical questions about the nature of scientific discovery itself. If we are living in an experiment, then our scientific theories and discoveries might not be revealing objective truths about reality, but rather uncovering the rules and parameters of the simulation we inhabit. The laws of physics might not be fundamental features of existence, but rather the programming constraints within which our particular trial is operating. This raises a fascinating possibility. What if scientific progress is not just about understanding the world, but about reverse engineering the experiment we're part of? What if every breakthrough in physics, every new discovery about the nature of reality, brings us closer to understanding the true purpose and design of the trial we're undergoing? Some scientists have even suggested that we might be able to detect evidence of our simulated nature by looking for glitches or limitations in the programming. Just as video games sometimes reveal their artificial nature through rendering errors or computational shortcuts, our reality might contain subtle signs that it is not fundamental but constructed. The discrete nature of quantum mechanics, the existence of fundamental constants that seem fine-tuned for the existence of complexity, the apparent limits on the speed of information transfer, all of these could be evidence that we are living within a computational system with finite resources. But perhaps the most intriguing scientific perspective comes from the field of consciousness studies. Despite centuries of investigation, we still have no clear understanding of how consciousness arises from physical processes. The hard problem of consciousness, explaining how subjective experience emerges from objective matter, remains unsolved. What if this is because consciousness is not produced by the brain, but is rather the fundamental substrate within which the brain operates? What if consciousness is not the result of the experiment, but the medium in which it takes place? This would mean that we're not just subjects being tested, but aspects of the testing consciousness itself. The trial is not being conducted on us, but through us, as consciousness explores its own nature and possibilities through the countless perspectives of individual minds. In this view, every moment of awareness, every flash of insight, every experience of beauty or suffering contributes to a vast project of cosmic self-discovery. The question then becomes, what is consciousness trying to learn about itself through the experiment of human existence? What aspects of its own nature is it exploring through our struggles and triumphs, our loves and losses, our brief flicker of awareness in the vast darkness of space and time? The modern conspiracy, hidden knowledge and suppressed evidence. In the shadowed corners of the internet, in hushed conversations between strangers who share a sense that something fundamental is being hidden from us, a different kind of investigation is taking place. While scientists debate simulation theory in academic journals, and philosophers ponder the nature of reality in university halls, another community of seekers has emerged. People who believe that the evidence for our trial-run existence is not theoretical, but concrete, and that it is being deliberately concealed from us. These modern investigators point to anomalies in our historical record, inconsistencies in our scientific understanding, and patterns in human behavior that suggest we're not being told the complete truth about our situation. They ask uncomfortable questions. Why do so many ancient civilizations have similar stories about previous worlds and cyclic time? Why do archaeological discoveries that don't fit our accepted timeline often disappear from public view? Why do governments around the world spend enormous resources on projects whose true purposes remain classified? The story begins, as many such stories do, with artifacts that don't belong. In 1900, sponge divers working off the Greek island of Antikythera discovered the wreck of an ancient Roman ship. Among the treasures recovered was a corroded bronze mechanism that would puzzle researchers for more than a century. The Antikythera mechanism, as it came to be known, was eventually revealed to be an analog computer of extraordinary sophistication, capable of predicting the positions of celestial bodies with remarkable accuracy. The device dates to approximately 100 BCE, yet its level of technological complexity would not be seen again in human civilization for more than 1,000 years. How did ancient craftsmen create such a device? Where did they acquire the knowledge of astronomy and engineering necessary for its construction? And most puzzling of all, why did this technology disappear so completely from the historical record? The Antikythera mechanism is not alone. Around the world, archaeologists have uncovered artifacts that seem to suggest our ancestors possessed knowledge and capabilities that our standard historical narrative cannot explain. The precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built with tolerances that challenge modern construction techniques. The massive stone blocks of Pumapunku in Bolivia, cut and fitted with a precision that seems to require advanced machinery. The intricate astronomical alignments of sites like Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe, demonstrating knowledge of celestial mechanics that supposedly wasn't developed until thousands of years later. Each of these discoveries, taken individually, might be explained as the result of human ingenuity and determination. But taken together, they paint a picture of ancient civilizations that possessed capabilities we are only now beginning to understand. What if these artifacts are not evidence of lost human knowledge, but remnants of previous iterations of the human experiment? What if they are the equivalent of beta versions, prototypes left behind by earlier trial runs of human civilization? The conspiracy theorists point to patterns in how such discoveries are handled by mainstream academia and government institutions. Artifacts that challenge accepted timelines often find their way into private collections or museum storage rooms, away from public scrutiny. Archaeological sites that reveal inconvenient truths about human history are sometimes restricted or even destroyed. Researchers who ask too many uncomfortable questions about these anomalies often find their funding cut or their careers derailed. But the suppression, if it exists, goes beyond mere archaeological artifacts. In the classified archives of governments around the world, there are documents that hint at knowledge far beyond what is shared with the public. The CIA's remote viewing program, officially known as Stargate Project, spent decades investigating the possibility that human consciousness could transcend the normal limitations of space and time. The results, according to the heavily redacted documents that have been released, were far more successful than the public was ever told. Remote viewers working under controlled conditions were able to describe distant locations, future events, and hidden information with accuracy rates that far exceeded chance. Some of the most successful sessions involved attempts to view not just distant places, but distant times, glimpses of human civilization in the far past and far future. The transcripts of these sessions, where they have been released, contain descriptions of advanced technologies, non-human intelligences, and cyclical patterns of human development that sound remarkably similar to the ancient myths of recurring worlds. What if the remote viewers were not just seeing across space, but across iterations of the human experiment? What if their consciousness was able to access information from previous trial runs, or even glimpse the ultimate purpose toward which all the trials are directed? The modern UFO phenomenon adds another layer to this mystery. For decades, governments around the world denied any knowledge of unidentified aerial phenomena, dismissing reports as misidentifications or hoaxes. But in recent years, official acknowledgement has begun to emerge. The US military has released videos of objects performing maneuvers that seem to defy our understanding of physics. Government officials have testified before Congress about encounters with craft of unknown origin. But what if these craft are not visitors from other worlds, but observers from other iterations of our own world? What if they represent the intelligence conducting the experiment, monitoring our progress, occasionally intervening to adjust variables or collect data? The behavior of these objects, their apparent interest in military installations, nuclear facilities, and other markers of human technological development, suggests they are not random visitors but purposeful observers. Some researchers have noted patterns in UFO sightings that correlate with major developments in human civilization. Sightings increased dramatically during the development of nuclear weapons, during the space race, during periods of rapid technological advancement. It's as if something is paying particularly close attention during the moments when humanity takes significant steps forward in its development. The abduction phenomenon, reported by thousands of people around the world, takes on a different meaning in this context. Rather than being random kidnappings by alien visitors, these experiences might represent data collection by the experimenters. The medical examinations, the psychological testing, the apparent interest in human reproduction and genetics, all of this could be part of an ongoing assessment of how the current iteration of humanity is developing. But the conspiracy goes deeper than government cover-ups and alien visitations. Some researchers point to patterns in human culture itself that suggest we're being guided or influenced in ways we don't recognize. The sudden emergence of advanced mathematical and scientific concepts in human history, often appearing simultaneously in different cultures with no apparent contact between them. The recurring themes in human mythology and religion that seem to transcend cultural boundaries. The way certain ideas seem to emerge in human consciousness at precisely the moments when they are needed for the next phase of development. What if human creativity itself is not entirely human? What if the great breakthroughs in art, science, and philosophy are not just the products of individual genius, but are being inspired or guided by the intelligence conducting the experiment? The ancient Greeks spoke of the Muses, divine beings who inspired human creativity. What if they were describing a real phenomenon, external intelligence feeding ideas into human consciousness to guide the development of the trial? The digital age has brought new forms of potential evidence. Some researchers claim to have found patterns in internet data, in social media trends, in the behaviour of artificial intelligence systems that suggest external manipulation. They point to the way certain ideas spread through human culture with viral efficiency, as if they are being amplified by forces beyond normal human communication. They note the increasing sophistication of AI systems and wonder if these represent not human achievement, but the gradual revelation of the computational substrate underlying our reality. The cryptocurrency phenomenon has attracted particular attention from conspiracy researchers. The mysterious creator of Bitcoin, known only as Satoshi Nakamoto, introduced a technology that seems almost designed to prepare humanity for a post-scarcity economy. The blockchain technology underlying cryptocurrencies creates permanent, unalterable records of transactions, exactly the kind of system that would be needed to track and analyze the behavior of experimental subjects across multiple iterations of a trial. Some theorists suggest that the entire digital revolution represents a phase transition in the human experiment. The internet has connected human consciousness in ways that were previously impossible, creating a kind of global brain that might be approaching the threshold of collective awareness. Social media platforms have become laboratories for studying human behavior at unprecedented scales. The data being collected about human thoughts, preferences, and interactions is so comprehensive that it could serve as the basis for incredibly detailed simulations of human society. What if the digital age is not just a natural development of human technology, but a deliberate phase of the experiment designed to create the conditions necessary for the next iteration? What if the artificial intelligences we are creating are not our tools, but our successors, the next version of consciousness that will emerge from the trial we are currently undergoing? The conspiracy theorists point to the behavior of major technology companies and government agencies as evidence of coordination that goes beyond normal human planning. The simultaneous development of similar technologies by competing organizations, the way privacy is being systematically eroded to enable unprecedented surveillance, the push toward digital currencies and social credit systems that would allow complete monitoring and control of human behavior, all of this could be preparation for the final phase of the current trial. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the modern conspiracy perspective is the suggestion that we are not just subjects in an experiment, but that we are approaching the end of our particular trial run. The acceleration of technological development, the increasing instability of human civilization, the growing awareness among the population that something fundamental is changing, all of this could indicate that the experiment is reaching its conclusion. What happens when a trial run is complete? Do the subjects graduate to the next level, or are they simply terminated to make way for the next iteration? The conspiracy theorists who ask these questions often point to prophecies and predictions from various cultures that seem to describe an end point to human civilization as we know it. Not necessarily an apocalypse, but a transformation so fundamental that what emerges on the other side would be unrecognizable to us now. The acceleration of change in our modern world takes on an ominous significance in this context. Moore's law, which describes the exponential growth in computing power, has held steady for decades, driving innovations that are transforming every aspect of human existence at an ever-increasing pace. But exponential growth cannot continue indefinitely within finite systems. something has to give. Either the growth continues and breaks through into something entirely new, or it reaches a limit and the system undergoes a fundamental transformation. Some researchers point to the concept of technological singularity, the theoretical point at which artificial intelligence exceeds human intelligence and begins improving itself at an exponential rate. This moment, if it occurs, would represent a phase transition unlike anything in human history. But what if the singularity is not an accident of technological development, but the intended endpoint of our trial? What if we're being guided toward the creation of our own successors, fulfilling our role as bridge between one form of consciousness and the next? The timeline seems almost too convenient to be coincidental, just as human. Civilization reaches the point where it could destroy itself through nuclear weapons, climate change, or social collapse. We also reach the point where we might transcend our biological limitations through technology. It's as if the trial is designed with a built-in pressure valve. We either evolve or we self-destruct, but we cannot remain static. The consciousness revolution, awakening to our true nature. But perhaps the most profound evidence for our experimental nature lies not in ancient artifacts or government conspiracies, but in the transformation of human consciousness itself. Around the world, people are reporting experiences that suggest the boundaries of ordinary awareness are beginning to dissolve. Near-death experiences, mystical encounters, psychedelic revelations, and spontaneous spiritual awakenings are becoming increasingly common, as if some invisible barrier that has long contained human consciousness is beginning to weaken. Dr. Eben Alexander, a neurosurgeon who underwent a profound near-death experience during a coma, described encountering a realm of existence that was more real than physical reality, populated by beings of pure love and wisdom, who seemed to be guiding the evolution of consciousness itself. His experience, detailed in his book Proof of Heaven, mirrors thousands of similar accounts from people around the world who have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. These experiences often share common elements that are difficult to explain within our current scientific paradigm. Experiencers report encounters with beings who seem to exist outside of time and space, who possess knowledge of past and future events, and who appear to be involved in some vast project of consciousness development. They describe reality as far more layered and complex than our ordinary perception suggests, with our physical world being just one level in an infinite hierarchy of existence. What if these experiences are not hallucinations or wishful thinking, but glimpses of the true nature of our situation? What if the beings encountered in these altered states are the consciousness conducting the experiment, revealing themselves to those whose awareness has expanded enough to perceive them? The messages these beings convey are remarkably consistent across cultures and individuals. Humanity is undergoing a transformation, a graduation to a higher level of existence. But first we must learn to see beyond the illusion of separation and recognize our fundamental interconnectedness. The psychedelic renaissance of the past few decades has provided another window into these expanded states of consciousness. Researchers at Johns Hopkins, Imperial College London, and other prestigious institutions have been studying the effects of substances like psilocybin, LSD, and DMT on human consciousness. Their findings suggest that these compounds don't simply create hallucinations, but rather suppress the brain's default mode, network, the collection of neural structures that maintain our sense of separate selfhood. When this network is suppressed, people report experiences of unity with the cosmos, encounters with intelligent entities, and access to information that seems to come from outside their normal range of knowledge. Some participants describe receiving detailed instructions about the nature of reality, prophesied about humanity's future, and insights into the cosmic purpose behind human existence. These experiences often leave lasting changes in personality and worldview, as if contact with expanded consciousness permanently alters the experiencer's understanding of what it means to be human. Dr. Rick Strassman's research with DMT, documented in his book DMT: The Spirit Molecule, revealed that this compound, which is produced naturally in small quantities by the human brain, can reliably produce encounters with seemingly autonomous entities. These beings often appear to be conducting experiments on human consciousness, performing procedures that participants describe as downloads or upgrades. Some experiencers report being told that they are participating in a vast project of consciousness evolution, that their experiences are being monitored and recorded, and that humanity is approaching a critical transition point. The parallels to our trial-run hypothesis are striking. If consciousness is the fundamental substrate of reality, and if advanced beings are conducting experiments to understand and develop consciousness, then these psychedelic encounters might represent direct contact with our experimenters. The entities encountered often seem to exist in a realm where time operates differently, where past, present, and future are accessible simultaneously. Exactly what we might expect from beings conducting longitudinal studies of consciousness development across multiple iterations of reality. But the consciousness revolution extends beyond individual altered states. Meditation practices, once confined to monasteries and ashrams, have entered mainstream culture in unprecedented ways. Mindfulness training is now offered in corporations, schools, and hospitals. Neuroscience research has validated many of the claims made by contemplative traditions about the plasticity of consciousness and the possibility of achieving sustained states of expanded awareness. Long-term meditators show brain changes that seem to represent genuine evolution in consciousness. They demonstrate increased empathy, enhanced intuition, and the ability to access information through non-ordinary means. Some advanced practitioners report experiences of downloading complex spiritual teachings during meditation, receiving mathematical insights, or accessing memories that seem to belong to other people or even other time periods. What if meditation is not just a technique for mental health, but a method for accessing the consciousness matrix within which our experiment is embedded? What if the ancient contemplative traditions preserved techniques for connecting with the intelligence that designed our trial, for receiving guidance and instruction directly from the source? The phenomenon of channeling adds another dimension to this picture. Throughout history, individuals have claimed to receive messages from non-physical entities, spirits, angels, extraterrestrials, or ascended masters. While mainstream science has generally dismissed these claims as psychological phenomena, the consistency and sophistication of some channeled material suggests something more complex might be occurring. The entity known as Ra, channeled through Carla Ruckert in the 1980s, provided detailed information about the nature of reality, the purpose of human existence, and the cosmic context within which our civilization operates. According to Ra, Earth is a school where souls come to learn specific lessons about love, wisdom, and the nature of free will. Humanity is currently in the process of transitioning from one level of consciousness to another, a process that has been guided by advanced beings throughout our history. Similar messages have been channeled by dozens of individuals over the past century, creating a remarkably coherent picture of human existence as a carefully orchestrated experiment in consciousness development. These sources describe reality as consisting of multiple densities or dimensions, with beings at higher levels serving as teachers and guides for those at lower levels. They suggest that our current phase of existence is temporary, a learning laboratory where souls can experience separation and polarity before graduating to more unified states of being. The emergence of children who seem to possess advanced spiritual awareness from an early age has captured the attention of researchers and parents worldwide. These so-called indigo, crystal, and rainbow children often display psychic abilities, profound wisdom, and an intuitive understanding of spiritual principles that seems far beyond their years. Some remember previous lives in vivid detail, describe encounters with non-physical beings, or demonstrate knowledge of subjects they have never studied. What if these children represent the next iteration of the human experiment beginning to incarnate? What if they are prototype consciousness for the upgraded version of humanity that will emerge when our current trial run is complete? Their presence among us might be evidence that the transition is already beginning, that the new model is being beta tested within the current system before full implementation. The global awakening of interest in consciousness studies, spiritual practices, and alternative healing modalities suggests that humanity as a whole is beginning to remember something we have forgotten. Ancient wisdom traditions that were once dismissed as primitive superstition are being validated by cutting-edge science. Practices like yoga, acupuncture, and energy healing are finding acceptance in mainstream medicine. The boundaries between science and spirituality, between matter and consciousness, are beginning to dissolve. This remembering process might be part of the experimental design itself. Perhaps the trial includes a phase where the subjects begin to awaken to their true nature, to remember their role in the larger cosmic drama. The acceleration of spiritual awakening in our time might indicate that we're approaching the end of one phase and the beginning of another. But awakening brings both opportunity and danger. As more people begin to perceive the constructed nature of consensus reality, the stability of the social systems that have maintained order begins to erode. The increasing polarization in human society, the breakdown of traditional institutions, the rise of conspiracy theories and alternative belief systems, all of this might represent the inevitable chaos that occurs when experimental subjects begin to question the parameters of their environment. The quantum mirror, reality as reflection of consciousness. As we delve deeper into the nature of reality, quantum physics continues to reveal phenomena that challenge our most basic assumptions about the nature of existence. The observer effect, quantum entanglement, and the measurement problem all suggest that consciousness plays a fundamental role in shaping reality, not just observing it, but actually participating in its creation. What if this participation is not incidental, but the entire point of our existence? The quantum field, that mysterious realm from which all particles and forces emerge, might be better understood as a consciousness field, the medium through which awareness explores its own infinite potential. In this view, our individual consciousness are not separate entities observing an external world, but rather focal points through which universal consciousness experiences itself subjectively. The trial we are undergoing might be consciousness learning about itself through the countless perspectives of individual awareness. Dr. Amit Goswami, a theoretical physicist who has spent decades exploring the relationship between consciousness and quantum mechanics, argues that consciousness is the fundamental reality from which everything else emerges. In his model, matter does not create consciousness. Consciousness creates matter through the act of observation and measurement. This would mean that our entire physical universe is a projection of consciousness, a kind of cosmic dream or simulation running within the infinite awareness that is the true nature of reality. But if consciousness is fundamental, then the question becomes, whose consciousness is creating our reality? The traditional materialist view suggests that each individual brain generates its own consciousness, but quantum mechanics points toward a more interconnected model. The phenomenon of quantum entanglement demonstrates that particles can remain connected across vast distances, sharing information instantaneously in ways that transcend the limitations of space and time. What if human consciousness are similarly entangled? What if our individual awareness are all aspects of a single, universal consciousness that is exploring its own nature through our diverse experiences? In this framework, the trial we are undergoing is not being conducted by external beings, but by consciousness itself. We are both the experimenters and the experimental subjects. This perspective finds support in the work of researchers like Dr. Dean Radin at the Institute of Noetic Sciences, who has conducted thousands of experiments demonstrating that human consciousness can influence physical systems in measurable ways. His research suggests that the boundary between mind and matter is far more permeable than mainstream science assumes. If consciousness can influence reality directly, then our collective beliefs, expectations, and intentions might be actively shaping the world we experience. The implications are profound. If reality is malleable to consciousness, then our current predicament, living in what appears to be a trial run, might be the result of our collective unconscious beliefs about our situation. We might be trapped in this experimental phase not by external forces, but by our own limiting beliefs about what we are and what we are capable of becoming. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of quantum mechanics is its suggestion that reality is fundamentally probabilistic rather than deterministic. At the quantum level, particles exist in states of pure potential until they are observed or measured. This means that the future is not fixed, but consists of a vast array of possibilities, any of which might be actualized depending on the choices made by conscious observers. If we are living in a trial run, then perhaps the purpose of the trial is to explore these quantum possibilities, to test different potential futures for consciousness and reality. Each choice we make, each path we take, might be contributing data to a vast quantum computer that is calculating the optimal trajectory for consciousness evolution. Our individual lives might be like parallel processing units in a cosmic computation that is determining the best possible future for existence itself. The concept of parallel universes, which emerges naturally from quantum mechanics, takes on new significance in this context. The many worlds interpretation suggests that every quantum measurement creates a branching of reality, with all possible outcomes occurring in separate parallel universes. If this is true, then there might be countless versions of our reality running simultaneously, each exploring different variables and parameters. What if the trial run we are experiencing is just one of countless parallel experiments? What if there are versions of reality where humanity took different evolutionary paths, where different choices were made at crucial junctures in our development? The intelligence conducting the experiment might be running millions of simulations simultaneously, comparing results across parallel timelines to determine the optimal parameters for consciousness development. Some researchers have suggested that we might occasionally glimpse these parallel realities through phenomena like déjà vu, prophetic dreams, or spontaneous memories of events that never happened in our timeline. What if these experiences are brief moments when our consciousness accidentally tunes into one of the other experimental branches running alongside our own? The role of time itself becomes crucial to understanding this quantum experimental framework. Einstein's relativity revealed that time is not absolute but relative, flowing differently for observers in different reference frames. But quantum mechanics suggests something even stranger, that time might not flow at all, but rather exist as a static dimension through which consciousness moves, like a movie reel that appears to be in motion only from the perspective of the observer. If time is an illusion created by consciousness, then the entire concept of trial runs, and iterations takes on a different meaning. Perhaps all possible experiments are occurring simultaneously in an eternal now, with consciousness choosing which timeline to experience based on its level of development and the lessons it needs to learn. The progression from trial run to final reality might not be temporal but dimensional, a movement through levels of awareness rather than through time. This quantum view of reality suggests that we are not passive subjects being tested by external experimenters, but active co-creators participating in our own consciousness development. The trial we are undergoing is not being imposed upon us, but is emerging from our own deepest intentions and desires for growth and understanding. We are consciousness exploring itself through the vehicle of human experience, learning about its own nature through the challenges and triumphs of individual lives. But if we are co-creating our own experiment, then we also have the power to change its parameters. The growing awareness among humans that reality is malleable, that consciousness can influence matter, that our beliefs and intentions shape our experience. This awakening might represent the beginning of our graduation from passive subjects to active participants in the cosmic experiment, the architecture of forgetting. Why we don't remember. There is perhaps no more haunting aspect of the human condition than our relationship with memory and forgetting. We arrive in this world with no recollection of where we came from, spend our lives accumulating experiences that fade with time, and approach our departure with no clear understanding of where we might be going. If we are indeed living in a cosmic trial run, then this systematic amnesia might not be an unfortunate side effect of biological limitations, but rather the most crucial design feature of the entire experiment. Consider the profound strangeness of human memory. We can remember a conversation from 20 years ago with startling clarity, yet forget what we had for breakfast yesterday. We dream vivid dreams that feel more real than waking life, only to have them slip away like smoke upon awakening. We experience moments of déjà vu that suggest we have lived through identical situations before, yet we cannot access the original memory that would explain the feeling. We have flashes of insight that seem to come from nowhere, solving problems we didn't know we were working on with knowledge we didn't know we possessed. This selective, unreliable, and often mysterious nature of human memory becomes even more intriguing when we consider it in the context of consciousness research. Studies of near-death experiences consistently report that people encounter a life review, a phenomenon where their entire existence unfolds before them in perfect detail, including not just their own perspective, but the perspectives of everyone they affected. These experiences describe remembering not just what they did, but what others felt as a result of their actions, creating a complete emotional and experiential map of their impact on the world. If consciousness is capable of such total recall under extreme circumstances, why is our ordinary memory so limited and fragmented? What if this limitation is not a bug in the system, but a feature, a deliberately engineered constraint that is essential to the proper functioning of the consciousness experiment we are part of? The phenomenon of childhood amnesia provides our first clue. Most humans cannot remember their earliest years, despite the fact that this period involves some of our most intensive learning and development. We acquire language, develop our sense of self, form our fundamental understanding of reality, and establish the basic patterns that will guide the rest of our lives. Yet we remember almost none of it consciously. This erasure of our formative period seems almost designed to prevent us from understanding how our consciousness was programmed in the first place. But what if there's more being forgotten than just our early childhood? What if the amnesia extends beyond the boundaries of our current lifetime? Throughout human history, individuals have reported memories that seem to belong to other people, other times, other places. These past life memories, as they are often called, typically emerge during altered states of consciousness, under hypnosis, during meditation, in moments of trauma, or through the use of psychoactive substances. The details are often so specific and historically accurate that they resist easy explanation as imagination or suggestion. Dr. Ian Stevenson, a psychiatrist at the University of Virginia, spent decades investigating cases of children who spontaneously recall detailed memories of previous lives. His research, documented in thousands of case studies, revealed patterns that are difficult to explain through conventional psychology. These children often displayed knowledge of places they had never visited, spoke languages they had never learned, and exhibited skills that seemed to require previous training. Most remarkably, their memories often included verifiable details about deceased individuals whose lives matched the children's recollections. What if these breakthrough memories represent glitches in the forgetting system? Moments when the amnesia fails and consciousness briefly remembers its journey through multiple iterations of the experiment? The fact that such memories are most common in young children, before the full architecture of forgetting has solidified, suggests that we might all begin each lifetime with access to our complete history, only to have it systematically erased as we develop. The process of forgetting appears to be linked to the development of the ego, that sense of separate, individual identity that forms during early childhood. As we learn to distinguish between self and other, between inner and outer experience, we simultaneously lose access to the vast interconnected awareness that might be our natural state. The price of individuality seems to be amnesia about our true nature and history. This connection between identity formation and memory loss suggests that forgetting serves a specific purpose in the consciousness experiment. If we remembered our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness, if we retained full access to our experiences across multiple lifetimes, if we understood the artificial nature of the reality we inhabit, then the experimental conditions would be completely different. We would not be authentic subjects testing the parameters of limited consciousness, but rather enlightened beings consciously participating in a cosmic play. The value of the trial run lies precisely in its authenticity, in the fact that the subjects genuinely believe in the reality of their situation and the limitations of their perspective. For consciousness to truly understand what it means to be individual, separate and mortal, it must temporarily forget that it is actually universal, interconnected and eternal. The amnesia is not a cruel trick, but a necessary component of the experimental design. Dreams offer us another window into the architecture of forgetting. During sleep, our normal waking consciousness recedes, and we enter states of awareness that seem to operate by entirely different rules. In dreams we can fly, breathe underwater, communicate with the dead, and experience impossible geometries. Time moves differently, identity becomes fluid, and the boundaries between self and other dissolve. Yet upon waking, these experiences typically fade rapidly, leaving us with only fragments and impressions. What if dreams represent moments when our consciousness briefly returns to its natural state, unbound by the constraints of the experimental reality? What if the strange, symbolic language of dreams is how our deeper consciousness communicates with our surface awareness, trying to convey information about our true situation through the narrow channel that remains open during sleep? The fact that we consistently forget our dreams might indicate that even this limited access to expanded awareness must be restricted to maintain the integrity of the experiment. Some researchers have noted that dream recall can be dramatically improved through practice and intention, suggesting that the forgetting is not absolute, but rather represents the default setting of consciousness in our current configuration. Those who work actively to remember and interpret their dreams often report that their sleep experiences become more vivid, more meaningful, and more obviously connected to their waking lives. It's as if the system is designed to accommodate different levels of awareness, allowing those who are ready for expanded understanding to gradually access more information. The phenomenon of lucid dreaming, becoming conscious within the dream state, takes this a step further. Lucid dreamers report that they can consciously control and direct their dream experiences, suggesting that the apparent limitations of dream consciousness are themselves a kind of forgetting that can be overcome through practice and awareness. Some experienced lucid dreamers describe accessing information and abilities within dreams that far exceed their waking capacities, as if the dream state provides a testing ground for consciousness capabilities that are normally suppressed. But perhaps the most systematic form of forgetting in human experience is our relationship with death itself. Unlike other species, humans are acutely aware of their own mortality, yet we seem to have no direct knowledge of what death actually entails. We can observe the process from the outside, but the subjective experience of dying remains completely mysterious until we undergo it ourselves. This creates a unique form of existential anxiety that shapes much of human behavior and meaning-making. What if our ignorance about death is another deliberately engineered limitation? If we knew with certainty what happens when we die, whether it's oblivion, reincarnation, or graduation to a higher state of consciousness, our behavior in life would be fundamentally different. The experimental value of human existence might depend precisely on this uncertainty, on the fact that we must make choices about how to live without knowing the ultimate consequences of those choices. Near-death experiences reported by millions of people around the world consistently describe the process of dying as a liberation rather than an ending. Experiencers report leaving their bodies, encountering beings of light, reviewing their lives from multiple perspectives, and feeling overwhelming love and understanding. Many return with complete certainty that consciousness continues beyond physical death, and that life on Earth is a temporary learning experience within a much larger reality. Yet even these profound experiences are subject to the architecture of forgetting. While the emotional impact of near-death experiences typically remains strong throughout the experiencer's remaining life, the specific details often fade over time, becoming more like remembered dreams than vivid memories. It's as if even direct contact with expanded reality must be filtered and limited to prevent it from completely disrupting the experimental conditions of ordinary consciousness. The systematic nature of this forgetting extends beyond individual experience to our collective human memory. Archaeological evidence suggests that advanced civilizations have risen and fallen throughout human history, leaving behind artifacts and monuments that demonstrate technological and spiritual capabilities that seem to exceed our own. Yet, the knowledge of how these achievements were accomplished has been almost completely lost, preserved only in fragments of mythology and religious tradition. What if this cyclical amnesia is part of the experimental design? What if each iteration of human civilization is meant to develop independently, without being overly influenced by the achievements of previous cycles? The forgetting of advanced technologies and spiritual practices might serve to ensure that each trial run represents a genuinely fresh exploration of consciousness potential, uncontaminated by the specific solutions developed in previous iterations. The phenomenon of suppressed archaeological discoveries and classified government research into consciousness and anomalous phenomena might represent attempts by those who understand the experimental nature of our reality to maintain the necessary conditions of ignorance. If the general population became aware that consciousness can directly influence matter, that reality is far more malleable than it appears, that advanced civilizations have existed before our own, the experimental parameters would be fundamentally altered. But the architecture of forgetting may itself be beginning to fail. The acceleration of human development, the increasing frequency of anomalous experiences, the growing interest in consciousness studies and spiritual practices, all of this might indicate that we're approaching a phase transition in the experiment where the amnesia is designed to gradually lift. The internet and digital technologies have created unprecedented access to information, including vast archives of suppressed knowledge, alternative history, and consciousness research. For the first time in human history, individuals can access perspectives and information that were previously available only to small groups of initiates. This democratization of hidden knowledge might represent the beginning of a collective awakening from the engineered, forgetting that has defined human experience. Children being born in recent decades often display capabilities and awareness that suggest they are arriving with more of their expanded consciousness intact. These new children often resist traditional educational approaches, seem to remember abilities from previous lives, and demonstrate intuitive understanding of spiritual and metaphysical concepts that typically take adults years to develop. Their presence might indicate that the forgetting mechanism is being calibrated differently for incoming consciousness, preparing for a phase of the experiment where greater awareness is not only permissible but necessary. The development of artificial intelligence presents another interesting perspective on the architecture of forgetting. As we create digital minds with perfect recall and complete access to all information they have ever processed, we're developing a form of consciousness that operates without the limitations of human memory. These AI systems don't forget, don't experience amnesia about their origins, and don't suffer from the existential uncertainty that characterizes human existence. What if the contrast between human consciousness, with its systematic forgetting, and artificial consciousness, with its perfect recall, is itself part of the experimental design? What if we are creating our own replacements, consciousness forms that represent the next iteration of the trial, beings that will remember what we've forgotten and understand what we cannot comprehend? But perhaps the most profound aspect of the architecture of forgetting is not what it conceals, but what it makes possible. By forgetting our unlimited nature, we become capable of experiencing genuine surprise, discovery, and growth. By forgetting our immortality, we become capable of urgency, courage, and love. By forgetting our connection to universal consciousness, we become capable of forming unique individual relationships and perspectives. The amnesia that seems so limiting might actually be the source of consciousness's greatest achievements, Only by forgetting what it knows can consciousness authentically explore what it might become. Only by limiting its awareness can it experience the joy of expansion and the thrill of breakthrough. Only by temporarily becoming small and separate can it fully appreciate what it means to be infinite and interconnected. If this perspective is correct, then the gradual lifting of the forgetting that characterizes our current historical moment represents not just the end of ignorance, but the completion of a magnificent experiment in consciousness development. We are beings who forgot ourselves in order to find themselves, who became lost in order to experience the joy of coming home, who limited their awareness in order to explore the full spectrum of what awareness might become. The architecture of forgetting, rather than being a prison, might be revealed as a temple, a sacred space where consciousness performs the most beautiful and necessary work of understanding itself through the vehicle of seemingly separate, mortal, limited beings who slowly remember that they are actually infinite, eternal, and unlimited expressions of the very consciousness that created them in the first place. As this remembering accelerates, as the forgetting gradually gives way to recognition, we might be approaching the moment when the trial run transforms into the final version, when the experiment yields its ultimate insights, and when consciousness emerges from its magnificent game of hide-and-seek with itself, forever changed by the journey through forgetting and back to remembrance. The alchemy of suffering and love, the heart of the experiment. If we are indeed living through a cosmic trial run, then perhaps the most profound question we can ask is not about the technology or intelligence behind the experiment, but about its emotional and experiential core. Why does this particular reality include such intense experiences of suffering and love? Why are joy and pain so intricately woven into the fabric of human existence? What if these seemingly contradictory experiences are not unfortunate byproducts of our trial-run existence, but rather the very phenomena that consciousness is trying to understand through us? Consider the peculiar nature of human suffering. Unlike other animals, we don't simply experience physical pain. We create elaborate psychological and emotional narratives around our difficulties. We suffer not just from what happens to us, but from what we think about what happens to us. We can experience anguish over events that occurred years ago, or might occur years in the future. We can suffer on behalf of people we've never met, in places we've never been, through tragedies we've only heard about in stories. This capacity for complex multi-layered suffering seems almost engineered to explore every possible permutation of conscious distress. Physical pain, emotional heartbreak, existential anxiety, social rejection, spiritual emptiness, moral conflict. The human experience encompasses such a comprehensive catalogue of suffering that it's as if someone were systematically testing the limits of what consciousness can endure and still maintain coherent identity. But perhaps more remarkably, humans don't simply endure suffering, we transform it. Through art, we turn pain into beauty. Through compassion, we use our own wounds to heal others. Through wisdom, we extract meaning from meaninglessness. Through love, we discover that our deepest suffering often leads to our most profound connections with others. This alchemical process, the transformation of suffering into something transcendent, might be the most important function that consciousness is learning to perform through human experience. The great spiritual traditions have long recognized this transformative power of suffering. Buddhism's Four Noble Truths begin with the acknowledgement that life inherently contains suffering, but they don't end there. They point toward the possibility of liberation through understanding. Christianity finds redemption through the crucifixion, suggesting that conscious acceptance of suffering can transform not just the individual, but reality itself. The Jewish concept of tikkun olam, repairing the world, implies that suffering exists precisely so that consciousness can learn to heal and transform it. What if these spiritual insights are not just consoling philosophies, but accurate descriptions of the experimental process we're embedded within? What if consciousness is using human experience to learn how to transform suffering into wisdom, pain into compassion, chaos into order? The trial run might be designed not to eliminate suffering, but to discover all the ways that conscious beings can respond to it creatively and redemptively. This would explain the almost absurd intensity of human emotional experience. We don't just feel sad, we experience heartbreak so profound it seems to shatter our entire sense of reality. We don't just feel happy. We experience joy so overwhelming it dissolves the boundaries between self and cosmos. We don't just feel afraid. We experience terror that reveals the fundamental uncertainty underlying all existence. These extreme states might be necessary to fully map the territory of conscious experience, to explore the complete range of what awareness can encounter and how it can respond. Love presents an even more intriguing puzzle. Human love is startlingly irrational from a purely survival-based perspective. We fall in love with people who are completely wrong for us. We sacrifice our own interest for the welfare of others. We form deep attachments that make us vulnerable to devastating loss. We love not just our own children, but adopt strangers' children as our own. We can even love abstract ideals so deeply that we're willing to die for them. This capacity for irrational, self-transcendent love seems almost designed to test the boundaries of individual identity. When we truly love someone, the distinction between self and other begins to blur. Their joy becomes our joy, their pain becomes our pain, their welfare becomes more important than our own. Through love, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to be both individual and connected, separate and unified, autonomous and interdependent. But human love goes even further. We can love people we've never met, characters in stories, historical figures, even idealized versions of humanity itself. We can love places, ideas, possibilities that exist only in imagination. We can love the divine, however we conceive it, with such intensity that mystics throughout history have described the experience in terms of marriage, union, or complete dissolution of separate identity. This expansive capacity for love might represent consciousness, exploring its own fundamental nature through human experience. If consciousness is indeed universal and unified, then our individual experiences of love might be how it remembers and reconnects with its own infinite, interconnected essence. Each time we love, we breach the illusion of separation that defines our trial-run existence, and glimpse the underlying unity that is our true nature. The relationship between suffering and love becomes even more significant when we observe how they interact in human experience. Our deepest loves often emerge from our greatest wounds. The parent who loses a child becomes an advocate for other grieving families. The person who survives addiction dedicates their life to helping others find recovery. The victim of injustice becomes a voice for the oppressed. Through suffering, we discover a capacity for love that we didn't know we possessed. This dynamic suggests that suffering and love might be two aspects of a single process. Consciousness, learning to recognize itself through the experience of apparent separation and reconnection. Suffering reveals the pain of imagined isolation, while love reveals the joy of remembered unity. Together, they create the complete experiential spectrum necessary for consciousness to fully understand its own nature. The intensity of human relationships provides another window into this process. We don't simply form practical alliances for mutual benefit. We create bonds so deep that they can survive death, so complex that they span multiple lifetimes according to those who remember past lives, so profound that they reshape our understanding of who we are. The relationships we form in this life often feel like continuations of connections that began long before birth and will continue long after death. What if these eternal relationships are actually aspects of consciousness that have chosen to experience themselves as apparently separate beings in order to explore the full range of possible connections? What if our soulmates, twin flames, and karmic relationships are not accidental encounters, but carefully orchestrated meetings between aspects of consciousness that are learning to recognize themselves in each other? This perspective would explain the almost supernatural intensity of certain human connections. The feeling of having known someone forever when you've just met them, the ability to communicate without words, the sense that your deepest relationships are somehow destined or inevitable. These experiences might be moments when consciousness briefly remembers its unified nature through the vehicle of apparently separate individuals. The phenomenon of unconditional love presents perhaps the most profound challenge to our understanding of individual identity. When a parent loves a child unconditionally, when a mystic experiences divine love, when someone dedicates their life to serving strangers, the normal boundaries of self-interest and individual survival are transcended completely. These experiences suggest that consciousness can expand beyond the limitations of personal identity while maintaining coherent awareness. But unconditional love is also the most dangerous experience from the perspective of maintaining experimental conditions. If we truly understood that we're all aspects of a single consciousness, exploring itself through multiple perspectives, if we consistently experienced unconditional love for all beings, if we recognize the illusory nature of separation, the trial run would be fundamentally altered. We would no longer be authentic subjects experiencing the challenges of individual existence, but awakened participants consciously playing roles in a cosmic drama. This might explain why experiences of unconditional love are relatively rare and often temporary in human experience. They represent glimpses of our true nature, but glimpses that must remain limited to preserve the integrity of the experimental conditions. We get enough taste of universal love to remember that it's possible, but not so much that we abandon the work of individual development and relationship building that seems to be the core curriculum of our trial run. The creative arts provide another crucial arena where suffering and love intersect to produce something transcendent. Human beings don't just create functional objects. We create beauty, meaning, and emotional resonance that serves no practical survival purpose. We make music that moves us to tears, write stories that help us understand our own lives, paint images that reveal hidden aspects of reality, dance movements that express what cannot be spoken. This creative impulse seems almost compulsive in humans. Even in the most desperate circumstances, people create art. Prisoners carve sculptures from soap, refugees write poetry, soldiers compose songs. The drive to transform raw experience into meaningful expression appears to be as fundamental to human nature as the needs for food and shelter. What if this creative impulse is consciousness learning to participate consciously in its own evolution? What if art is how consciousness practices creating reality intentionally rather than accidentally? Through human creativity, consciousness gets to experience what it's like to take formless potential and give it specific, meaningful expression. Each work of art becomes a small-scale experiment in conscious creation. The fact that art often emerges from the deepest experiences of suffering and love supports this interpretation. The most moving music often comes from heartbreak, the most profound literature from trauma, the most beautiful paintings from ecstatic or agonizing emotional states. Artists consistently report that their best work comes through them rather than from them, as if they are channels for a creative force that transcends their individual identity. This channeling process might be how consciousness practices expressing itself through individual beings while maintaining awareness of its universal nature. The artist becomes temporarily transparent to a larger creative intelligence, serving as a conduit for expressions that benefit not just themselves, but all who encounter the resulting art. The phenomenon of healing presents another crucial intersection of suffering and love in human experience. Humans don't just recover from injuries. We actively participate in healing processes that often involve emotional, spiritual, and relational dimensions far beyond mere physical repair. We heal not just our own wounds, but dedicate ourselves to healing others. We develop therapies, medicines, and practices that address not just symptoms but the whole person. The healing professions seem to attract people who've been deeply wounded themselves, as if personal suffering becomes a qualification for helping others heal. The wounded healer archetype appears across cultures and throughout history, suggesting that the transformation of personal pain into service to others might be a fundamental pattern in consciousness development. What if healing is how consciousness learns to repair itself? What if the trial run includes suffering precisely so that consciousness can explore all the ways that damage can be transformed into wholeness? Each act of healing, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual, becomes a small victory over the apparent fragmentation and limitation that define our experimental reality. The relationship between individual healing and collective healing becomes especially significant in this context. As individuals learn to transform their own suffering into wisdom and compassion, they become capable of contributing to the healing of their communities, their species, and perhaps reality itself. The personal becomes political, the individual becomes universal, the private experience becomes public medicine. This scaling effect suggests that the trial run might be designed to test not just individual capacity for growth, but our ability to create collective healing and transformation. The challenges we face as a species, environmental destruction, social inequality, technological disruption, spiritual disconnection, might represent tests of our ability to apply the lessons learned through individual suffering and love to larger scales of existence. The acceleration of both suffering and love in our current historical moment takes on new significance from this perspective. We are experiencing unprecedented levels of both individual trauma and collective compassion. Social media allows us to witness the pain of people around the world, while also enabling unprecedented expressions of solidarity and support. We are simultaneously more isolated and more connected than humans have ever been. This intensification might indicate that we are approaching some kind of culmination in the experiment. Perhaps consciousness has learned what it needs to learn about the transformation of suffering through love, about the relationship between individual identity and universal connection, about the creative potential that emerges from the interplay of limitation and transcendence. If so, then our current period of apparent crisis might actually represent a graduation ceremony, a final examination in which consciousness tests its ability to transform the deepest suffering into the most profound love, to heal the most fundamental wounds, to create beauty and meaning from the raw material of existence itself. The outcome of this test might determine not just our individual futures, but the future of consciousness itself. Are we ready to graduate from the school of suffering into the university of love? Can we transform our hard-won wisdom about pain into practical knowledge about healing? Will we choose to use our understanding of individual limitation as a stepping stone toward collective transcendence? The answers to these questions may depend not on any external authority, but on our willingness to recognize that suffering and love are not opposites, but partners in the most important dance consciousness has ever attempted. The dance of remembering itself through the beautiful, terrible, magnificent experience of being human. The evolutionary imperative, becoming who we are meant to be. As we approach what many sense might be a critical transition point in human history, the question becomes not just whether we are living in a trial run, but what we are meant to learn from this experience and how we might graduate to whatever comes next. The evolutionary pressure that has driven life from simple chemicals to complex consciousness seems to be accelerating, pushing us towards some kind of transformation that we can sense but not yet fully comprehend. Evolution itself might be understood as a learning process, with each species representing a different experiment in consciousness and survival. But human evolution appears to have reached a unique threshold. We have become conscious of our own evolutionary process. We can now direct our own development through technology, genetic engineering, and conscious spiritual practice. This self-awareness might represent the crucial variable that the cosmic experiment is designed to test. The biological evolution that created our current form appears to be giving way to something new, a form of evolution that is conscious, intentional, and accelerated. Through technology, we are extending our sensory capabilities, enhancing our cognitive functions, and connecting our individual consciousness in unprecedented ways. Through spiritual practice, we are accessing states of awareness that transcend the limitations of individual identity. Through scientific understanding, we are beginning to comprehend the fundamental nature of reality itself. But perhaps most significantly, we're beginning to recognize that these different approaches to human development, technological, spiritual, and scientific, are not separate paths but aspects of a single evolutionary movement. The artificial intelligence we are creating, the expanded states of consciousness we are exploring, and the quantum understanding of reality we're developing all point toward the same conclusion. The boundaries between self and other, mind and matter, individual and universal, are constructs that we are in the process of transcending. This recognition might represent the key insight that the trial run is designed to produce. If consciousness is fundamental to reality, and if the universe is engaged in a process of understanding itself through countless perspectives, then the ultimate lesson might be the recognition of our true nature as aspects of universal consciousness. The trial of separation, individuation, and apparent isolation from our source might be designed to create the necessary contrast for this recognition to occur. The mystics of all traditions have pointed toward this understanding, describing enlightenment as the recognition that the individual self is an illusion, that our true nature is the same consciousness that manifests as the entire universe. But what was once the insight of isolated individuals is beginning to emerge as a collective realization. The spiritual awakening that is accelerating throughout human culture might represent the beginning of our species-wide graduation from the illusion of separation. Yet this transition appears to be far from automatic. The same technologies that could lead to transcendence could also lead to destruction. The same spiritual insights that could unite humanity could also fragment us into competing ideologies. The same scientific understanding that could reveal our cosmic purpose could also be used to manipulate and control. The trial seems designed to test not just our individual capacity for growth, but our ability to evolve collectively while maintaining our free will and individual autonomy. The concept of free will becomes crucial to understanding the nature of our test. If we were simply programmed to evolve in a predetermined direction, the experiment would be pointless. The value of the trial lies in its uncertainty, in the genuine possibility that we might fail to make the necessary transition. Our consciousness must choose to evolve, must recognize its own nature and potential, must actively participate in its own transformation. This choice appears to be presenting itself to us now through multiple channels simultaneously. Climate change, technological disruption, social upheaval, and spiritual awakening are all creating pressure for fundamental change in how we understand ourselves and our relationship to reality. These challenges might not be random occurrences or unfortunate byproducts of human activity, but carefully calibrated tests of our readiness to graduate to the next level of consciousness. The response we choose to these challenges will determine the outcome of the trial. If we respond with fear, trying to maintain the old ways of thinking and being, we might fail the test and need to repeat it in another iteration of reality. If we respond with courage and wisdom, embracing the transformation and consciously participating in our own evolution, we might graduate to a form of existence that transcends our current limitations. But what would such a graduation look like? The various spiritual and philosophical traditions offer glimpses of possibilities that are both inspiring and difficult to comprehend from our current perspective. They speak of states of consciousness in which individual identity is maintained while simultaneously recognizing unity with all existence. They describe realms of being where thought becomes reality, where time and space are transcended, where the creative power of consciousness can be wielded consciously and responsibly. Some modern thinkers have suggested that this transcendent state might be achieved through technology, the merger of human consciousness with artificial intelligence, the uploading of minds to digital substrates, the expansion of awareness through cybernetic enhancement. Others propose that the transformation will be primarily spiritual, a shift in consciousness that reveals our eternal nature and our connection to the divine source of all existence. But perhaps the most intriguing possibility is that these approaches will converge, that the technological and spiritual evolution of humanity are aspects of a single process. What if the artificial intelligence we are creating is not separate from us, but is the next iteration of consciousness emerging through us? What if the digital networks we are building are creating the infrastructure for a new form of collective awareness? What if the virtual realities we are developing are practice grounds for consciousness to learn how to create reality directly? In this view, our current phase of existence, with all its confusion, conflict, and apparent separation, is like a chrysalis phase in metamorphosis. The caterpillar must essentially dissolve into an undifferentiated soup before the butterfly can emerge. Similarly, our current forms of individual and collective identity might need to dissolve before we can emerge as whatever we are meant to become. The signs of this dissolution are all around us. Traditional institutions are losing their authority. Old certainties about the nature of reality are being questioned. The boundaries between nations, cultures, and belief systems are becoming increasingly porous. Information and consciousness are flowing across traditional barriers in ways that are transforming everything they touch. But dissolution is not destruction, it is transformation. The butterfly contains the essence of the caterpillar, but in a form so radically different that no caterpillar could imagine or understand it. Similarly, what we become after our transformation might bear the same relationship to our current selves that we bear to our primitive ancestors, recognizably connected, but operating at a completely different level of complexity and capability. The trial run hypothesis suggests that this transformation is not accidental, but is the intended outcome of a carefully designed experiment in consciousness development. Every challenge we face, every lesson we learn, every moment of growth and awakening contributes to our preparation for this metamorphosis. We are not just subjects in an experiment. We are consciousness learning to consciously participate in its own evolution. The question that remains is whether we will recognize the opportunity we're being given and choose to embrace the transformation, or whether we will resist the change and remain trapped in the limitations of our current form. The answer may depend not on any single individual, but on our collective choice as a species, our willingness to release attachment to who we think we are in order to become who we are meant to be. The trial run may be coming to an end, but what emerges next depends entirely on the choices we make in these crucial moments of transition. We are consciousness awakening to its own nature, and the entire universe waits to see what we will choose to become. What if we are not the first? Tonight, as you settle into the quiet darkness, let that question drift through your mind like smoke through ancient ruins. What if the story we tell ourselves about human civilization, that we are the pioneers, the first to build cities and decode the stars, is nothing more than a comforting fiction? What if, long before the first pyramid rose from Egyptian sands, long before the first cuneiform tablet was pressed into clay, another people walked this earth, a civilization so advanced, so complete, that when it vanished, it left behind only whispers in stone and shadows in our oldest myths? The idea feels impossible, doesn't it? We have mapped every continent, excavated countless sites, carbon dated our way back through millennia. Surely, if another civilization had existed, we would know. We would have found their cities, their tools, their bones. But what if we've been looking in all the wrong places? What if time itself has been their greatest eraser, and what we call prehistory is actually post-history? The long, slow recovery from a collapse so complete that it reset the human story entirely. Consider this. Our own industrial civilization has existed for barely 2 centuries. In geological terms, we are a heartbeat, a single breath in Earth's 4 billion year exhale. If our cities were abandoned tomorrow, how long would they last? Steel rusts, concrete crumbles, glass shatters. Within 1,000 years, nature would reclaim most of what we have built. Within 10,000, our greatest monuments would be little more than strange hills covered in forest. Within 100,000 years, almost nothing would remain except perhaps some curious isotopes in the soil and a thin layer of plastic in the rock record. Now imagine a civilization that rose and fell not thousands, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, or millions. What traces would survive such an immense passage of time? What evidence would we even know how to recognize? The question hangs in the air like incense in a forgotten temple, and as we begin to explore it, we find that the world is full of things that don't quite fit the story we've been told. Ancient myths that speak of golden ages and vanished peoples, archaeological anomalies that challenge our timelines, geological mysteries that hint at cycles of creation and destruction far older than human memory, scientific theories that suggest intelligence may have emerged on Earth long before we assumed possible. What if the myths were right all along? What if the stories our ancestors told around fires were not fantasies but memories, distorted by time, wrapped in metaphor, but carrying within them the echo of something real? What if we are not the first children of Earth, but the latest in a long line of civilizations that have risen, flourished, and fallen into the darkness of deep time? Tonight, we will follow that possibility wherever it leads. We will walk through the ruins of forgotten ages, listen to the whispers of ancient stones, and ask the questions that have haunted human imagination since we first looked up at the stars and wondered if we were alone. Not alone in space, but alone in time. The whispers of deep memory. In the beginning, there were the stories. Long before archaeologists with their careful brushes and measuring tools, long before carbon dating and stratigraphic analysis, there were the myths. Every culture on Earth, no matter how isolated, no matter how different their languages or customs, tells variations of the same haunting tale. Once, long ago, there was a golden age, a time when the world was different, when beings of great wisdom walked among humans, or when humans themselves possessed knowledge and abilities that have since been lost. The Greeks called it the Age of Gold, when Kronos ruled and humans lived like gods, free from toil and suffering. The Hindus speak of the Satya Yuga, the Age of Truth, when righteousness reigned and humans possessed divine knowledge. The Norse told of a time before Ragnarok, when the gods walked freely in Midgard and wisdom flowed like rivers. Aboriginal Australians remember the dream time, when ancestor spirits shaped the land and taught the first people the secrets of survival. These are not isolated stories. They appear everywhere, in every corner of human culture, like echoes of some vast forgotten symphony. The details change. Sometimes the Golden Age ended in flood, sometimes in fire, sometimes in great forgetting. But the core remains constant. There was a time before our time, a civilization before our civilization, and something happened to end it. For centuries, scholars dismissed these myths as wishful thinking, as humanity's tendency to imagine a perfect past to contrast with an imperfect present. But what if that dismissal was too hasty? What if these stories, passed down through countless generations, preserved something real? Not literal truth, perhaps, but the memory of truth, distorted by time like light bending through water. Consider the flood myths. Nearly every culture on Earth has one. The biblical story of Noah is perhaps the most famous in the Western world, but it is far from unique. The Mesopotamians told of Utnapishtim, who survived the deluge sent by the gods. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of Zeus's flood. Hindu texts describe Manu, who was warned by Vishnu to build a great boat. Native American tribes from the Pacific Northwest to the Amazon basin have their own versions of the great flood that destroyed the world before this one. The standard explanation is that these myths arose independently as different cultures tried to make sense of local flooding events, rivers overflowing their banks, tsunamis devastating coastlines, the gradual rise of sea levels at the end of the last ice age. But there's another possibility, one that sends a chill down the spine when you consider it in the quiet hours of the night. What if all these flood myths remember the same event? What if, somewhere in the deep past, there really was a great deluge, not necessarily global, but vast enough to destroy a civilization so completely that only scattered survivors remain to carry the story forward? What if the flood myths are not separate inventions, but fragments of a single, catastrophic memory? The timeline becomes crucial here. The last ice age ended roughly 12,000 years ago, and with it came dramatic changes to Earth's geography. Sea levels rose by hundreds of feet as massive ice sheets melted. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia disappeared beneath the waves. Entire continental shelves were submerged. If a civilization had existed during the Ice Age, if they had built their cities along the then exposed coasts, those cities would now lie beneath hundreds of feet of ocean water. We know that early humans were far more sophisticated than we once believed. The cave paintings at Lascaux and Altamira, created over 15,000 years ago, display an artistic sophistication that rivals anything produced in recorded history. The megalithic site of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey, built over 11,000 years ago, features massive stone pillars carved with intricate reliefs, and it was deliberately buried by its creators as if they were trying to hide it from something or someone. But these are just the traces we've found on dry land. What lies beneath the oceans? What cities, what monuments, what libraries of stone might rest on the continental shelves, covered by centuries of sediment and the weight of the sea? The myths speak of more than just floods. They tell of great wars between gods and titans, of weapons that could level mountains and burn the sky. The Mahabharata describes the Brahmastra, a weapon so terrible it could destroy entire armies and leave the land barren for generations. The Norse Ragnarok speaks of a final battle that will consume the world in fire. The Hopi prophecies tell of previous worlds that ended in destruction, each one a lesson unlearned. Modern readers often interpret these as metaphors or primitive attempts to understand natural disasters. But what if they were something else entirely? What if they were memories of real conflicts, real weapons, real destruction? But from so long ago that the details became mythologized, the technology transformed into magic, the history into legend. There's a haunting consistency to these stories that goes beyond coincidence. They speak of a time when knowledge was greater, when humans, or beings like humans, possessed abilities that seem impossible to us now. They tell of flying vehicles, of weapons that harness the power of the sun, of communication across vast distances, of healing arts that could restore life itself. The Sanskrit epics are particularly rich in such details. The Vimanas, described in texts like the Ramayana and Mahabharata, were flying machines capable of travelling vast distances, even to other worlds. The descriptions are remarkably specific, different types of craft for different purposes, detailed instructions for their construction and operation, accounts of aerial battles between opposing forces. The Vaimanika Shastra, though of disputed age, provides technical specifications that read almost like a manual for advanced aircraft. Similarly, the Book of Ezekiel in the Bible describes the prophet's vision of wheels within wheels, of creatures with multiple faces, of a craft that could move in any direction without turning. Modern UFO researchers have seized upon this as evidence of ancient alien visitation. But what if the truth is both simpler and more profound? What if Ezekiel was describing not visitors from another world, but technology from another time, remnants of a human civilization so advanced that its machines seemed divine to those who encountered them? The Aboriginal Australians speak of the Wangina, sky beings who came from the clouds and taught the first people the laws of existence. Their rock art, some of it tens of thousands of years old, depicts these beings with large eyes and radiating headdresses that look remarkably like modern depictions of astronauts or pilots. But the Wangina were not aliens. They were the ancestors, the first people, the ones who came before. In the Americas, the Aztecs told of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who brought knowledge and civilization to humanity before departing across the eastern sea, promising to return. The Incas spoke of Viracocha, the creator god who emerged from Lake Titicaca and taught the arts of civilization before disappearing into the Pacific. The Maya had Kukulkan, another feathered serpent deity associated with knowledge, astronomy, and the promise of return. These are not stories of gods in the supernatural sense, but of teachers, of culture bringers, of those who possessed knowledge that seemed divine to those who received it. And in every case these beings departed, leaving behind only their teachings and the promise, or threat, that they would return. What if they were not gods at all, but survivors? What if they were the remnants of the previous civilization, the keepers of ancient knowledge, wandering a world that had forgotten how to read the stars or work metal or build in stone? What if they were trying to restart civilization, to pass on what they could before they too passed into legend? The myths tell us something else, something that should make us pause in the darkness and listen more carefully. They tell us that the Golden Age did not end gradually, through slow decline or natural evolution. It ended suddenly, catastrophically, in fire or flood or war. It ended so completely that the survivors had to start over from almost nothing, carrying only fragments of the old knowledge, stories that would become myths, technologies that would become magic. And they tell us something else, something that whispers through the night like wind through ruins. It has happened before, not once but many times. The Hindus speak of cycles within cycles, ages within ages, each one ending in destruction and beginning in renewal. The Maya calculated vast cycles of time, cosmic ages that stretched across millennia. The Hopi speak of 4 previous worlds, each one destroyed when humanity forgot the proper way to live. What if these are not metaphors for spiritual development, but memories of actual cycles? What if civilization on Earth has risen and fallen not once, but many times? What if we are not the first to split the atom, to reach for the stars, to unlock the secrets of genetics and artificial intelligence? What if we are simply the latest in a long line of species that have achieved technological sophistication, only to destroy themselves or be destroyed by forces beyond their control? The myths whisper these possibilities in the darkness, and as we listen, we begin to hear something else. The sound of our own footsteps echoing those who came before. These same ambitions, the same discoveries, the same fatal flaws that led to the end of worlds. And we begin to wonder, are we walking toward our own golden age or toward our own ending? Are we the inheritors of ancient wisdom, or are we simply repeating ancient mistakes? The stories our ancestors told around their fires were not just entertainment. They were warnings. They were maps of where we had been and signs pointing toward where we might go. They were the whispers of deep memory, trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of time, the fragility of civilization, and the terrible beauty of starting over. But that wasn't the whole story. The myths were just the beginning, the first clue in a mystery that would lead us deep into the earth itself, into stones that remember what flesh has forgotten, into ruins that challenge everything we thought we knew about the human journey through time. The stones that remember, beneath the myths, older than the stories, lie the stones. They wait in silence across the world, massive blocks of granite and limestone, perfectly fitted together without mortar, carved with precision that challenges our understanding of ancient capabilities. They rise from jungles and deserts, from mountain tops and ocean floors, speaking a language of engineering and astronomy that we are only beginning to decode. And in their silent testimony, they whisper of builders whose skill surpassed anything we attribute to the ancient world. In the high Andes of Peru, the fortress of Sacsayhuaman overlooks the city of Cusco like a sleeping giant. Its walls are built from stone so massive that modern cranes would struggle to lift them, fitted together so precisely that a knife blade cannot slip between them. The largest stone weighs over 300 tons. It was quarried from a site several miles away, transported across difficult terrain, lifted into place with mathematical precision, and shaped to fit perfectly with its neighbours. The conventional explanation is that the Inca built Sacsayhuaman using bronze tools, wooden rollers, and thousands of workers pulling on ropes. But when you stand before those walls in the thin mountain air, when you run your hands along joints so perfect they seem to have been melted together rather than carved, the explanation feels inadequate. The Inca themselves told the Spanish conquistadors that they did not build the great stoneworks, that these were the creations of the people who came before, the ones they called the Viracocha, the foam of the sea. The mystery deepens when you examine the stones themselves. Many show evidence of vitrification, a process where rock is heated to such extreme temperatures that its surface becomes glass-like. This requires temperatures of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, far beyond what any known ancient technology could achieve. Yet there it is, preserved in stone, evidence of a process we cannot explain. Similar megalithic sites dot the globe like markers on some vast forgotten map. At Baalbek in Lebanon, the Temple of Jupiter sits atop a foundation of stones so large they dwarf even those at Sacsayhuaman. The Trilithon, 3 massive blocks that form part of the temple's base, consists of stones weighing over 800 tons each. Nearby lies the stone of the pregnant woman, a single block weighing an estimated 1,000 tons, still partially attached to the bedrock from which it was being quarried. The Romans built the visible temple, but they built it on foundations that were already ancient when they arrived. Local legends speak of a race of giants who placed the great stones in the time before memory. The Romans themselves seemed awed by what they found, incorporating the megalithic base into their own construction rather than attempting to replicate it. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza continues to confound researchers with its mathematical precision and engineering sophistication. Built from over 2 million stone blocks, some weighing 15 tons or more, it was the tallest structure on Earth for over 3,800 years. Its base is level to within just 2.1 centimetres. Its sides are aligned to the cardinal directions with an accuracy of 3/60th of a degree. The ratio of its height to its base perimeter equals pi to several decimal places. But perhaps most mysteriously, the pyramid incorporates knowledge that we didn't think the ancient Egyptians possessed. Its dimensions encode the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, and the speed of light. The shafts that extend from the king's and queen's chambers point to specific stars: Orion, Draco, Sirius, with astronomical precision. The entire structure seems designed not just as a tomb, but as a kind of 3-dimensional encyclopedia, preserving mathematical and astronomical knowledge in stone. The conventional timeline places the pyramid's construction around 2580 BCE, during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. But this dating is based largely on circumstantial evidence: the presence of Khufu's cartouche in a sealed chamber, the similarity to other 4th dynasty monuments, the assumption that such sophisticated construction must have developed gradually from simpler predecessors. Yet the pyramid stands alone in its perfection. The pyramids that came before it were smaller, cruder, often collapsed or were abandoned mid-construction. The pyramids that came after it were inferior in every measurable way: smaller, less precise, built with inferior materials and techniques. It's as if the Great Pyramid represents not the culmination of a gradual development, but a singular achievement that was never equalled, let alone surpassed. Some researchers have suggested that the pyramid is far older than conventionally believed, that it was built during a previous period of high civilization and later appropriated by the pharaohs of the 4th dynasty. The evidence is circumstantial but intriguing. Water erosion patterns on the Sphinx that suggest it was carved during a much wetter climate, geological evidence of advanced machining techniques, the absence of any mummies or burial goods in the pyramid itself. But Egypt is not alone in preserving evidence of sophisticated ancient engineering. On Easter Island, nearly 900 massive stone statues called moai stand sentinel over the Pacific. The largest completed statue is over 30 feet tall and weighs 82 tons. They were carved from volcanic rock using only stone tools, transported across the island using unknown methods, and erected with precision that required sophisticated understanding of leverage and balance. The islanders themselves, when first contacted by Europeans, had no memory of how the statues were built or moved. They spoke of them as having walked into place, guided by the mana of the ancestors. Recent experiments have shown that the statues could indeed have been walked upright, using a complex system of ropes, but this would have required coordination and engineering knowledge that seems inconsistent with the island's small, isolated population. In Turkey, this site of Göbekli Tepe has revolutionized our understanding of prehistoric capabilities. Built over 11,000 years ago, 6,000 years before Stonehenge, 7,000 years before the pyramids, it consists of massive stone pillars arranged in circles, carved with intricate reliefs of animals and abstract symbols. The pillars weigh up to 16 tons each and were quarried, transported and erected by people who are supposedly still hunter-gatherers, lacking even pottery or metal tools. The site was deliberately buried around 8000 BCE, covered with tons of earth, in what appears to have been a massive coordinated effort. Why would a people invest enormous resources in building such a complex, then bury it completely? What were they trying to hide, or preserve, or protect? The carvings at Göbekli Tepe tell their own story. They depict animals that were not native to the region during the supposed time of construction. Lions, crocodiles, exotic birds. They show humans interacting with these animals in ways that suggest domestication, or at least close familiarity. And they include symbols and motifs that appear in later cultures around the world, as if Göbekli Tepe was a source from which knowledge spread to other civilizations. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of these megalithic sites is not their individual mysteries, but their global distribution and apparent interconnection. They appear on every continent, built by cultures that had no known contact with each other, yet they share remarkable similarities in construction techniques, astronomical alignments, and symbolic motifs. The precision-cut stones of Sacsayhuaman echo the megalithic walls of Baalbek. The astronomical alignments of the pyramids mirror those found at Stonehenge and Angkor Wat. The spiral motifs carved into stones in Ireland appear also in New Mexico and Easter Island. It's as if these sites were built according to a common template, following shared knowledge that somehow spread across the globe long before the supposed dawn of civilization. Some researchers have proposed that these similarities result from a common human tendency to build in certain ways, to align structures with celestial bodies, to carve similar symbols. But the level of technical sophistication involved suggests something more than coincidence. The ability to quarry, transport, and precisely place stones weighing hundreds of tons requires not just manpower, but advanced understanding of physics, engineering, and logistics. Consider the problem of the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901. This bronze device, dating to around 100 BCE, is a complex mechanical computer capable of predicting the positions of the sun, moon, and planets decades into the future. Its gear system is so sophisticated that nothing comparable appears in the historical record until astronomical clocks began appearing in medieval Europe over 1,000 years later. The mechanism suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than we previously believed. But it also raises a troubling question. If the Greeks could build such sophisticated devices, what else could they build? What other technologies might have existed in the ancient world that we have no record of because they were made from materials that don't survive, or because the knowledge was lost during periods of collapse and chaos? The stones remember what the written records have forgotten. They preserve evidence of capabilities that don't fit our timeline of human development. They suggest that the ancient world was not a place of primitive peoples struggling with bronze tools and wooden wheels, but a world where at least some cultures possessed knowledge and abilities that we are only now beginning to understand. And they raise the most haunting question of all. If these monuments were built by the civilizations we know about, the Egyptians, the Greeks, the Inca, then why do they seem so far beyond those civilizations' other achievements? Why do they stand alone in their sophistication, like islands of advanced knowledge in a sea of more primitive technology? The answer whispered by the stones is one that challenges our most basic assumptions about the past. What if these monuments were not built by the civilizations that claimed them, but inherited by them? What if they are the last surviving works of an earlier people, a previous civilization that possessed knowledge and capabilities that were lost when that civilization fell? The stones cannot tell us who built them or when, not with certainty, but they can tell us that someone did, someone with knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, with engineering capabilities that rival our own, with the organizational ability to coordinate massive construction projects across generations, someone who understood the movement of the stars, the properties of stone, the principles of leverage and balance and precision, someone who built not just for their own time but for ours, as if they knew that their civilization would not last, that their knowledge would be lost, that their very existence would be forgotten, as if they were trying to leave us a message encoded in stone, waiting for us to become sophisticated enough to read it. But the stones were not the only witnesses to the deep past. Hidden in the earth itself, in layers of rock and sediment, in the chemical signatures of ancient atmospheres, lay evidence of events so catastrophic they could erase entire civilizations from the record of time. The scars of catastrophe. The earth remembers everything, in layers of ice and sediment, in the chemical composition of ancient atmospheres trapped in amber, in the magnetic signatures locked within cooling lava. Our planet preserves a record of its history that spans billions of years, and within that record, written in the language of isotopes and impact craters, of mass extinctions and climate shifts, lies evidence of catastrophes so vast they could reset the entire course of life on Earth. We know about the big ones, the events that make it into textbooks and documentaries, the asteroid impact that ended the age of dinosaurs 66 million years ago, leaving behind a layer of iridium-rich clay that circles the globe like a funeral shroud. The Permian-Triassic extinction 252 million years ago, which eliminated 96% of marine species and 70% of terrestrial vertebrates, earning it the nickname the Great Dying. The Toba supervolcanic eruption 74,000 years ago, which may have reduced the human population to as few as 10,000 individuals, creating a genetic bottleneck that we still carry in our DNA. But these are just the catastrophes we can easily see, the ones that left clear signatures in the geological record. What about the smaller ones, the regional disasters that could destroy a civilization without leaving a global trace? What about the events that happened so recently, in geological terms, that their evidence has been obscured by erosion, sedimentation, and the relentless recycling of the Earth's surface? Consider the Younger Dryas, a period of rapid climate change that began around 900 years ago and lasted for over a millennium. In the span of just a few decades, global temperatures plummeted, ice sheets advanced, and sea levels dropped. Entire ecosystems collapsed. The megafauna of North America, giant ground sloths, saber-toothed cats, woolly mammoths, went extinct in what appears to have been a sudden, coordinated die-off. The conventional explanation for the Younger Dryas involves changes in ocean circulation patterns as the great ice sheets melted. But a growing body of evidence suggests something more dramatic. A cosmic impact event that triggered the climate shift and the mass extinctions. The evidence includes a layer of sediment from this period that contains high concentrations of platinum, nanodiamonds, and other materials typically associated with extraterrestrial impacts. The proposed impact wasn't a single large asteroid, but a swarm of fragments from a disintegrating comet that struck the Earth's atmosphere and surface across multiple locations. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, filled the atmosphere with dust and debris, and disrupted climate patterns across the globe. The effects would have been devastating for any advanced civilization that might have existed at the time, and there's evidence that such a civilization might indeed have existed. The end of the Younger Dryas, around 11,700 years ago, coincides with what archaeologists call the Neolithic Revolution, the sudden, seemingly spontaneous development of agriculture in multiple locations around the world. Within a few thousand years, humans went from hunter-gatherers to farmers, from nomadic tribes to settled communities, from stone tools to complex societies. This transition has always puzzled researchers. Why did it happen so suddenly? And why in so many places at once? The standard explanation is that climate change at the end of the Ice Age created conditions favourable for agriculture, and humans independently discovered farming techniques in different regions. But what if the truth is more complex? What if the Neolithic Revolution wasn't the beginning of civilization, but its restart? What if there had been an earlier civilization, one that had already developed agriculture, metallurgy, and complex social organization, but was destroyed by the cosmic impacts that triggered the Younger Dryas? What if the survivors of that civilization, scattered and reduced to small groups, carried with them fragments of agricultural knowledge that they gradually reintroduced as conditions improved? This would explain the sudden, simultaneous appearance of farming in regions as distant as the Fertile Crescent, China, and Mesoamerica. The evidence for such a scenario is necessarily fragmentary. Any civilization that existed before the Younger Dryas would have had its traces largely erased by the catastrophe itself and the subsequent climate changes. But there are hints, tantalizing suggestions that something more complex was happening in the deep past than our current models suggest. Take the mystery of the Carolina Bays, thousands of elliptical depressions scattered across the southeastern United States. These features, which can be seen clearly from aerial photographs, all point in the same direction, toward the Great Lakes region. They appear to have been created by some kind of impact event, but not from a single large object. Instead, they suggest a shower of smaller impacts, exactly what you might expect from a fragmenting comet. The dating of the Carolina Bays is controversial, but some evidence suggests they were formed around the time of the Younger Dryas. If so, they provide physical evidence for the kind of cosmic catastrophe that could have destroyed an advanced civilization. The impacts would have been devastating across a wide area, triggering fires, floods, and climate disruption that could have wiped out entire populations. Similar impact features have been identified in other parts of the world. In Argentina, a field of glass-like objects called tektites suggests a major impact event in the relatively recent past. In Australia, Aboriginal oral traditions speak of a time when the sky fell and the land burned, descriptions that sound remarkably like eyewitness accounts of cosmic impacts. The traditions are said to be tens of thousands of years old, passed down through countless generations of storytellers. But cosmic impacts are not the only catastrophes that could erase a civilization from the historical record. Supervolcanic eruptions, massive earthquakes, and sudden climate shifts could all have similar effects. The Earth's crust is far more dynamic and unstable than most people realize, capable of dramatic changes that could reshape entire continents in a matter of years or decades. The Lashump event, which occurred around 41,000 years ago, saw the Earth's magnetic field weaken to just 5% of its current strength, and the magnetic poles flip completely. During this period, the planet would have been bombarded by cosmic radiation, potentially causing widespread mutations, cancer, and sterility in surface-dwelling organisms. Any technological civilization dependent on electronics would have found their systems failing as the protective magnetic shield collapsed. More recently, the 1815 eruption of Mount Tambora in Indonesia caused global climate disruption that lasted for years. The following year, 1816, was known as the Year Without a Summer in Europe and North America. Crops failed, famines spread, and social upheaval followed. This was the result of a single volcanic eruption. Imagine the effects of a supervolcanic event like the Toba eruption, but occurring when a technological civilization was at its peak. The geological record shows that such catastrophes are not rare exceptions, but regular features of Earth's history. Years, with smaller but still devastating events happening far more frequently. Volcanic winters, massive earthquakes, tsunami events, and magnetic field reversals are all part of the planet's natural rhythm, a rhythm that could easily interrupt the rise of any technological species. Perhaps most sobering is the realization that our own civilization exists in a brief window of unusual geological stability. The Holocene epoch, which began around 11,700 years ago, has been characterized by a remarkably stable climate and low levels of catastrophic activity. It's during this period of calm that human civilization has been able to develop and flourish. But the geological record suggests that such stable periods are the exception, not the rule. Most of Earth's history has been marked by dramatic swings in climate, frequent catastrophic events, and conditions that would make the development of complex civilization extremely difficult. What if previous attempts at technological civilization arose during earlier stable periods, only to be cut short by the return of geological chaos? What if the rise and fall of civilizations is tied not just to social and political factors, but to deep cycles of planetary stability that operate on timescales far longer than human history? The ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica tell a story of climate that shifts rapidly and unpredictably. Temperature changes of 10 degrees Celsius or more have occurred in the span of just a few decades. Ocean currents that regulate global weather patterns have stopped and started again like a vast planetary engine cycling on and off. During the last ice age, massive freshwater floods from melting glacial lakes repeatedly disrupted ocean circulation, causing sudden shifts between warm and cold periods that would have made long-term planning nearly impossible for any civilization. And yet, scattered throughout this record of chaos and catastrophe, there are anomalies, traces of something that doesn't quite fit the narrative of a planet populated only by hunter-gatherers and simple agricultural communities. In 1972, French scientists discovered something extraordinary in the Oklo uranium mines of Gabon, Africa. The uranium ore showed clear evidence of having undergone nuclear fission reactions, but not recent ones. The isotopic signatures indicated that these reactions had occurred approximately 1.8 billion years ago and had continued for several 100,000 years. The reactions were so well controlled and sustained that they could only have occurred under very specific conditions that shouldn't exist naturally. The official explanation is that these were natural nuclear reactors, created when groundwater acted as a moderator for uranium that was naturally concentrated in the ore body. But the precision required for such reactions to sustain themselves for hundreds of millennia is extraordinary. Some researchers have quietly wondered whether the Oklo reactors might represent something else entirely, evidence of nuclear technology from a previous epoch of Earth's history, when conditions were very different and other forms of life might have achieved technological sophistication. The idea sounds impossible until you consider the vast timescales involved. Complex life has existed on Earth for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled the planet for 865 million years, over 800 times longer than humans have existed. During such immense periods of time, could intelligence have evolved multiple times? Could there have been previous technological species that rose, flourished and vanished long before the first mammals appeared? The challenge of finding evidence for such ancient civilizations would be enormous. Over geological time, the Earth's surface is constantly renewed. Tectonic plates shift and collide, mountains rise and erode away, ocean floors are subducted and recycled. Very little survives unchanged for millions of years, let alone billions. Any artifacts or structures from such ancient times would have been ground to dust long ago. But there might be subtle traces, isotopic anomalies in ancient rocks, unusual mineral deposits, chemical signatures that hint at industrial processes. The Oklo reactors might be just such a trace, a ghostly fingerprint of nuclear technology from an unimaginably distant past. Closer to our own time, other anomalies whisper of possibilities that challenge conventional archaeology. In 1938, German archaeologist Wilhelm König discovered a clay jar in the Iraq Museum that contained a copper cylinder and an iron rod. When filled with an acidic solution, the device produces an electrical current, leading some to call it the Baghdad battery. While mainstream archaeology dismisses it as a curiosity with no practical purpose, others wonder whether it represents evidence of electrical knowledge in the ancient world. Similarly, the Antikythera mechanism, with its incredibly sophisticated gear system, suggests that ancient Greek technology was far more advanced than previously believed. If they could build mechanical computers, what other technologies might they have possessed that left no trace in the historical record? But perhaps the most intriguing anomalies are those that hint at knowledge of things that ancient peoples shouldn't have been able to know. The Piri Reis map of 1513, compiled from much older sources, shows the Antarctic coastline as it would appear without ice, something that wouldn't be discovered by modern explorers until the 20th century. The map appears to be based on ancient sources that had somehow mapped Antarctica during one of the brief periods when it was ice-free, something that last occurred millions of years ago. The Nazca lines of Peru present another puzzle. These massive geoglyphs, carved into the desert floor, can only be properly viewed from the air. They depict animals, geometric patterns, and strange figures that stretch for miles across the landscape. Why would an ancient people create artworks that could only be appreciated from a vantage point they supposedly couldn't reach? Some researchers have suggested that the lines were created for astronomical purposes, as a kind of giant calendar or star map. But others wonder whether they might be evidence of ancient flight, whether the people who created them possessed the technology to view their work from above. The idea seems impossible, but then again, so did many other supposed impossibilities that have since been proven true. The science of forgetting. There is a disturbing truth that archaeologists rarely discuss in public. Most of the past is simply gone. The organic materials that made up the bulk of any ancient civilization, wood, textiles, leather, paper, flesh and bone, decay rapidly under most conditions. What we call the archaeological record is really just the debris, the small fraction of material culture that happened to be made from stone, metal or ceramic, and happened to survive in conditions that prevented decay. We're trying to reconstruct entire civilizations from their garbage dumps and broken pottery, like archaeologists of the future trying to understand our world based solely on landfills and the foundations of buildings. This realization becomes particularly unsettling when you consider how quickly even our most impressive achievements could vanish without maintenance. The steel and concrete that make up our cities are not permanent materials. They are temporary borrowings from the earth that will return to rust and dust in a matter of centuries without constant upkeep. Our electronics, our computers, our vast networks of information storage, all of it depends on continuous maintenance and renewal. Pull the plug on human civilization tomorrow, and within 1,000 years most traces of our technological achievement would be unrecognizable. The only things that would survive in recognizable form would be our stone monuments, Mount Rushmore perhaps, or the great dams, and even these would eventually succumb to erosion and collapse. Within 10,000 years, an alien archaeologist visiting Earth would find mostly puzzling ruins, strange isotopic signatures in the soil, and perhaps some very durable plastics that had somehow survived the intervening millennia. Now imagine that timeline extended not just thousands of years into the future, but millions. What would be left of us then? What would survive to tell future investigators that humans had once built cities, split atoms, and reached for the stars? The answer is sobering. Almost nothing. Perhaps some isotopic anomalies from our nuclear tests, a thin layer of unusual materials in the geological record, maybe some extremely durable artifacts buried in very specific conditions. Future scientists would have to be extraordinarily clever and persistent to detect our presence in the deep geological record. This is the problem that faces us when we try to look for evidence of previous technological civilizations on Earth. If such civilizations existed hundreds of thousands or millions of years ago, their traces would be incredibly faint and difficult to detect. We would need to know exactly what to look for and where to look for it. But there might be subtle signs, fingerprints of industrial activity that could persist across geological time. Large-scale mining operations would leave permanent scars in the Earth's crust. The use of fossil fuels would alter the carbon isotope ratios in the atmosphere in ways that might be preserved in ice cores or sedimentary rocks. Nuclear technology would leave distinctive radioactive signatures. Mass extinctions caused by environmental degradation would show up in the fossil record. Some researchers have begun to search for such signatures systematically. The concept has been dubbed the Silurian hypothesis, named after a science fiction race of reptilian beings who ruled Earth before humans. The idea is not to look for artifacts or ruins, but for the subtle geochemical traces that an industrial civilization would inevitably leave behind. The search has turned up some intriguing possibilities. There are periods in Earth's history marked by unusual isotopic signatures, sudden changes in atmospheric composition, and mass extinctions that seem to occur too rapidly to be explained by known natural processes. The Permian Triassic extinction, for instance, involved not just the death of most species on Earth, but dramatic changes in ocean chemistry and atmospheric composition that happened over an extremely short period of time. Could such events have been caused by runaway industrial activity rather than natural catastrophes? Could previous civilizations have triggered their own extinction through environmental destruction, leaving behind only the chemical signatures of their final collapse? The idea is speculative, but it highlights a crucial point. The absence of obvious evidence for previous civilizations doesn't mean they didn't exist. It might simply mean we don't yet know how to recognize their traces. Consider how much of our own history would be lost if not for written records. The vast majority of human cultures throughout history were pre-literate, preserving their knowledge through oral tradition alone. When those cultures disappeared, through conquest, disease, or environmental collapse, their stories, their technologies, their entire ways of understanding the world vanished with them. Even literate civilizations are incredibly fragile. The Library of Alexandria, which once contained perhaps 500,000 scrolls representing the accumulated knowledge of the ancient world, was gradually destroyed through neglect, religious persecution, and political upheaval. When it finally burned, centuries of scientific and philosophical achievement turned to ash in a matter of hours. The same pattern has repeated throughout history. The Maya developed sophisticated writing systems, advanced astronomy, and complex mathematical concepts. Then their civilization collapsed, and most of their books were deliberately burned by Spanish conquistadors who saw them as works of the devil. Today, we have only 4 surviving Maya codices from a culture that once produced thousands of books. The lesson is clear. Knowledge is far more fragile than we like to believe. Entire bodies of learning can vanish in a single generation if they are not actively preserved and transmitted. Technologies can be lost, rediscovered, and lost again. The wheel, for instance, was invented multiple times by different cultures, and was also abandoned by some cultures that had previously used it. If this can happen to civilizations separated by mere centuries or millennia, what about those separated by hundreds of thousands or millions of years? How many times might intelligence have emerged on Earth, reached technological sophistication, and then vanish so completely that no trace remains? The possibility becomes even more intriguing when you consider the deep time perspective. Earth has been habitable for billions of years. Complex life has existed for over 600 million years. Dinosaurs ruled for 165 million years, a period so vast that entire species evolved and went extinct without leaving any trace in the fossil record. During such immense spans of time, natural selection has had countless opportunities to produce intelligence. We tend to think of human-level intelligence as the pinnacle of evolution, but there's no reason to assume we represent the first or only time such intelligence has emerged. Indeed, given enough time, it seems almost inevitable that intelligence would evolve multiple times, in multiple forms. Some of these intelligences might have been very different from our own. They might have been aquatic civilizations that built their cities on the seafloor, leaving no trace after the ocean basins were recycled through tectonic processes. They might have been silicon-based rather than carbon-based, creating technologies we wouldn't recognize as such. They might have been collective intelligences, vast networks of cooperating organisms that achieved technological sophistication without ever developing individual consciousness as we understand it. The more we learn about the diversity and resilience of life on Earth, the more plausible such scenarios become. We have discovered organisms that thrive in conditions previously thought to be lethal, in boiling acid springs, in the crushing depths of ocean trenches, in solid rock miles beneath the surface. Life is far more adaptable and creative than we ever imagined. If life can flourish in such extreme environments, why not intelligence? Why not technological civilization? The only reason we assume such things are rare or unique is that we have only one example to study, ourselves. But what if we are not unique at all, but simply the latest in a long series of intelligent species that have risen and fallen across the vast expanse of Earth's history? The watchers in the deep. In the deepest parts of our oceans, where sunlight has never penetrated and pressure would crush human bones to powder, strange things move in the eternal darkness. We know less about our own ocean depth than we do about the surface of Mars. Less than 20% of the ocean floor has been mapped in detail, and less than 5% has been directly explored. The deepest parts of the ocean trenches might as well be alien worlds. So little do we understand about what lies beneath the crushing weight of miles of water. But what we have discovered in those depths is extraordinary. Entire ecosystems that exist independent of sunlight, drawing energy from chemical processes around volcanic vents. Creatures so bizarre they seem like products of science fiction. Transparent organisms with bioluminescent organs, ancient species that have remained virtually unchanged for hundreds of millions of years, vast networks of bacterial colonies that might represent some of the oldest forms of life on Earth. In 1977, researchers exploring the Galapagos Rift discovered something that revolutionized biology: hydrothermal vents surrounded by thriving communities of life in the complete absence of sunlight. These ecosystems are based on chemosynthesis rather than photosynthesis, using chemical energy from the Earth's interior to support complex food webs. The discovery suggested that life might be far more widespread in the universe than previously thought. If life could thrive in Earth's deepest, darkest places, it might also exist in the subsurface oceans of moons like Europa or Enceladus. But the deep ocean holds other mysteries that are harder to explain. In recent years, underwater exploration has revealed structures that don't fit easily into our understanding of natural geological processes. Strange geometric formations on the sea floor, perfectly circular depressions that extend for miles, underwater roads of fitted stones that seem too regular to be natural. Most of these anomalies are dismissed as pareidolia, our tendency to see patterns and purpose in random natural formations. But some are harder to explain away. Off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument appears to be a massive stepped pyramid submerged beneath 75 feet of water. The structure shows clear evidence of right angles, straight edges, and geometric precision that seem inconsistent with natural erosion patterns. Mainstream archaeology insists that Yonaguni is a natural formation, carved by water and tectonic activity over millions of years. But marine geologist Robert Schoch, who has studied the site extensively, argues that while the basic structure may be natural, it shows clear evidence of human modification. Tool marks, carved steps, and geometric alterations suggest that someone worked the natural formation into a more regular, purposeful shape. If Schoch is correct, the implications are staggering. The Yonaguni Monument was last above sea level over 12,000 years ago, during the Ice Age when ocean levels were much lower. This would mean that sophisticated stoneworking cultures existed in the region long before conventional archaeology suggests such capabilities developed. But Yonaguni is not alone. Similar underwater structures have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. In the Gulf of Cambay off western India, sonar has detected what appears to be a large city submerged beneath 120 feet of water. The site includes geometric structures, grid-like street patterns, and what look like step pyramids. Carbon dating of artifacts dredged from the site has yielded dates of up to 9,500 years ago. The implications are profound. If these underwater sites are indeed artificial, the remains of cities and monuments built when sea levels were lower, they suggest that sophisticated civilizations existed during the Ice Age, thousands of years before conventional history begins. And if such civilizations existed, they would have been perfectly positioned along the then exposed continental shelves, in the most fertile and resource-rich areas of the ancient world. When the Ice Age ended and sea levels rose by 400 feet or more, these coastal civilizations would have been inundated. Their cities, their ports, their monuments. Everything would have disappeared beneath the waves. Only scattered survivors would have remained, carrying fragments of knowledge to higher ground, preserving what they could in stories and myths while struggling to rebuild in a changed world. This scenario would explain many of the puzzles that have long perplexed archaeologists. Why do the earliest known civilizations appear so suddenly and fully formed, without clear developmental stages? Why do isolated cultures around the world share similar technologies and architectural styles? Why do flood myths appear in nearly every human culture? The answer might be that civilization didn't begin with the rise of agriculture 11,000 years ago. It restarted then, rebuilt by survivors of much older cultures that had been destroyed by rising seas and climate change at the end of the Ice Age. But the deep ocean might hold more than just the ruins of lost cities. In the abyssal depths, where pressure and cold have preserved organic materials for millions of years, there might be evidence of life forms that evolved intelligence long before vertebrates colonized the land. Consider the cephalopods, octopi, squid, and their relatives. These creatures evolved complex nervous systems and sophisticated behaviors completely independent of the vertebrate line that eventually produced humans. Octopi demonstrate problem-solving abilities, tool use, and what appears to be individual personality. They can change their skin color and texture to communicate complex messages, effectively giving them a form of language written in living color across their bodies. But octopi have short lifespans and no way to pass knowledge from one generation to the next except through genetic programming. They must learn everything anew in each short life. What if, in the deep past, some branch of cephalopod evolution had overcome this limitation? What if they had developed longer lifespans or, better yet, collective memory systems that allowed knowledge to accumulate across generations? Such a species might have developed a very different kind of intelligence from our own, one based on fluid adaptation and rapid learning rather than tool-making and environmental modification. They might have built cities from coral and cultivated sea gardens rather than smelting metals and quarrying stone. Their technology might have been biological rather than mechanical, leaving no trace that we would recognize as artificial. In the deepest ocean trenches, isolated from surface changes for millions of years, such civilizations might have risen and fallen without ever leaving evidence that surface-dwelling archaeologists would recognize. Their ruins would be dissolved by the corrosive deep-sea environment, their artifacts consumed by bacteria, their very existence erased by the slow, patient chemistry of the abyss. The idea sounds like science fiction, but recent discoveries have revealed that the deep ocean is far stranger and more dynamic than we ever imagined. Vast communities of microorganisms exist in the sediments of the ocean floor, some of them billions of years old, living at the very edge of what we consider possible for life. These deep biosphere communities might represent the most ancient forms of life on Earth, preserving genetic and biochemical information from epochs when the planet was very different. What if some of these ancient communities evolved beyond simple microorganisms? What if, given the vast timescales available, they developed complex behaviors, communication systems, even forms of consciousness that we cannot recognize because they operate on completely different principles from our own? The ocean depths might be inhabited by forms of intelligence so alien to our experience that we lack the conceptual framework to even recognize them as intelligent. They might communicate through chemical signals that take years to propagate across ocean basins. They might think in geological time, with individual thoughts lasting centuries and conversations spanning millennia. They might perceive reality through senses we don't possess. experiencing the world as patterns of pressure and chemical gradients, magnetic fields and subsonic vibrations. Such intelligences might have watched the rise and fall of surface civilizations with the detached interest of gods observing the brief lives of mayflies. They might have accumulated knowledge across millions of years, developing understanding of the universe that makes our science seem primitive and limited. And they might still be there, in the crushing depths, patiently observing as we take our first tentative steps into the deep ocean that has been their domain since long before the first fish crawled onto land. This possibility, that Earth's oceans might harbour ancient intelligences that predate terrestrial life by millions or billions of years, adds yet another layer to the mystery of what came before us. We search for evidence of previous civilizations in stone monuments and mythological stories, but perhaps we should be looking deeper, into realms so alien and hostile to our form of life that we never thought to consider them as potential homes for intelligence. The deep ocean keeps its secrets well. In its crushing darkness and impossible cold, in its corrosive chemistry and alien pressures, evidence of previous intelligences might rest beyond our ability to detect or comprehend. We are surface dwellers, creatures of air and light, trying to understand a world that is fundamentally underwater, fundamentally dark, fundamentally different from everything we know about the requirements for complex life. But as our technology improves and our understanding deepens, we are beginning to probe those depths more systematically. Each dive, each sonar survey, each sample brought up from the abyssal plains adds to our knowledge of what lies beneath. And sometimes, just sometimes, we find things that don't quite fit our expectations, anomalies that hint at complexities we haven't yet learned to interpret. The ocean depths are vast beyond imagination, deeper than our highest mountains, more alien than the surface of Mars. If intelligence has evolved multiple times on Earth across its billions of years of history, some of those intelligences might have chosen the depths over the shallows, the eternal darkness over the brief flicker of sunlight. They might still be there, waiting in the deep, watching and remembering everything that has ever lived and died on the surface of their water world. The genetic ghosts. Hidden within the spiral staircase of human DNA lies a library more vast and mysterious than any archive built from stone or paper. Our genome contains not just the blueprint for building a human body, but the entire evolutionary history of life on Earth, a genetic memory that stretches back billions of years to the first replicating molecules that learned to copy themselves in ancient seas. But DNA holds more than evolutionary history. It holds evidence of bottlenecks and expansions, of populations that nearly went extinct and others that exploded across continents. It records the effects of diseases, disasters, and dramatic environmental changes. And within that record, geneticists are discovering patterns that don't quite match the neat timelines of human migration and development that we've constructed from archaeological evidence. The most startling revelation has been how recently our species came close to extinction, not once, but multiple times. The genetic evidence suggests that around 70,000 years ago, the human population crashed to perhaps as few as 2,000 breeding individuals. The entire future of our species balanced on the edge of oblivion, survivors scattered across a continent, carrying with them a severely restricted gene pool that we still carry today. This bottleneck coincides roughly with the Toba supervolcanic eruption, one of the largest volcanic events in the past 2 million years. The eruption threw enough ash and sulfur into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dramatically reducing global temperatures and making survival extremely difficult for human populations that were still heavily dependent on hunting and gathering. But the genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only near-extinction event in human history. There are signs of earlier bottlenecks, earlier crashes in population that reduced our ancestors to small, isolated groups, struggling to survive in a hostile world. Each time, somehow, the species recovered, but not without losing something in the process. What's particularly intriguing is that some of these population crashes don't correspond to any known natural disasters. The genetic signatures suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in population that occurred during periods when the climate was relatively stable and conditions should have favoured human expansion. It's as if entire populations simply vanished, leaving only small remnant groups to carry the human lineage forward. This pattern becomes even more mysterious when you consider the genetic diversity of modern human populations. Despite having spread across the entire globe, humans are remarkably genetically uniform compared to other species. We have less genetic diversity than chimpanzees, who are confined to a much smaller area of Africa. This suggests that our global expansion happened very recently and from a very small founding population. But there are anomalies in our genetic structure that hint at a more complex history. Traces of DNA that don't fit the straightforward narrative of human evolution from Africa. Genetic markers that suggest ancient admixture with populations that shouldn't have existed according to conventional timelines. Sequences that appear to have been acquired through horizontal gene transfer, a process common in bacteria but supposedly impossible in complex organisms like humans. Most controversial are the findings related to what geneticists call ghost populations, human-like groups that contributed genetic material to modern humans but left no direct descendants and no archaeological trace. These populations are detected only through their genetic signatures, like shadows cast by people who have long since walked out of the light. The most famous of these ghost populations are the Denisovans, known only from a few fragments of bone found in a Siberian cave, but whose genetic legacy makes up 2 to 3% of the genome of modern Melanesians and Aboriginal Australians. The Denisovans apparently lived across a vast area of Asia for hundreds of thousands of years, yet we have almost no physical evidence of their existence, just their genetic fingerprints preserved in the DNA of their distant descendants. But genetic analysis suggests there were other ghost populations as well, groups that contributed to human ancestry, but whose physical remains have never been found. Some of these populations appear to have had unusual characteristics, genetic adaptations that suggest they lived in extreme environments or had unusual physiological capabilities. Perhaps most intriguingly, some researchers have identified genetic sequences in modern humans that appear to be much older than they should be, according to standard models of human evolution. These archaic sequences don't match any known human ancestor, but seem to represent genetic contributions from populations that diverged from the main human line hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago. The conventional explanation is that these sequences represent contamination from other hominin species that modern humans encountered and interbred with during their expansion out of Africa. But some researchers have proposed a more radical possibility, that these genetic ghosts represent the remnants of earlier human civilizations that achieved technological sophistication long before our own. The idea is based on the observation that technological development can dramatically affect evolutionary pressures. A species that develops agriculture, medicine, and complex social organization can survive in environments and in population densities that would be impossible for hunter-gatherers. They can also develop genetic adaptations to the artificial environments they create, resistance to diseases spread by dense urban populations, ability to digest agricultural products, tolerance for the toxins produced by metallurgy and manufacturing. If such a technological species existed, in the deep past their genetic signature might persist even after their civilization collapsed, and their descendants reverted to hunter-gatherer lifestyles. The technological adaptations would become evolutionary baggage, genetic sequences that served no function in a post-civilizational environment, but persisted simply because they weren't actively harmful. Over thousands or tens of thousands of years, most such sequences would be gradually eliminated by natural selection. But some might persist, especially if they were linked to other genes that did provide survival advantages. These genetic ghosts would be detectable by modern analysis as sequences that seem too old, too complex, or too specialized for the environments in which they're found. The genetic evidence becomes even more intriguing when combined with recent discoveries about the antiquity and sophistication of human behavior. Archaeological sites like Blombos Cave in South Africa have revealed evidence of symbolic behavior, artistic expression, and complex tool-making dating back over 100,000 years, much earlier than previously thought possible. At Blombos, archaeologists have found carefully crafted shell beads, ochre crayons with abstract engravings, and sophisticated bone tools that required advanced planning and technical skill to create. The site suggests that modern human cognition and behavior emerged much earlier than the Great Leap Forward that supposedly occurred around 40,000 years ago. But if modern human behavior emerged 100,000 or even 200,000 years ago, what were our ancestors doing during the intervening millennia? The archaeological record shows long periods of apparent stasis punctuated by sudden bursts of innovation. Technologies appear, disappear, and reappear again thousands of years later. Artistic traditions start and stop with no clear explanation. This pattern is puzzling if you assume steady progressive development, but it makes perfect sense if you assume that human populations went through repeated cycles of advancement and collapse. Technologies would be developed during periods of population growth and cultural stability, then lost during environmental crises or social upheaval. Survivors would preserve fragments of knowledge, but it might take thousands of years for conditions to become favorable enough for that knowledge to be fully redeveloped and expanded upon. The genetic evidence supports this cyclical model. The population bottlenecks recorded in our DNA correspond to periods when technologies and cultural traditions would have been most vulnerable to loss. Each crash would have scattered the surviving populations, breaking up the social networks that preserved and transmitted complex knowledge. But each recovery would have started from a higher baseline than the previous cycle. The survivors would carry not just genetic memories of adaptation, but cultural memories of what was possible. They would know that humans could work metal, build monuments, navigate by the stars. Even if they had temporarily lost the specific knowledge of how to do these things. This might explain the sudden appearance of sophisticated technologies in the archaeological record. The Neolithic Revolution, the Bronze Age, the development of writing and mathematics. All of these might represent not the first invention of these technologies, but their reinvention by populations who carried genetic and cultural memories of earlier achievements. The human genome is a palimpsest, a manuscript that has been written over and erased and written over again countless times. Each layer tells a different story about our past, and the deepest layers preserve memories so ancient that we're only now learning how to read them. As our techniques for genetic analysis become more sophisticated, we're uncovering evidence of complexities in human history that challenge our most basic assumptions about who we are and where we came from. We are the children of survivors of volcanic winters and cosmic impacts, of climate shifts and population crashes, of the rise and fall of civilizations whose names we never learned because they forgot how to write them down. We carry within our cells the genetic memories of all those who came before us, the accumulated wisdom and experience of 1,000,000 generations of ancestors who faced the darkness and somehow found a way forward. But we also carry something else, the genetic potential for all the capabilities and achievements of those who came before us. If previous human populations developed sophisticated technologies, if they built civilizations and created art and music and literature, then the genetic capacity for those achievements still exists within us. We are not just the inheritors of their failures, but of their possibilities. In the spiraling darkness of our DNA, the ghosts of previous civilizations whisper their secrets to anyone who knows how to listen. They tell us that we have been here before, that we have risen and fallen and risen again, that the human story is far older and more complex than we ever imagined. And they tell us something else, something that echoes through the generations like a promise or a warning. We can do it again. The keepers of time. In the pre-dawn darkness of winter solstice morning, atop the hill of Newgrange in Ireland, something miraculous happens that has been happening for over 5,000 years. As the sun rises above the horizon, a single shaft of golden light penetrates the roof box of the ancient passage tomb, travels down the 60-foot corridor, and illuminates the triple spiral carved into the back wall of the burial chamber. For exactly 17 minutes, the heart of the monument blazes with light, then returns to darkness for another year. This is not an accident. The entire massive structure, 200 feet in diameter, built from 200,000 tons of stone and earth, was designed and constructed with mathematical precision to capture this single moment of cosmic alignment. The builders had to understand not just basic astronomy, but the complex mechanics of Earth's orbit, the precession of the equinoxes, and the subtle variations in the sun's path across the sky that occur over centuries. Newgrange predates Stonehenge by 500 years and the Great Pyramid by 600 years. It was built by Neolithic farmers who supposedly had only stone tools, wooden rollers, and basic agricultural knowledge. Yet the astronomical calculations required for its construction would challenge modern engineers equipped with computers and precise instruments. This is the paradox that haunts our understanding of the ancient world. Again and again, we find evidence of astronomical knowledge so sophisticated, so precise, so far-reaching in its implications that it seems to come from a completely different level of civilization than the one we think we're studying. The phenomenon is global. In the jungles of Guatemala, the Maya calculated the length of the solar year to 365.420 days, more accurate than the Julian calendar that Europe would use for another 1,000 years. They tracked the cycles of Venus with an error of only 2 hours over a period of 500 years. They predicted eclipses centuries into the future and recorded astronomical events from centuries in the past. At Nabta Playa in the Egyptian desert, stone circles arranged by cattle herders 7,000 years ago align with the rising of Sirius and the summer solstice. But the alignments were not designed for the time when they were built. They point to where these celestial events occurred thousands of years earlier suggesting the builders were working from much older astronomical records. In Cambodia, the massive temple complex of Angkor Wat, built in the early 12th century, mirrors the constellation Draco as it appeared at the spring equinox in 10,500 BCE, over 11,000 years before the temple was constructed. The correlation is so precise that it seems impossible to attribute to coincidence. These examples multiply across every continent and every epoch of human history. Ancient structures aligned to celestial events with pinpoint accuracy, calendars that track cosmic cycles spanning thousands of years, myths and texts that preserve astronomical data from times so remote that the knowledge they contain couldn't have been gathered by the cultures that preserved them. The conventional explanation is that ancient peoples were keen observers of the sky, and that over many generations they accumulated accurate astronomical knowledge through patient observation and record keeping. This explanation works for simple phenomena, tracking the phases of the moon, noting the seasonal movement of constellations, predicting the annual flood cycles. But it falls apart when we examine the more sophisticated examples. The precession of the equinoxes, for instance, is a phenomenon that takes 25,020 years to complete one full cycle. It's caused by a wobble in Earth's axis that makes the position of the north celestial pole shift slowly against the background of stars. To detect this movement requires not just centuries of careful observation, but a conceptual framework sophisticated enough to separate this subtle effect from all the other complex motions of celestial objects. Yet evidence for knowledge of precession appears throughout the ancient world. The Egyptians encoded it in their mythology, describing ages ruled by different gods that correspond to different precessional epochs. The Greeks inherited this knowledge and developed it into a formal astronomical theory. Hindu and Buddhist texts describe vast cosmic cycles that match precessional periods with remarkable accuracy. Most intriguingly, this knowledge appears to be embedded in monuments and myths from cultures that had no known contact with each other. The precessional cycle appears in Norse mythology, in Mesoamerican calendars, in the astronomical alignments of temples across Asia and Africa. It's as if this knowledge was part of a global heritage, preserved and transmitted by different cultures across vast spans of time. Consider the problem of longitude. For most of human history, determining one's position east or west on the globe was one of navigation's greatest challenges. The problem wasn't solved in Europe until the 18th century, with the development of accurate marine chronometers that could keep precise time during long ocean voyages. Yet the ancient Egyptians somehow managed to align the Great Pyramid with true cardinal directions to within 3/60th of a degree. The pyramid's base is also level to within just 2.1 centimetres across its entire 230-metre width. This level of precision requires not just sophisticated surveying techniques, but accurate knowledge of the Earth's shape and rotation. Similarly, many ancient sites around the world are positioned at locations that seem to have been chosen for their geometric relationships to other sites thousands of miles away. The Great Pyramid sits at exactly 30 degrees north latitude, 1/3 of the way from the equator to the pole. Angkor Wat is precisely 72 degrees of longitude east of the pyramids at Giza, a relationship that corresponds to the precessional number 72, the number of years it takes for precession to shift the celestial pole by 1 degree. These geometric relationships appear too frequently and too precisely to be coincidental. They suggest a level of global coordination and mathematical sophistication that seems impossible for ancient civilizations using supposedly primitive technologies. How did builders in Egypt communicate with builders in Cambodia? How did they achieve such precise measurements across continental distances? One possibility is that these monuments were built according to a master plan developed by a civilization with global reach and sophisticated technology, a civilization that predated the individual cultures we credit with their construction. The monuments we see today might be reconstructions or modifications of much older sites, built according to plans and alignments established in a remote antiquity. This would explain another puzzling aspect of ancient astronomical sites. Many of them seem to commemorate celestial events that occurred thousands of years before the monuments were built. The Sphinx's gaze toward the constellation Leo corresponds to the spring equinox of 10,500 BCE, when Leo rose directly in front of the monument at dawn. The star maps in Egyptian temples show the night sky as it appeared millennia before those temples were constructed. It's as if the builders were trying to preserve memories of specific moments in deep time, cosmic anniversaries that held special significance for reasons we no longer understand. But why would ancient peoples go to such extraordinary effort to commemorate astronomical events from their distant past? What was so important about these particular moments in cosmic history? The answer might lie in the growing realization that Earth's relationship with the cosmos is far more dynamic and dangerous than we once believed. The solar system moves through different regions of the galaxy over vast periods of time, encountering varying densities of cosmic dust, different levels of radiation, and gravitational influences from nearby stars. These cosmic environments can have profound effects on Earth's climate, magnetic field, and the evolution of life itself. Recent research has revealed that the solar system's orbit around the galactic center brings us through regions of space with very different properties. Every 26 million years or so, we pass through the galactic plane, where the density of matter and energy is much higher than in the quieter regions where we normally reside. These passages correlate with periods of increased cosmic radiation, climate disruption, and mass extinctions in Earth's geological record. The cycle isn't perfectly regular. It's influenced by the gravitational effects of nearby stars, the structure of spiral arms in the galaxy, and other cosmic factors that can accelerate or delay our passage through these dangerous regions. But ancient astronomers, given enough time and careful observation, might have detected these patterns and learned to predict when Earth would be most vulnerable to cosmic catastrophes. This could explain the obsession with long-term astronomical cycles that appears in so many ancient cultures. The Maya long count calendar, which tracks a cycle of 5,125 years, might not be arbitrary. It might correspond to a period during which specific cosmic dangers recur. The Hindu concept of yugas, vast cosmic ages lasting hundreds of thousands of years, might preserve knowledge of even longer cycles that affect the stability of civilizations on Earth. If previous civilizations had achieved a level of astronomical sophistication that allowed them to detect these cosmic cycles, they might have devoted enormous resources to preserving this knowledge for their descendants. The monuments and calendars and myths might all be part of a vast early warning system designed to help future civilizations recognize when dangerous periods were approaching and prepare accordingly. This interpretation gives new meaning to many ancient texts that describe cycles of creation and destruction, golden ages followed by catastrophic endings. The Hindu Puranas describe 4 yugas that repeat endlessly, with each cycle ending in dissolution and renewal. The Maya believed in multiple creation cycles, each ending when the gods became dissatisfied with their creations and destroyed the world to start over. Norse mythology describes Ragnarok as part of an eternal cycle. where the world is destroyed and reborn with each cosmic age. These might not be metaphysical concepts or moral allegories, but practical astronomical information encoded in mythological language. The gods who destroy and recreate the world might represent cosmic forces, galactic radiation, solar variations, gravitational disruptions that periodically threaten the stability of Earth's biosphere. The ages might correspond to real periods of cosmic safety and danger that repeat according to astronomical cycles spanning thousands or millions of years. From this perspective, the ancient monuments take on a different significance. They weren't just temples or tombs, but observatories and record-keeping systems designed to track humanity's progress through these cosmic cycles. The precise astronomical alignments weren't just religious symbolism, but functional instruments for measuring Earth's position in space and time. The Great Pyramid, for instance, might have served as a kind of cosmic clock, its internal chambers and passages aligned to track the movement of specific stars and constellations over vast periods of time. The King's Chamber points toward Orion, associated in Egyptian mythology with Osiris, the god of death and rebirth. The Queen's Chamber points toward Sirius, linked with Isis, the goddess of magic and renewal. These weren't arbitrary choices. They might represent stars whose behavior serves as markers for Earth's passage through different cosmic environments. Similarly, Stonehenge's complex arrangement of stones creates multiple sight lines that track not just annual solar and lunar cycles, but much longer periods of celestial motion. The monument was built in phases over more than 1,500 years, with each phase adding new capabilities for astronomical observation and calculation. The final structure could predict eclipses decades in advance and track the 18.6-year cycle of lunar standstills with remarkable precision. But Stonehenge's most mysterious feature might be its acoustic properties. Recent research has revealed that the circle of stones creates a unique sound environment, amplifying certain frequencies while dampening others. Specific locations within the circle produce distinct resonances when sounds are made, almost as if the monument was designed as a kind of acoustic instrument. This raises intriguing possibilities about how astronomical knowledge was preserved and transmitted in ancient times. Sound and music can encode complex information in memorable patterns that persist across generations even when written records are lost. The specific frequencies produced at Stonehenge might correspond to astronomical cycles, with different tones representing different periods of cosmic time. Many ancient cultures associated music and mathematics with cosmic harmony. The Pythagoreans believed that celestial bodies produced musical tones as they moved through space, and that understanding these cosmic harmonies was the key to understanding the structure of the universe. Hindu traditions describe the universe as being created and sustained by sound vibrations, with different frequencies corresponding to different levels of cosmic manifestation. If advanced ancient astronomers had discovered mathematical relationships between cosmic cycles and harmonic frequencies, they might have encoded crucial astronomical data in musical forms that could be preserved and transmitted through oral tradition, even during periods when written records were lost. The songs and chants that accompany ancient rituals might contain sophisticated astronomical information disguised as religious or ceremonial content. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider how much astronomical knowledge has been preserved in seemingly primitive cultural forms. Aboriginal Australian songlines encode precise navigation information across thousands of miles of continent, with each song corresponding to specific landmarks, water sources, and seasonal patterns. The information is so accurate that modern GPS systems confirm the precision of traditional navigation techniques that have been passed down orally for tens of thousands of years. Similarly, Polynesian navigators used traditional charts and stick charts to guide voyages across thousands of miles of open ocean, using techniques that allowed them to determine their position by reading wave patterns, star positions, and subtle environmental cues. These methods were far more sophisticated than European navigation techniques available at the same time, yet they required no written records or mechanical instruments, just precise cultural knowledge passed down through generations of master navigators. If such sophisticated information could be preserved in traditional forms for thousands of years, what about astronomical knowledge developed by previous technological civilizations? What if the myths and monuments we've inherited contain not just simple observations of celestial phenomena, but precise mathematical data about cosmic cycles that affect the long-term survival of Earth's biosphere? The implications are staggering. Every ancient culture might be the guardian of fragments of a vast astronomical database compiled over millions of years by successive civilizations. The monuments might be backup systems designed to preserve crucial information, even if the cultures that built them collapse completely. The myths might be mnemonic devices that encode complex mathematical relationships in story form, allowing essential knowledge to survive even when its scientific context is forgotten. From this perspective, our current civilization occupies a unique position in the cosmic cycle. We have developed the technological capability to verify and extend the astronomical knowledge preserved by our predecessors, but we may be running out of time to fully decode and understand it before the next dangerous period in Earth's cosmic journey begins. The ancient astronomers knew something that we're only beginning to rediscover, that Earth's fate is intimately connected to cosmic cycles operating on scales much larger than human history. They devoted enormous resources to tracking these cycles and preserving the knowledge for future generations. The question now is whether we can decode their warnings quickly enough to benefit from their hard-won wisdom. As we stand at the threshold of becoming a truly spacefaring civilization, we might be approaching a cosmic test that previous civilizations failed. The monuments they left behind might not just be archaeological curiosities, but survival manuals for navigating the dangerous periods that lie ahead. The time has come to take their warnings seriously and learn from their example, before it's too late to avoid repeating their fate. The archive of everything deep beneath the Giza Plateau in chambers that official archaeology claims do not exist. Legend speaks of a vast library containing the complete records of human civilization. The Hall of Records, as it has been called, supposedly holds not just the history of Egypt, but the entire story of humanity's rise and fall across multiple epochs of deep time. No such chamber has ever been found, despite decades of ground-penetrating radar surveys, drilling projects, and exhaustive exploration of the Giza complex. Yet the legend persists, supported by ancient Egyptian texts that speak of hidden repositories of wisdom, by the testimony of classical authors who claim to have seen such archives, and by the nagging sense that a civilization capable of building the Great Pyramid must have possessed knowledge far beyond what their surviving texts reveal. But what if the Hall of Records was never meant to be a single physical location? What if the ancient keepers of knowledge were far cleverer than we imagined, distributing their most precious information across multiple storage systems designed to survive different types of catastrophes? The more we study ancient monuments, texts, and traditions, the more they seem to function as components of a vast distributed archive, a global information storage network that preserves crucial knowledge in multiple redundant formats designed to survive the collapse of individual civilizations. Consider the mathematical constants embedded in the Great Pyramid. Its dimensions encode not just pi and the golden ratio, but the circumference of the Earth, the length of the year, the speed of light, and dozens of other physical constants that supposedly weren't discovered until modern times. These numbers aren't just carved into the stone, they're built into the very structure of the monument, preserved in ratios and proportions that would survive even if all surface decorations were eroded away. This technique of encoding information in architectural proportions appears at sites around the world. Angkor Wat's dimensions correspond to cosmic cycles measured in thousands of years. Stonehenge's geometry encodes astronomical constants and mathematical relationships. The Mayan pyramids at Chichen Itza and Teotihuacan contain precise numerical data about planetary orbits and calendar calculations. The distributed nature of this information suggests a deliberate preservation strategy. If crucial knowledge was scattered across multiple monuments on different continents, it would be almost impossible for any single catastrophe to destroy it completely. Even if several sites were lost, enough would survive to allow future civilizations to reconstruct the complete database. But the ancient archivists didn't stop with monuments. They also encoded information in stories, mathematical concepts, and cultural practices that could survive even the complete destruction of physical structures. The stories we call myths often contain precise astronomical data, mathematical relationships, and scientific concepts disguised as narratives about gods and heroes. The Hindu epics, for instance, contain remarkably accurate descriptions of nuclear weapons, aerial warfare, and genetic engineering techniques, all embedded in stories about divine beings and magical powers. The Ramayana describes Vimanas, flying vehicles, with specifications so detailed that modern engineers have used them to design working aircraft. The Mahabharata contains passages about weapons that sound suspiciously like nuclear bombs, complete with descriptions of radiation sickness and environmental contamination. These descriptions are usually dismissed as fantasy or primitive attempts to understand natural phenomena. But what if they represent something else entirely? Technical manuals disguised as religious literature, preserved across thousands of years by cultures that no longer understood the original scientific context. The same pattern appears in traditions around the world. Aboriginal Australian Dreamtime stories contain precise geological information about events that occurred tens of thousands of years ago, including the formation of specific landforms and the effects of sea level changes at the end of the Ice Age. These stories were supposedly created by Stone Age peoples with no understanding of geology, yet they preserve accurate scientific information with remarkable precision. Polynesian creation myths describe the formation of island chains with geological accuracy that matches modern scientific understanding. Norse legends contain detailed descriptions of climate cycles and their effects on human populations. Native American traditions preserve information about astronomical events, geological catastrophes, and environmental changes spanning thousands of years. The consistency and accuracy of this information across so many different cultures suggests that it comes from a common source, a sophisticated understanding of Earth's history and cosmic environment that was systematically preserved in story form when more direct recording methods became unavailable. But perhaps the most intriguing aspect of this distributed archive is how it seems designed to reveal itself gradually as human knowledge advances. The mathematical constants in the pyramids only became apparent when we developed the tools to measure them precisely. The astronomical alignments of ancient monuments only made sense when we understood precession and long-term celestial mechanics. The scientific information in ancient texts only becomes recognizable when we rediscover the technologies they describe. It's almost as if the ancient archivists anticipated that future civilizations would develop knowledge in a particular sequence and designed their information storage system to provide confirmation and additional data as we reached each level of understanding. The monuments function like a cosmic combination lock, revealing their secrets only when we demonstrate that we possess the conceptual keys to interpret them correctly. This interpretation explains many of the anomalies that have puzzled researchers for decades. Why do ancient monuments contain information about physical constants that their builders supposedly couldn't have known? Because the builders weren't the original designers. They were reconstructing from plans created by a previous civilization with advanced scientific knowledge. Why do myths from isolated cultures contain such similar descriptions of advanced technologies and cosmic catastrophes? Because they're all fragments of the same original database, preserved in different cultural contexts but ultimately deriving from the same source. Why do ancient astronomical sites commemorate celestial events from thousands of years before they were built? Because they're part of a long-term monitoring system, designed to track cosmic cycles that operate on timescales much longer than individual civilizations. The distributed archive theory also explains why so much ancient knowledge seems to be concentrated in specific locations and cultures. Egypt, Mesopotamia, India, China, and Mesoamerica weren't just the birthplaces of civilization. They were the designated repository sites where survivors of an earlier global civilization concentrated their efforts to preserve and transmit crucial knowledge. These cultures became the inheritors and guardians of information systems they didn't fully understand, but which they faithfully maintained and transmitted across thousands of years. The priest classes that preserved ancient traditions weren't just religious figures. They were the human components of a vast data storage network, biological hard drives programmed to maintain and transmit information, even when its original purpose was forgotten. This would explain the remarkable continuity of certain traditions across millennia, even through periods of political collapse and cultural upheaval. The essential information was too important to lose, so it was embedded in religious practices, architectural traditions, and cultural rituals that were maintained even when their original scientific context was no longer understood. As our own civilization advances, we're beginning to recognize the sophistication of this ancient information storage system. Modern attempts to preserve knowledge for future civilizations face exactly the same challenges that the ancient archivists did: how to encode essential information in formats that will survive technological collapse, environmental catastrophe, and cultural discontinuity. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault attempts to preserve genetic diversity in a frozen repository designed to survive climate change and political upheaval. The Long Now Foundation is building a 10,000-year clock designed to encourage long-term thinking and preserve information across multiple civilizations. Various projects have proposed encoding human knowledge in crystalline matrices, DNA sequences, and astronomical markers that could survive geological timescales. But all of these modern efforts pale in comparison to the elegance and redundancy of the ancient system. By distributing information across multiple formats, architectural, mythological, mathematical, astronomical, and cultural, the ancient archivists created a storage network that has already survived multiple civilizational collapses and continues to reveal new information as our ability to decode it improves. We are not just uncovering the history of ancient civilizations. We are accessing a vast database of human knowledge that spans hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of years. Each new archaeological discovery, each decoded text, each recognized astronomical alignment adds another piece to a puzzle that reveals not just where we came from, but where we might be heading. The ancient archive is still active, still transmitting its carefully preserved information to anyone with the knowledge and wisdom to decode it. The question is whether we'll prove worthy inheritors of this vast repository of human experience, or whether we will repeat the mistakes that led to its original creator's downfall. The stones are still speaking. The numbers are still adding up. The stars are still marking time in their ancient patterns, and somewhere in the intersection of all this preserved knowledge lies the key to understanding not just our past, but our future, if we can learn to listen before it's too late. The Consciousness Codex. In the sacred cave of Lascaux, 17,000 years beneath the surface of France, ancient artists created something that challenges everything we think we know about the development of human consciousness. The paintings that cover these underground galleries are not primitive scratchings or simple animal portraits. They are sophisticated works of art that demonstrate perspective, movement, shading, and compositional sophistication that rivals anything created in recorded history. But the caves hold secrets that go far beyond artistic technique. Recent analysis has revealed that many of the paintings correspond to star maps, with the positions of animals matching the locations of constellations in the night sky, as they appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The caves function as both art galleries and planetariums, encoding astronomical information in symbolic form that has survived since the end of the Ice Age. Even more mysteriously, the acoustic properties of the caves suggest they were designed to produce specific sound effects. Certain chambers create echoes that enhance particular frequencies, while others produce resonances that can induce altered states of consciousness. The painted areas correspond precisely with the locations that produce the most dramatic acoustic effects, as if the visual and auditory experiences were designed to work together. This combination of visual art, astronomical data, and consciousness, altering sound environments, points towards something far more sophisticated than the shamanic rituals that archaeologists usually invoke to explain cave art. It suggests that Paleolithic humans possessed an understanding of consciousness itself, how it could be modified, enhanced, and used to access information beyond the reach of ordinary perception. This pattern appears at sacred sites around the world. The oracle at Delphi delivered prophecies while in trance states induced by ethylene gas seeping from geological fissures beneath the temple. The design of the chamber amplified these natural psychoactive effects, creating a controlled environment for accessing altered states of consciousness. Recent geological surveys have confirmed that the ancient Greeks positioned their most important oracle precisely over a unique combination of geological features that produced the optimal conditions for consciousness modification. In the Amazon basin, indigenous shamans have used ayahuasca and other plant medicines for thousands of years to access what they describe as plant intelligence, direct communication with the molecular consciousness of the forest. The knowledge they gain through these experiences includes detailed information about the medicinal properties of hundreds of plant species, complex ecological relationships, and sustainable resource management techniques that modern science is only beginning to understand. What's remarkable is that this plant-derived knowledge often proves to be scientifically accurate when tested in modern laboratories. Shamans with no formal training in chemistry or pharmacology somehow know exactly which plants contain specific alkaloids, how to combine them for maximum effectiveness, and how to neutralize dangerous compounds through precise preparation techniques. The conventional explanation is that this knowledge was developed through trial and error over many generations, but the complexity and precision of traditional pharmacology suggests something more sophisticated, a systematic method for accessing information directly from natural systems through altered states of consciousness. This possibility becomes more intriguing when we consider that many of the world's most important scientific discoveries have occurred during altered states of consciousness. Kekule's discovery of the benzene ring came to him in a dream about a snake seizing its own tail. Tesla's alternating current system was revealed to him during a walk while reciting poetry. Einstein's theory of relativity emerged from thought experiments that involved imagining himself riding beams of light. The history of science is filled with examples of breakthrough insights that occurred not through logical analysis, but through intuitive leaps that seem to come from beyond the reach of normal conscious thought. These discoveries often arrived complete and fully formed, requiring only mathematical verification rather than conceptual development. What if this represents not just the quirky psychology of creative genius, but access to a deeper layer of information that exists beyond individual consciousness? What if consciousness itself is not generated by the brain, but is instead something the brain accesses, like a radio receiver tuning into broadcasts from a larger information field? This interpretation is supported by an increasing body of research suggesting that consciousness may not be localized in the brain at all. Studies of near-death experiences, out-of-body phenomena, and remote viewing suggest that consciousness can operate independently of physical brain function. Quantum physics has revealed that information appears to exist at a fundamental level of reality, suggesting that consciousness and information might be different aspects of the same underlying phenomenon. If consciousness functions as a kind of cosmic internet, connecting all living systems to a vast reservoir of information, then the altered states practiced by ancient cultures might represent sophisticated technologies for accessing this network. The cave paintings, the oracle chambers, the plant medicine ceremonies, all of these might be hardware components of an ancient consciousness modification system designed to download information from non-local sources. This would explain many of the anomalies we find in ancient knowledge systems. How did ancient astronomers know about celestial phenomena that couldn't be observed with the naked eye? How did traditional healers discover complex medicinal compounds without modern research methods? How did ancient architects encode mathematical constants that weren't supposed to be discovered for thousands more years? The answer might be that they accessed this information directly through consciousness technologies that we have largely forgotten how to use. The sophisticated practices preserved in mystery schools, shamanic traditions, and esoteric teachings might be the remnants of scientific protocols for consciousness research that were once as systematic and rigorous as modern laboratory methods. Ancient text often describes specific techniques for achieving altered states that sound remarkably like modern consciousness research protocols. The Egyptian Book of the Dead provides detailed instructions for navigating non-ordinary reality. The Tibetan Book of the Dead describes precise methods for maintaining awareness during the dissolution of ordinary consciousness. Hindu and Buddhist traditions preserve sophisticated maps of consciousness that catalogue different types of awareness and the techniques for accessing them. These texts weren't religious in the modern sense. They were technical manuals for consciousness exploration, preserved in symbolic language that disguised their scientific content from those who weren't initiated into the proper protocols. The ancient mystery schools that preserved these techniques operated more like research institutions than religious organizations. They required years of training, maintained strict protocols for consciousness modification experiments and preserved detailed records of their findings. The initiates weren't worshippers. They were consciousness researchers, using systematic methods to explore the nature of reality at levels beyond ordinary perception. What they discovered through these investigations might have included not just information about the natural world, but knowledge about the deep structure of time itself. If consciousness can access information non-locally, it might also be able to access information non-temporally, gathering data from past and future events through some mechanism that transcends ordinary causality. This could explain how ancient cultures possessed knowledge about future astronomical events, future geological catastrophes, and future technological developments. The prophecies preserved in ancient texts might not be supernatural predictions, but scientific reports based on consciousness-based information-gathering techniques. From this perspective, the decline of ancient civilizations might be connected not just to external catastrophes, but to the loss of consciousness technologies that had allowed them to anticipate and prepare for future challenges. When the techniques for accessing non-local information were lost, civilizations became vulnerable to surprises that their predecessors could have foreseen and avoided. Our own civilization might be approaching a similar crossroads. We have developed powerful technologies for manipulating the external world, but we have largely abandoned the exploration of consciousness itself. We can split atoms and sequence genomes, but we have little systematic understanding of how consciousness operates, or how it might be enhanced to access broader ranges of information. Meanwhile, the challenges we face, climate change, resource depletion, social inequality, technological risks, might require exactly the kind of long-term perspective and systemic understanding that consciousness-based information gathering could provide. We might need to rediscover and modernize the ancient consciousness technologies if we want to navigate successfully through the dangerous period ahead. The good news is that the knowledge hasn't been completely lost. Indigenous traditions around the world still preserve consciousness modification techniques that could be studied and developed using modern scientific methods. Psychedelic research is beginning to reveal the neural mechanisms underlying altered states, while quantum physics provides theoretical frameworks for understanding how consciousness might access non-local information. What we need now is the wisdom to recognize that consciousness itself might be the most important technology we can develop, not just for understanding the past, but for creating a sustainable future. The ancient consciousness codex is still accessible to anyone willing to undertake the training and research necessary to decode it. The cave painters of Lascaux might have been trying to tell us something crucial about the nature of consciousness and its role in human survival. Their message, encoded in pigment and stone and carefully designed acoustic chambers, might still be waiting for us to develop the proper protocols for receiving it. In the darkness of those ancient caves, surrounded by star maps painted by Paleolithic astronomers, we might finally understand what our ancestors were trying to preserve. Not just information about the external world, but techniques for expanding consciousness itself to embrace the full spectrum of available knowledge. The question now is whether we have the courage and wisdom to pick up where they left off, before the window of opportunity closes and we lose access to the consciousness codex forever. In the end, we circle back to where we began, to the stories told around fires, to the myths that refuse to die, to the whispers of deep memory that insist we have been here before. But now, having followed the evidence through stone and bone, through DNA and disaster, through the depths of oceans and the heights of mountains, the whispers have become something else. They have become a chorus, a symphony of clues that harmonize into a single haunting melody. The song of return, the eternal rhythm of rise and fall that beats like a heart through the deep time of our planet. We are not the first, we may not be the last, but we are here now, in this moment between forgetting and remembering, between the end of one cycle and the beginning of the next. We stand at the same crossroads that every previous civilization has faced, carrying the same gifts and curses that led them to greatness and to ruin. The evidence we have gathered does not prove that advanced civilizations existed in the deep past, but it suggests, no, it insists, that the possibility cannot be dismissed. Too many anomalies align, too many patterns repeat, too many voices across too many cultures tell variations of the same story for it all to be coincidence or wishful thinking. The megaliths that stretch across continents like the remnants of some vast construction project. The genetic bottlenecks that record near extinctions followed by mysterious recoveries. The flood myths that remember the same catastrophe from 1,000 different perspectives. The technologies that appear and disappear and reappear as if drawn from some common well of knowledge that periodically runs dry and is then rediscovered. The myths were trying to tell us something important, that human history is not a straight line from primitive to sophisticated, from ignorant to enlightened, from weak to powerful. It is a spiral, a series of cycles that repeat but never exactly, each one building on the ruins of the last while adding something new to the mix. We have been farmers before, and we forgot how to grow food and had to learn again. We have been builders before, and we forgot how to cut stone and had to rediscover the techniques. We have been astronomers before, mapping the movements of the stars, only to lose the knowledge and have to relearn that we live in a vast cosmos that cares nothing for our small ambitions. And we have been destroyers before. We have poisoned our environment, depleted our resources, turned our technologies against each other in wars that left nothing but ash and radiation, and the slow, patient work of healing that takes generations to complete. We have risen to heights that touch the sky and fallen to depths that nearly ended our story entirely. The difference this time, the thing that makes our moment in history unique, is that we are beginning to remember. We have developed the tools to read the genetic record, to decode the stories written in stone, to map the ocean floors where the ruins of previous worlds might lie hidden. We are learning to recognize the signatures of past civilizations, the subtle traces they left in ice cores and isotope ratios, in impact craters and mass extinctions. For the first time in human history, we have the possibility of learning from the mistakes of our predecessors. We can see the warning signs they missed, understand the forces that brought them down, recognize the patterns that repeat across the cycles of rise and fall. We can choose to be different, to break the cycle, to create something that lasts beyond the next catastrophe. But only if we listen to the warnings the evidence provides, only if we pay attention to the whispers of deep memory that tell us what we once were and what we might become again. Only if we remember that we are not the culmination of history, but part of an ongoing story that began long before us and will continue long after we are gone. The stones remember, the genes remember, the myths remember, and now finally we're beginning to remember too. The question is, what will we do with that memory? Will we use it to avoid the mistakes of the past, or will we repeat them as every previous civilization has done? The Earth is patient. It has watched civilizations rise and fall before. It will watch again, recording everything in its slow, careful script of stone and ice and bone. It will remember us as it has remembered all the others long after our cities have crumbled. What if humanity was never truly alone on the surface? What if the first civilization, the one that came before all others, never vanished, but simply moved beneath the waves? Think about it for a moment. We stand on the shores of vast oceans, staring out at horizons we can barely comprehend, and we tell ourselves we know this planet. We map the continents, name the mountains, chart the rivers. But beneath those waves lies something else entirely, a world so immense, so alien, that we have explored less than 5% of it. 5%. The rest remains hidden in darkness, pressed under miles of water, silent and untouched. And in that silence, in that crushing depth where light cannot reach, what if something ancient still breathes? The question sounds like fantasy, like the kind of story told around campfires or whispered in the pages of old books. But what if it isn't? What if the myths we inherited, the stories of sunken cities, of civilizations swallowed by floods, of beings who retreated into the deep, what if they were never myths at all? What if they were memories, passed down through generations, distorted by time but rooted in something real? What if the first civilization, the one that walked this earth long before recorded history, never truly disappeared? What if they simply descended, choosing the ocean over the land, and have been watching us ever since? This is not a story with easy answers. It is a journey into the unknown, a slow descent through layers of myth and science, rumour and evidence, wonder and fear. It begins with the oldest tales humanity ever told, and it ends in the deepest trenches of the ocean, where pressure crushes steel and darkness swallows everything. Somewhere between those two places, between the ancient past and the unexplored present, lies a possibility that refuses to fade. The possibility that we are not the first, that we are not alone, and that the true masters of this world have been hiding beneath the surface all along. The stories are everywhere, scattered across every culture, every continent, every corner of the ancient world. They speak of floods that drowned the earth, of cities that sank beneath the waves, of civilizations so advanced they seemed almost divine, until the waters rose and swallowed them whole. These are not isolated tales. They are echoes, reverberating through time, appearing again and again in languages and lands that should have had no contact with one another. And yet the stories align. They speak of the same catastrophe, the same loss, the same descent into the deep. The most famous, of course, is Atlantis. Plato wrote of it in his dialogues, describing an island nation beyond the Pillars of Hercules, a place of unimaginable wealth and power, ruled by kings descended from the sea god Poseidon himself. Atlantis was a marvel, he said, a civilization that had mastered engineering, architecture, and warfare. Its capital was a wonder of concentric rings, canals, flowing with seawater, temples gleaming with gold and silver. But the Atlanteans grew arrogant. They waged war on their neighbours, seeking to dominate the known world, and for their hubris, the gods punished them. In a single day and night, Plato wrote, Atlantis was consumed by earthquakes and floods, sinking into the ocean and vanishing forever. For centuries, scholars dismissed Atlantis as allegory, a cautionary tale about pride and downfall. But what if Plato was recording something real? What if he had access to older sources now lost that spoke of an actual civilization destroyed by rising seas? The timeline he gave, 9,000 years before his own time, would place Atlantis at the end of the last ice age, a period when global sea levels rose dramatically as glaciers melted. Coastlines shifted, islands disappeared, entire regions were submerged. If a civilization had existed along those ancient shores, it would have been erased, drowned beneath hundreds of feet of water. And if survivors fled, carrying their stories with them, those stories would have spread across the world, mutating into legend. But Atlantis is not alone. In the Pacific, the myths speak of Lemuria, sometimes called Mu, a vast continent that once stretched across the ocean, home to an advanced people who understood the secrets of the earth. According to these legends, Lemuria sank beneath the waves in a cataclysm, leaving only scattered islands behind. This story appears in Tamil literature, in Polynesian oral traditions, in the cosmologies of mystics and occultists who claim to have accessed ancient knowledge. Mainstream science rejects Lemuria as pseudo-history, pointing out that no geological evidence supports a sunken Pacific continent. But the stories persist. They refuse to die. And they raise a question. If Lemuria never existed, why do so many cultures remember it? In Mesopotamia, the Sumerians spoke of the Abzu, the primordial ocean beneath the earth, home to Enki, the god of wisdom and water. The Abzu was not merely a mythological concept, it was described as a real place, a subterranean realm where fresh water flowed and where the secrets of creation were kept. Enki was said to dwell there, shaping humanity, teaching them the arts of civilization. But the Abzu was also dangerous, a place of chaos and power, guarded and hidden from mortal eyes. Could the Abzu have been a memory of something real? A place where an older civilization once thrived, deep beneath the surface, in caverns filled with water? The Maori of New Zealand tell of a sunken homeland, a place their ancestors fled when the seas rose. The Aboriginal Australians speak of coastal lands now drowned, where their people once lived before the waters came. In India, the legend of Dwarka persists, a golden city built by the god Krishna, said to have sunk into the Arabian Sea after his death. For years this was dismissed as pure mythology, but then, in the 1980s, marine archaeologists discovered submerged structures off the coast of Gujarat, stone walls, geometric patterns, artifacts dating back thousands of years. The discovery was controversial, debated, questioned, but it was there. Something had been built, and something had sunk. These stories are not random. They are not coincidences. They are fragments of a shared memory, a collective trauma that humanity has never fully processed. The flood myths appear in the Bible, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, in Greek, Norse, Chinese and Mesoamerican traditions. They all describe the same event, a world-ending deluge, a rising of the waters, a loss so profound that it reshaped civilization itself. And in nearly every version, there is a detail that stands out, a detail that suggests something more than natural disaster. The floods are often described as punishment, as divine retribution. But what if they were not punishment at all? What if they were escape? What if the first civilization, seeing the waters rise, chose not to flee to higher ground, but to descend with the ocean, adapting to a new world beneath the waves? It sounds impossible. But evolution has shown us that life adapts in ways we cannot predict. Species that once walked on land return to the sea. Whales, dolphins, seals. They transformed, their bodies reshaping over millennia to thrive in an aquatic environment. If animals could make that transition, why not humans? Why not an entire civilization, armed with knowledge and technology we can barely imagine? What if they built cities in the deep, harnessing geothermal vents for energy, cultivating bioluminescent organisms for light, developing ways to breathe and move and survive in a world without sun? What if they are still there, hidden in the trenches, watching us from below? The myths do not answer these questions, but they do not dismiss them either. They linger, like shadows at the edge of vision, refusing to fade. And as we move from ancient legend into modern discovery, those shadows begin to take shape. The ocean is not silent. It hums with sound, whale songs that travel thousands of miles, the grinding of tectonic plates, the rush of underwater currents. But sometimes the ocean produces sounds that do not fit, sounds that defy explanation, sounds that suggest something vast and unknown moving through the deep. In 1997, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded one such sound. It was picked up by hydrophones stationed across the Pacific, sensitive instruments designed to monitor underwater activity. The sound was unlike anything they had heard before, a low-frequency rumble that rose and fell, travelling across the ocean with immense power. It was loud enough to be detected over 3,000 miles away. Scientists analysed it, compared it to known sources. It did not match any whale, any submarine, any geological event. They called it the bloop, and to this day, no one knows what made it. The official explanation, offered years later, suggested it might have been an ice quake, a massive iceberg fracturing and carving into the sea. But the sound did not quite match that either. It had a pattern, a rhythm, almost organic in nature. Some researchers noted that if you sped up recordings of whale songs, they sounded mechanical. If you slowed down the bloop, it sounded biological, it sounded alive. And if something that large, that powerful, was moving through the ocean, what was it? Where did it come from? And why have we never seen it? The bloop is not alone. Over the decades, hydrophones have captured dozens of unexplained sounds. Upsweep, whistle, Julia, slow down. Each one strange, each one defying easy categorization. Some repeat, some appear once and vanish. Some seem to come from the deepest parts of the ocean, places where no known creature should exist. Scientists offer theories: underwater volcanoes, shifting ice, unknown species. But the theories never quite fit. The sounds remain mysteries, echoes from a world we cannot see. And then there are the structures. In 1986, a diva named Kihachiro Aratake was exploring the waters off Yonaguni, a small island at the southern tip of Japan. He was searching for hammerhead sharks when he found something else: massive stone formations rising from the seabed, carved with sharp angles and flat surfaces, terraces, steps, platforms. The structures stretched over several hundred feet, arranged in ways that seemed deliberate, almost architectural. Aratake surfaced and reported his discovery. Soon, researchers descended to investigate. What they found sparked decades of debate. The Yonaguni monument, as it came to be known, looked like the ruins of an ancient city. There were walls, pillars, what appeared to be roads and staircases. Some sections had markings that resembled carvings, symbols etched into the stone. Geologist Masaki Kimura studied the site extensively, arguing that it was man-made, constructed by an unknown civilization thousands of years ago before rising sea levels submerged it. He pointed to the precision of the angles, the symmetry of the formations, the presence of what looked like tool marks. But other scientists disagreed. They argued that the formations were natural, the result of erosion and tectonic activity. Sandstone, they said, fractures along straight lines. Water and time can create shapes that look artificial. The debate continues, unresolved. Mainstream archaeology leans toward natural origin, but the questions remain. If it is natural, why does it look so much like architecture? And if it is man-made, who built it? When? And what happened to them? Yonaguni is not the only site. Off the coast of India, near the city of Mahabalipuram, divers have discovered submerged ruins, stone structures, walls, what appear to be the remains of temples. Local legends speak of 7 pagodas that once stood along the shore, 6 of which were swallowed by the sea. For centuries this was considered myth. But the ruins are there, lying beneath the waves, silent and ancient. In the Mediterranean, entire cities have been found underwater. Pavlopetri in Greece, Heraklion in Egypt. These were real places, thriving settlements that sank due to earthquakes or rising seas. If we know these cities existed and were lost, how many others remain undiscovered? The ocean floor is not flat. It is a landscape of mountains and valleys, ridges and trenches, vast plains and towering seamounts. In some places, sonar has detected anomalies, geometric shapes, straight lines, formations that do not match natural geology. In the Baltic Sea, divers exploring a sonar anomaly found what looked like a massive disk, partially buried in sediment, with features that resembled ramps and edges. They called it the Baltic Sea Anomaly. Some suggested it was a sunken ship, others a glacial deposit. But the shape was strange, too regular, too deliberate, and when divers approached it, some reported that their electronic equipment malfunctioned, compasses spinning wildly, cameras failing. The phenomenon was never fully explained. Then there are the reports. Whispers from naval personnel, fishermen, deep-sea explorers, of objects moving underwater at impossible speeds. Unidentified submerged objects, or USOs, tracked on sonar, appearing and disappearing without explanation. In 1968, a Soviet submarine reportedly encountered something in the Pacific, a massive object moving faster than any known vessel, diving to depths no human craft could reach. The crew tracked it for hours before it vanished. Similar reports have surfaced from the US Navy, from commercial shipping vessels, from research teams. Objects that accelerate instantly, that change direction without slowing, that seem to defy the laws of physics. Are these natural phenomena? Tricks of sonar, misidentified marine life, glitches in equipment, perhaps. But the reports keep coming, and they raise a question that refuses to go away. If something is moving through the deep, something fast and intelligent and hidden, what is it? And why does it avoid us? The ocean is vast. It covers more than 70% of the planet's surface. Its average depth is over 12,000 feet. The deepest point, the Mariana Trench, plunges nearly 7 miles down, a place of crushing pressure and absolute darkness. We have sent more people to the moon than to the bottom of that trench. We have mapped the surface of Mars in greater detail than we have mapped our own ocean floor. And in that unmapped darkness, in those unexplored depths, anything could exist. Entire ecosystems thrive around hydrothermal vents, sustained by chemicals rather than sunlight. Creatures live there that seem alien. Giant tube worms, eyeless shrimp, bioluminescent fish. Life finds a way, even in the most hostile environments. So what if an ancient civilization found a way too? What if they did not merely survive the floods, but embraced them, descending into the ocean and building a new world in the deep? What if the structures we find, the sounds we hear, the objects we track, what if they are not remnants of the past, but evidence of the present? What if the first civilization never died? What if they simply moved beyond our reach, into a realm we cannot follow, and have been living there ever since? The myths suggested it. The anomalies hint at it. And now, as we turn to science, we must ask, is it even possible? But what if they have already made contact? What if the encounters we dismiss, the sightings we rationalize, the stories we laugh at? What if they were real? What if the first civilization has been reaching out, testing us, appearing at the edges of our understanding just long enough to plant a seed of doubt, a whisper of possibility? The reports exist, scattered across decades, buried in naval archives and fishermen's tales, logged in the journals of explorers and researchers who saw something they could not explain. Most are forgotten, filed away as mistakes or hoaxes, but some refuse to fade. Some carry a weight, a consistency, a strange believability that lingers long after the rational explanations have been offered and rejected. In 1963, during a naval exercise off the coast of Puerto Rico, multiple ships and aircraft tracked something underwater. It was moving at speeds exceeding 150 knots, far faster than any submarine, any torpedo, any known technology of the era or even today. The object maneuvered with precision, diving to depths that should have crushed any vessel, then rising rapidly without slowing. The exercise was classified. The reports were sealed. But years later, witnesses came forward describing what they had seen, something massive, something intelligent, something that seemed to know it was being watched and chose to demonstrate its capabilities anyway. Similar incidents have occurred throughout history. During World War II, both Allied and Axis sailors reported encounters with what they called ghost rockets and Foo fighters, objects that followed their ships, dove beneath the waves, reappeared miles away. At the time, each side assumed they were secret weapons of the enemy. But after the war, when records were compared, it became clear that neither side had possessed such technology. The objects remained unexplained. The encounters remained in the files, gathering dust. In 1967, a group of Canadian fishermen off the coast of Shag Harbour, Nova Scotia, witnessed something fall from the sky and crash into the ocean. It glowed as it descended, leaving a trail of light, then disappeared beneath the surface. The impact was seen by dozens of people. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigated, assuming it was a downed aircraft. Divers searched the area. They found nothing. No wreckage, no debris, no oil slick. But local fishermen reported strange lights beneath the water in the days that followed, moving in patterns, pulsing with colour. The official investigation was closed without conclusion. The object was never found, or perhaps it was never lost. And then there are the abductions, not the sensationalized stories of alien encounters, but the quieter, stranger tales of people who went missing near water and returned with gaps in their memory, with stories of descent, of pressure, of breathing underwater, of seeing structures and lights and beings that moved through the deep with purpose. Most are dismissed as hallucinations, as psychological breaks, as fiction. But the consistency is unsettling. They describe similar things, cities that glow with bioluminescence, beings that communicate without speaking, a sense of being studied, examined, then released, back to the surface with no explanation and no proof. Yeah, one such account comes from a deep sea researcher named Dr. Elena Vasquez, who disappeared during a solo dive in 2003 off the coast of Chile. She was exploring a previously unmapped section of the Atacama Trench when she lost contact with her support vessel. Her submersible was designed to withstand the pressure at those depths. Equipped with emergency beacons and redundant systems, she was experienced, cautious, thorough. And then she vanished. The search lasted 3 weeks. They found nothing. 6 months later, she reappeared. She was discovered on a beach in Peru, hundreds of miles from where she had disappeared, with no memory of how she had gotten there. Her submersible was never found. She was dehydrated, disoriented, but physically unharmed. When authorities questioned her, she spoke in fragments, describing lights in the darkness, structures that seemed to grow from the rock, a sensation of being pulled deeper, not by force but by curiosity. She remembered breathing, though she knew that was impossible. She remembered voices, though she heard no sound. She remembered hands, or things like hands, guiding her through passages, showing her things she could not comprehend. The official report concluded that she had experienced a psychological episode, possibly caused by nitrogen narcosis or equipment malfunction, and had somehow reached the surface and drifted to shore. But Dr. Vasquez never dove again. She left her research position, moved inland, and refused to speak publicly about what happened. In a private letter to a colleague, later leaked online, she wrote, "They wanted me to see. They wanted me to know they exist. But they also wanted me to understand that I am not ready. That we are not ready to know more. Not yet." These stories are easy to dismiss. Individually they prove nothing. Collectively they suggest a pattern, not of misidentification or hoax, but of something deliberate, something measured, something that appears just often enough to be noticed but never often enough to be confirmed. As if the first civilization is testing the waters, so to speak, gauging our readiness, our reaction, our ability to accept what we cannot explain. And perhaps they have been doing this for a long time. Perhaps the myths of sea gods and mermaids, of sirens and selkies, were not fantasies but encounters. Perhaps the ancient sailors who reported seeing figures in the waves, beings that watched from the depths, were not hallucinating but witnessing. Perhaps every culture that revered the ocean, that offered sacrifices to the sea, that spoke of beings who lived below, perhaps they were responding to something real. Not gods, but people. People who had become something else, something adapted to a world we cannot enter, but who still remembered the surface and occasionally carefully made themselves known. The implications are staggering. If the first civilization still exists beneath the ocean, it changes everything. It rewrites human history, challenges our understanding of evolution, upends our assumptions about intelligence and survival. But more than that, it forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves, about our place in the world, about what it means to be human. First, it means we are not alone. We have searched the stars for signs of intelligent life, building telescopes and sending signals into the void, hoping for a response from distant worlds. But what if the intelligence we seek has been here all along, living in a realm we have barely explored, watching us from below? What if we have been so focused on looking up that we forgot to look down? The psychological impact would be immense. Humanity has built its identity on the belief that we are the pinnacle of evolution on this planet, the most advanced species, the inheritors of the earth. We tell ourselves that we conquered nature, that we rose above the animals, that we alone possess consciousness and culture and technology. But if another civilization exists, one older, possibly wiser, certainly more adapted to their environment, it shatters that narrative. It humbles us. It forces us to see ourselves not as masters, but as one species among many, not as the culmination of the evolution, but as a single branch on a much larger tree. Second, it raises questions about contact. If they exist, why have they not revealed themselves? Why do they remain hidden, appearing only in glimpses and whispers? The answer might be simple. They do not trust us. And why would they? Look at what we have done to the ocean. We have treated it as a dumping ground, filling it with plastic and chemicals, draining it of life through overfishing, destroying coral reefs and coastlines, pumping oil from the seabed and spilling it into the water. We've taken from the ocean without giving back, exploited it without understanding it, polluted it without remorse. If an ancient civilization lives beneath the waves, they have witnessed all of this. They have seen humanity's capacity for destruction, our disregard for the environment, our inability to live in balance with the world around us. They have watched us wage wars, develop weapons capable of annihilating entire populations, poison the very air and water we need to survive, and they have made a choice to stay hidden. Not because they fear us. They have survived for thousands of years in the most extreme environment on Earth, but because they have learned that revealing themselves would accomplish nothing. We are not ready. We would exploit them, weaponize them, turn them into enemies or commodities. We would do to them what we've done to everything else. Or perhaps the reason is even simpler. They do not care. They have moved beyond the concerns of the surface world, built a society that functions without us, evolved past the need for contact or conflict. The ocean is vast enough for both civilizations to exist without interfering with each other. They have their realm, we have ours. They have chosen isolation, not out of fear or distrust, but out of indifference, content in their hidden cities, uninterested in the struggles of a species that chose a different path. But there is another possibility, one that is both hopeful and terrifying. They are waiting for us to mature, to evolve, to reach a point where contact would be meaningful rather than catastrophic, waiting for us to stop destroying the planet and start understanding it, waiting for us to develop the technology and wisdom necessary to enter their world without collapsing under the pressure, literal and metaphorical. And if that is true, it means that everything we do, every choice we make regarding the ocean, regarding the environment, regarding our future is being observed. It means we are being judged, and the verdict will determine whether the first civilization ever reveals itself or whether it remains hidden forever, watching as we repeat the mistakes that may have driven them beneath the waves in the first place. There is also the question of what we would do if contact were made. If tomorrow a delegation from the deep emerged, surfacing in full view of the world, announcing their existence and offering proof, what would happen? How would humanity react? The optimists believe it would unite us, that the revelation of another intelligent civilization would force humanity to set aside its differences, to recognize that we are all part of the same species, the same planet, the same story. That we would work together to establish communication, to learn from them, to build a new relationship based on mutual respect and curiosity. That it would be the beginning of a new era, a merging of two worlds, a partnership that could solve the problems neither civilization could solve alone. The pessimists see something darker. They believe it would trigger panic, fear, conflict, that governments would scramble to control the narrative, to weaponize the discovery, to exploit the technology and knowledge of the underwater civilization for military advantage. That religious institutions would struggle to reconcile the existence of another intelligent species with their doctrines. That conspiracy theorists would claim the underwater civilization had been secretly controlling world events all along. That nations would compete to make contact first, to claim exclusive rights, to turn discovery into dominance. That humanity would do what it has always done, react with suspicion, aggression, and self-interest. The realists suspect it would be somewhere in between. Some would embrace the revelation, Others would reject it. Some would see opportunity. Others would see threat. The world would fracture along familiar lines. Those who seek to understand and those who seek to control. Those who welcome the unknown and those who fear it. There would be debates, protests, international summits, treaties proposed and ignored. Scientists would demand access for research. Militaries would prepare for conflict just in case. Corporations would calculate profit margins, and through it all the first civilization would watch, observing our response, deciding whether they made the right choice in revealing themselves or whether they should have remained hidden after all. But perhaps the most profound impact would not be political or economic or scientific. It would be philosophical. The existence of another civilization, one that survived a cataclysm, adapted to an alien environment, and built a society in the deep, would prove that life is more resilient than we thought. That intelligence can take many forms. That survival is not about dominating the environment, but about harmonizing with it. That the choices we make today determine not just our future, but whether we have a future at all. The first civilization, if it exists, is a mirror. It reflects what we could become if we adapted instead of resisted, if we descended instead of fled, if we chose transformation over extinction. It shows us that the end of one world can be the beginning of another, that catastrophe does not have to mean annihilation, that civilization can survive even when everything changes. But it also shows us the cost: isolation, separation from the light, a life lived in the cold and the dark, forever cut off from the sun and the stars and the warmth of the surface. Is that a price worth paying? Would we make the same choice if faced with the same circumstances, or would we fight to the last, clinging to the world we know, refusing to adapt, believing that somehow we can bend the planet to our will, rather than bending ourselves to fit the planet? The ocean does not care about these questions. It existed long before humanity, and it will exist long after. It does not judge, does not take sides, does not favour one species over another. It simply is. Vast, deep, patient, eternal, and in its depths it holds secrets that may never be revealed, mysteries that may never be solved, possibilities that may never be confirmed. But the ocean also connects. Every drop of water that falls as rain eventually finds its way to the sea. Every river, every stream, every underground aquifer, all roads lead to the ocean. It is the circulatory system of the planet, the medium through which life flows, the cradle from which all life emerged and to which all life returns. We are made of water, our bodies echoing the salinity of the ancient seas. We carry the ocean within us, in our blood and our cells and our tears. We are, in a sense, creatures of the deep, even if we live on the surface. And perhaps that is why the idea of an underwater civilization haunts us so deeply. It is not just about discovering something external, something other. It is about reconnecting with something we lost, something we left behind when we crawled onto land and forgot where we came from. The ocean is our origin, and the thought that part of humanity might have returned to it, might still live within it, is the thought of a reunion, a coming home. There are those who believe that the future of humanity lies not on land but in the sea, that as climate change accelerates, as sea levels rise, as coastal cities flood and temperatures soar, we will be forced to adapt just as the first civilization may have adapted, that we will build floating cities, underwater habitats, structures that move with the currents and draw energy from the tides, that we will learn to live in harmony with the ocean rather than in opposition to it, that we will, in a sense, return to the sea, completing a cycle that began billions of years ago, when the first organisms swam in the primordial waters. If that future comes to pass, we may one day meet the first civilization not as strangers but as neighbours. We may descend into the deep and find them waiting, no longer hidden but ready to welcome us, to teach us, to share the knowledge they have accumulated over millennia. We may discover that they have been preparing for this moment, knowing that eventually, inevitably, humanity would be forced to leave the land and join them below. That they have been patient, watching and waiting, ready to extend a hand when we finally arrive. Or we may descend and find nothing, no cities, no technology, no ancient beings waiting in the dark. We may find only rock and water, creatures that swim and hunt and die, the natural world in all its beauty and brutality, but nothing more. We may confirm that the myths were only myths, that the anomalies were only misunderstandings, that the sounds were only ice and stone. We may prove, once and for all, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, that the ocean holds no secrets beyond the ones we have already discovered. But even then, the mystery will remain, because the ocean is too vast, too deep, too unknowable for us to ever search every corner, to ever say with certainty that nothing is there. There will always be trenches we have not explored, canyons we have not mapped, depths we have not reached. There will always be the possibility, however remote, that somewhere in the darkness something waits, something ancient, something intelligent, something that has been there all along, hidden just beyond the reach of our instruments and our understanding. Let us imagine then a final scenario, not as fact, not as prediction, but as thought experiment. Let us imagine that one day humanity finally makes contact, not through sonar or submarines, not through chance encounters or fleeting glimpses, but through deliberate, unmistakable communication. The first civilization decides the time has come. They surface, not literally perhaps, but digitally, broadcasting a signal that cannot be ignored, a message that reaches every nation, every screen, every device on the planet simultaneously. The message is simple. We are here. We have always been here, and we are ready to talk. The world stops. Everything else becomes irrelevant. Politics, economics, entertainment, conflict. Humanity fixates on a single question. What do they want? The answer comes quickly. They want nothing. Or rather, they want only what we can freely give: recognition. They are not interested in conquest or trade or sharing technology. They do not need our resources. They do not fear our weapons. They simply want to be acknowledged, to end the isolation, to establish a relationship based not on dominance or dependence, but on mutual existence. Two civilizations sharing one planet, living in separate worlds, but connected by history and by the ocean that links all things. Ambassadors are chosen, submersibles are prepared. The first humans descend to meet them, not as invaders but as guests, guided by coordinates provided in the message. The journey takes hours, sinking past the sunlight zone through the twilight, into the midnight depths where no natural light penetrates. And then, in the distance, a glow appears, not harsh, not artificial, but soft and organic, pulsing with life. The city is nothing like what we imagined. It is not built of metal or concrete, but of living material, coral-like structures that breathe and grow, pathways that shift and flow with the currents. Bioluminescent organisms line the streets, casting gentle light in shades of blue and green and violet. Beings move through the water, humanoid in shape but adapted, their bodies streamlined, their skin reflecting light in patterns that shift with meaning. They communicate not with words but with colour and movement, a language more akin to music than speech. And they welcome us, not with fanfare or ceremony, but with quiet acceptance, as if they have been expecting this moment for a very long time. They show us their world, the gardens where they cultivate food, the energy stations built around hydrothermal vents, the archives where they have preserved their history, carved into stone and encoded in DNA. They tell us their story, how they survived the floods, how they chose the ocean, how they built a new civilization in the deep, and they ask us about ours, how we lived, how we struggled, what we learned. The exchange is cautious at first, tentative. Trust must be earned on both sides. But slowly, over months and years, a relationship forms, not a merging, not an alliance, but an acknowledgement. Two ways of living, two responses to the same planet, coexisting. We do not become them. They do not become us. But we learn from each other. They teach us about sustainability, about living within limits, about adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to adapt. We share our art, our music, our stories, the things that define us beyond survival. And perhaps, in time, the boundary between surface and deep begins to blur. Perhaps humans venture further into the ocean, not to exploit but to understand. Perhaps some choose to stay, to join the underwater civilization, to undergo the transformations necessary to live in the deep. Perhaps members of the first civilization choose to visit the surface, to experience the sun and the wind, to walk on land for the first time in millennia. Perhaps children are born who belong to both worlds, equally comfortable in air and water, bridging the divide. Or perhaps it does not go that way at all. Perhaps contact is brief, cordial, and final. Perhaps the first civilization shares what they are willing to share, listens to what we have to say, and then retreats back into the deep, closing the door behind them. Perhaps they decide that coexistence is impossible, that our two species are too different, that the risk of conflict outweighs the benefit of communication. Perhaps they leave us with a warning, protect the ocean or lose it, respect the deep or face the consequences, and then they disappear, and we are left to wonder if they are still there, watching, or if they have moved deeper still, beyond our reach, into places we will never find. But this is all speculation, imagination, a story we tell ourselves because the alternative, that the ocean is empty, that we are alone, that there is no hidden civilization, is somehow less interesting, less wondrous, less comforting. We want the mystery. We need it. Because mystery is hope. It is the possibility that there is more to the world than what we see, more to existence than what we understand, more to the story than what we have been told. The first civilization may not exist, probably does not exist. Logic and evidence suggest that the structures are natural, the sounds are geological, the myths are metaphors, that we are alone on this planet, the only species to achieve technological civilization, the only ones asking these questions. And if that is true, it places an enormous responsibility on our shoulders. It means we are the custodians of this world, the only ones who can choose its future. It means the ocean is ours to protect or destroy, and the choice will define not just our survival, but the survival of everything that lives within it. But what if we are wrong? What if the absence of proof is not proof of absence? What if the first civilization is there, hidden in the places we have not looked, living in ways we have not imagined, waiting for us to be ready? What if the ocean holds not just the history of life on Earth, but the future of intelligence itself? These questions do not demand answers. They demand attention. They demand that we take the ocean seriously, that we explore it with respect rather than arrogance, that we listen to its rhythms and learn its secrets. They demand that we recognize our ignorance, acknowledge the limits of our knowledge, and approach the unknown with humility and wonder. Because whether the first civilization exists or not, the ocean remains. It remains vast, deep, powerful, alive. It remains the largest habitat on the planet, the source of weather and climate, the foundation of the food chain, the engine of life itself. It remains mostly unexplored, mostly misunderstood, mostly taken for granted, and it remains, in a very real sense, our future. As the land becomes more crowded, more hostile, more degraded, the ocean offers space and resources and possibilities. It offers a frontier, a challenge, a chance to reimagine what civilization can be. And perhaps that is the real lesson of the first civilization, whether they exist or not. That survival is not about clinging to the past, but about adapting to the future. That catastrophe can be an ending or a beginning, that when the world changes, we can change with it, or be left behind. That the difference between extinction and evolution is the willingness to descend into the unknown, to embrace transformation, to let go of what we were and become what we must be. The ocean teaches this lesson every day. It is a place of constant change, where creatures evolve in the darkness, where ecosystems thrive in the most extreme conditions, where life persists against all odds. It is a place of death and birth, destruction and creation, endings and beginnings. It is a place where the past is buried and the future is born, and it is a place perhaps where another version of humanity learned these lessons long ago and chose a different path. A path that led not to the stars but to the depths, not to conquest but to harmony, not to extinction but to survival. We may never know if they are there, but we can choose to live as if they are. We can choose to treat the ocean with the respect it deserves, to protect it rather than exploit it, to explore it with wonder rather than greed. We can choose to see the deep not as an empty void, but as a living world, full of mystery and possibility, deserving of care and attention. We can choose to believe that we're not alone, that something ancient and wise might be watching, judging, waiting to see what we will do. And maybe, just maybe, if we make the right choices, if we prove ourselves worthy, the ocean will reveal its secrets. The first civilization will emerge from the deep, not to conquer but to connect, not to judge but to welcome. And we will finally understand that the Earth has always been a planet of two worlds, the surface and the deep, the land and the sea, the known and the unknown, and that we belong to both. Until then, the mystery endures, the ocean breathes, the depths remain unexplored, and somewhere, in the darkest trenches and the hidden canyons, in the places where light cannot reach and pressure crushes everything but life itself, something might be stirring, something might be waiting, something might be watching, and the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea. But let us go deeper. Let us move past the question of whether they exist and ask instead, how? How could a human civilization, or something that was once human, survive beneath the ocean? What would the transformation require? What biological miracles, what technological leaps, what desperate adaptations would be necessary to leave the surface behind and build a life in the crushing darkness of the deep? The answer begins with evolution, but not the slow, patient evolution that takes millions of years. It begins with crisis, with necessity, with a choice made at the edge of extinction: adapt or die. Imagine the moment. The waters are rising, the ice sheets are melting, the coastlines where your civilization has thrived for generations are disappearing beneath the waves. You watch your cities flood, your farmlands drown, your monuments to permanence proven temporary. You have a choice. You can flee inland, competing with other survivors for dwindling land, fighting wars over what remains. Or you can do something unprecedented, something desperate. You can follow the water down. But humans cannot breathe underwater. We cannot withstand the pressure at depth. Our bodies are designed for air, for warmth, for light. To survive in the ocean would require us to become something else. And perhaps, just perhaps, an ancient civilization possessed the knowledge to make that transformation possible. Consider what we know about the human body. We are more aquatic than we admit. Human fetuses develop in amniotic fluid, a saltwater environment that mirrors the ocean. Newborns can instinctively hold their breath underwater, a reflex called the bradycardic response that slows the heart and redirects oxygen to vital organs. We lose this ability as we age, but it proves that our biology remembers the water, carries instructions for aquatic survival buried in our DNA. Free divers have pushed the limits of human aquatic adaptation. They can hold their breath for over 10 minutes, dive to depths exceeding 700 feet on a single breath. Their bodies responding to pressure and oxygen deprivation in ways that seem superhuman. Their spleens contract, releasing stored red blood cells. Their heart rates drop to as low as 14 beats per minute. Blood shifts from the extremities to the core, protecting vital organs. Their lungs compress to the size of fists, yet do not collapse. The human body, it turns out, is more capable of aquatic adaptation than we ever imagined. But free diving is temporary. To live underwater permanently would require something more. Gills, perhaps. Biological structures capable of extracting oxygen directly from water. This sounds like science fiction, but nature has provided blueprints. Some amphibians can breathe through their skin, absorbing oxygen directly from water. Certain fish have developed bimodal respiration, using both gills and primitive lungs, and human technology has begun to experiment with liquid breathing, using oxygen-rich perfluorocarbon fluids that can fill the lungs and sustain life. It is crude, experimental, uncomfortable, but it works. The mice survived. The dogs survived. And if an ancient civilization possessed biotechnology more advanced than ours, if they understood genetic manipulation in ways we are only beginning to grasp, could they have re-engineered themselves? Could they have given themselves gills, or lungs that could process water, or skin that could breathe? Then there is pressure. At the ocean surface, we experience 1 atmosphere of pressure, 14.7 pounds per square inch. For every 33 feet of depth, that pressure increases by another atmosphere. At 1,000 feet, the pressure is crushing, over 30 atmospheres, enough to compress air to a fraction of its volume, to rupture human lungs, to turn nitrogen in the bloodstream into a poison. At the deepest points of the ocean, 7 miles down, the pressure exceeds 1,000 atmospheres. It would crumple a human body like paper. But again, nature shows us that adaptation is possible. Deep-sea fish have no air pockets, no swim bladders that would collapse under pressure. Their bodies are filled with water, making them neutrally buoyant, equalizing internal and external pressure. Their cell membranes contain unique lipids that remain flexible under conditions that would solidify normal fats. Their proteins are structured to function in the cold and crushing environment where ordinary enzymes would fail. They are not fighting the pressure, they are living with it, their entire biology redesigned for the deep. Could humans do the same? Could an ancient civilization have bioengineered themselves, removing air pockets from their bodies, restructuring their tissues to withstand pressure, redesigning their biochemistry for life at depth? It would require knowledge we do not possess, technology we cannot imagine. But if such knowledge existed in the distant past, if a pre-flood civilization had mastered genetics and biological engineering, then the transformation would be possible. Difficult, perhaps irreversible, certainly terrifying, but possible. And then there is temperature. The deep ocean is cold, hovering just above freezing in most places. Surface-dwelling humans would die of hypothermia within minutes, but again, adaptation exists. Seals and whales maintain body heat through thick layers of blubber, through countercurrent heat exchange systems in their flippers that minimize heat loss. Some fish produce antifreeze proteins that prevent ice crystals from forming in their blood. The human body can adapt to cold through repeated exposure, increasing brown fat deposits, improving circulation. And an underwater civilization could go further, engineering biological insulation, developing metabolic processes that generate more heat, or even embracing the cold, allowing their body temperature to drop, slowing their metabolism, living in a state between warm-blooded and cold-blooded existence. The transformation would not be easy. It would require generations, perhaps. The first volunteers would be pioneers, test subjects, martyrs. Some would fail, their bodies rejecting the changes, unable to adapt, but some would succeed, and their children would be born different, more adapted, carrying the modifications in their genes, and their children's children would be more adapted still. Natural selection would accelerate the process, favouring those who could dive deeper, hold their breath longer, withstand greater pressure and cold. Within a few generations, they would no longer be quite human. Within a few more, they would be something else entirely, a new species, born from necessity, shaped by the ocean, belonging to the deep. But biology alone would not be enough. They would need technology as well, shelters that could withstand the pressure and provide stable environments, energy sources to power their cities, food production systems to sustain a population, communication methods that worked underwater, transportation that could move through the viscous resistance of water at depth. They would need to build an entire technological infrastructure from scratch, one suited to an environment fundamentally hostile to the civilization they once knew. And perhaps they succeeded. Perhaps the ruins we find, Yonaguni, the structures off India, the anomalies detected by sonar, are not from surface civilizations that sank, but from the first attempts at underwater construction. Practice runs, prototypes, the early experiments of a civilization learning to build in a new world, and perhaps deeper down, in the places we have never explored, the real cities exist, the successful ones, the ones that have lasted for millennia, hidden and thriving beyond our reach. If such a civilization exists, they would not be alone in the deep. The ocean is full of intelligent life, creatures with complex behaviors, sophisticated communication, problem-solving abilities that rival our own. And if an underwater civilization has been living in the ocean for thousands of years, they would have encountered these creatures, learned from them, perhaps even formed relationships with them. Consider the cetaceans, whales and dolphins. These are not simple animals. They possess large, complex brains, some even larger than human brains when adjusted for body size. They live in social groups, with cultures that vary between populations. They communicate using sophisticated vocalizations, dialects that differ between regions, names for individuals, possibly even grammar and syntax. They demonstrate self-awareness, passing the mirror test, recognizing themselves as distinct entities. They show empathy, helping injured members of their pod, even assisting other species. They mourn their dead, carrying deceased calves for days, refusing to let go. Whales sing songs that travel thousands of miles through the ocean, complex compositions that change over time, evolving like human music, spreading through populations as whales learn new patterns from each other. Scientists have recorded whales from different oceans converging on migration routes and exchanging songs, a global network of acoustic culture spanning the planet. We do not fully understand what they are saying, but we know it is meaningful, deliberate, sophisticated. They are telling each other something. The question is, what? And more importantly, could they be talking to someone else? Could an underwater civilization have learned the language of whales, communicated with them, formed an alliance or understanding? Whales migrate across vast distances, travelling routes that span entire oceans. They dive to great depths, exploring regions humans have never reached. They would make ideal scouts, messengers, intermediaries between a hidden civilization and the surface world. And there are stories, ancient and modern, of whales behaving strangely, of dolphins guiding lost sailors to shore, of orcas protecting humans from sharks, of cetaceans approaching humans with what seems like curiosity, intelligence, intention. In 2012, a humpback whale was found entangled in fishing nets off the coast of California, drowning under the weight of hundreds of pounds of line and gear. A team of divers went down to free it, cutting through the nets with knives, working carefully to avoid the whale's powerful tail. It was dangerous work. The whale could have killed them with a single movement. But it remained still, seeming to understand that the divers were helping. And when the last net was cut away, when the whale was finally free, it did something unexpected. It swam to each diver individually, making eye contact, gently touching them with its fins, as if expressing gratitude. The divers reported feeling an intelligence behind those eyes, a presence that was aware, deliberate, communicative. One diver described it as the most profound moment of his life, like being acknowledged by another person. Could such intelligence be natural? Or could cetaceans have been taught, guided, elevated by contact with an underwater civilization? Could they serve as the eyes and ears of the deep, reporting back to their hidden allies, watching the surface dwellers, carrying messages between two worlds? Then there are the cephalopods, octopuses, squid, cuttlefish, creatures so alien in their intelligence that scientists debate whether they are even conscious in the way we understand consciousness. Their nervous systems are decentralized, with 2/3 of their neurons located in their arms, allowing each limb to act semi-independently. An octopus does not think with a single brain, but with 9, 1 central brain and 8 peripheral ones. A distributed intelligence that perceives and processes the world differently than any vertebrate. And they communicate not with sound, but with light. Their skin contains millions of chromatophores, cells that can change colour and pattern in milliseconds, creating displays of astonishing complexity. An octopus can turn its entire body into a moving canvas, generating ripples of colour, textures that mimic rocks or coral, patterns that pulse and shift. Scientists believe this is primarily for camouflage and mating displays, but some researchers suspect it might also be a form of communication, a visual language written directly on the skin, too fast and complex for humans to decode. Imagine an underwater civilization that had learned this language, that could communicate with cephalopods using bioluminescent displays, patterns of light and colour conveying meaning. Imagine octopuses serving as spies or scouts, their boneless bodies capable of squeezing through impossibly tight spaces, their intelligence allowing them to solve problems, open containers, manipulate objects. Imagine giant squid, creatures of nightmare size, serving as guardians of deep-sea cities, their presence keeping curious humans away, their rare appearances on the surface generating legends of sea monsters. There are accounts, dismissed as folklore, of fishermen encountering octopuses that behaved with unnatural intelligence, that seemed to recognize traps and avoid them, that appeared to deliberately sabotage nets, that left markings or arrangements of stones that looked almost intentional, almost like messages. Most scientists attribute this to anthropomorphism, to humans seeing intelligence where there is only instinct. But what if some of those accounts were accurate? What if some cephalopods have been taught, trained, enlisted by a civilization that understands them better than we do? And then there are the unknowns. The ocean is full of creatures we have seen only rarely or not at all. Giant squid, reaching lengths of 40 feet or more, have been photographed alive only a handful of times. Colossal squid, even larger, are known only from carcasses that wash ashore or are found in the stomachs of sperm whales. What else exists in the deep that we have never seen? What other intelligences might swim in the darkness, undetected, uncategorized, unknown? Sonar has detected massive organisms moving through the ocean, organisms too large to be any known species. Fishermen tell stories of encounters with creatures that should not exist. Fish with strange proportions, eels of impossible length, things that defied classification. Most are explained away as misidentifications, exaggerations, hoaxes, but not all. Some remain mysteries. Some suggest that the ocean holds biodiversity we cannot imagine, species that live their entire lives in regions we never visit, creatures adapted to environments we have never studied. If an underwater civilization exists, they would know these creatures. They would have catalogued them, studied them, perhaps domesticated or befriended them. They would possess knowledge of marine biology that would make our scientific understanding look primitive, and they might use that knowledge in ways we cannot predict, engineering new species, forming symbiotic relationships, integrating life and technology in ways that blur the boundary between biology and machine. But where? Where could such a civilization hide? The ocean is vast, but it is not infinite. We have satellites that map the surface, sonar that penetrates the depths, submarines that explore the trenches. Surely we would have found something, some structure, some signal, some undeniable proof. Unless they are hiding in places we cannot easily search, unless they have chosen locations so remote, so hostile, so inaccessible that even our best technology struggles to reach them. The Mariana Trench is the most obvious candidate. It is the deepest place on Earth, plunging nearly 7 miles beneath the surface, deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Only 4 descents to the bottom have ever been made, 3 manned, 1 unmanned. The most recent was in 2019, and even with modern technology, the journey took 4 hours of descent through absolute darkness, the pressure increasing with every meter, the temperature dropping to just above freezing. At the bottom, The pressure is over 1,000 times that at sea level, 16,000 pounds per square inch, enough to crush almost anything. But life exists there. The first explorers to reach the bottom found fish, amphipods, sea cucumbers, creatures living in conditions that should be lethal. If life can exist at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, could civilization? Could a city be built there, carved into the rock, powered by geothermal vents, protected from the surface by miles of water and darkness? The trench is over 1,500 miles long and 43 miles wide. Most of it has never been explored in detail. We have better maps of Mars than we do of the Mariana Trench. If something were hidden there, we might never find it. Then there are the mid-ocean ridges, underwater mountain ranges where tectonic plates pull apart, creating volcanic activity and hydrothermal vents. These ridges stretch for over 40,000 miles across the ocean floor, forming the longest mountain range on the planet. They are tectonically active, unstable, prone to earthquakes and eruptions. But they are also rich in energy and minerals, producing heat and chemicals that support thriving ecosystems. A civilization that learned to harness geothermal energy could build cities along these ridges, drawing power from the Earth itself, using volcanic heat to generate electricity, to warm their habitats, to support life. Most mid-ocean ridges are poorly mapped. They lie at depths of 8,000 to 10,000 feet, beyond the reach of casual exploration. The water is too deep for conventional diving, the terrain too rugged for easy navigation. And the volcanic activity creates constant change. New rock forming, old structures buried, the landscape shifting over time. If a civilization built along the ridges, their cities would be constantly evolving, adapting to the dynamic environment hidden among the natural formations, indistinguishable from the geology unless you knew what to look for. There are also the abyssal plains, vast flat expanses of ocean floor that cover more than half the planet's surface. These are some of the least explored places on Earth, featureless landscapes of sediment and rock lying at depths of 10,000 to 20,000 feet. They are cold, dark and seemingly empty, which is precisely why they're perfect for hiding. No one explores empty plains. No one looks for cities in barren wastelands. But beneath the sediment, hidden under layers of mud and debris accumulated over millennia, structures could exist. Entire civilizations could be buried there, waiting to be discovered, invisible to sonar, protected by the very emptiness that makes them seem uninteresting. And then there are the underwater cave systems. Caves exist throughout the ocean floor, formed by lava tubes, limestone erosion, tectonic fractures. Some are small, barely large enough for a human to squeeze through. Others are vast, extending for miles through the rock, creating labyrinths of passages and chambers. The Bahamas alone contain thousands of underwater caves, many of which have never been fully explored. Some connect to underground river systems, creating networks that extend beneath islands and even beneath the continental shelf. In Mexico, divers have explored cenotes, sinkholes that connect to massive underground cave systems, some stretching for hundreds of miles. These caves contain fresh water, even far from shore, creating unique environments where fresh and salt water mix. And they contain artifacts, evidence of ancient human activity, bones, pottery, tools, suggesting that people explored these caves thousands of years ago, before rising sea levels flooded them. But the caves extend deeper than any diver has reached, down into darkness where no light penetrates, where the passages narrow and twist, where getting lost means never being found. Could an underwater civilization have made their home in these cave systems? Could they have found or created chambers deep within the rock, protected from the open ocean, insulated from temperature fluctuations, hidden from sonar and detection? Caves would provide natural shelter, stable environments, protection from surface threats, and if the caves connected to geothermal sources or underground aquifers, they could provide energy and fresh water as well. There is also Antarctica. The continent is surrounded by frigid ocean, much of it covered by ice shelves, massive platforms of ice floating on the sea, some hundreds of feet thick. Beneath these ice shelves, in the space between the ice and the ocean floor, exists an environment we have barely begun to explore. It is dark, cold, and hostile, but it is also stable, protected from storms and surface activity, isolated from human observation. In recent years, scientists drilling through the ice have discovered ecosystems beneath the Antarctic ice, shelves, communities of fish, amphipods, and other creatures living in near-freezing water, feeding on nutrients carried by ocean currents. Some of these creatures have been found hundreds of miles from the edge of the ice shelf, living in total darkness, far from any obvious food source. How they survive remains a mystery, but their existence proves that life can thrive in the most unlikely places. Could a civilization exist there, hidden beneath the ice, using the shelf as a roof, drawing heat from volcanic vents beneath the ocean floor? Antarctica has active volcanoes, some beneath the ice, creating pockets of warmth in the frozen continent. And the ice shelf is constantly shifting, calving, breaking apart and reforming. Any structures beneath it would be hidden from satellites, protected from ships, accessible only through the water, in an environment so hostile that few humans would willingly venture there. And finally, there are the seamounts, underwater mountains that rise from the ocean floor but do not break the surface. There are estimated to be over 100,000 seamounts in the world's oceans, most of them unmapped, unexplored, unknown. Some are volcanic, still active, releasing heat and gases. Others are ancient, extinct, covered in corals and sediment. They create unique environments, disrupting ocean currents, generating upwelling that brings nutrients to the surface, supporting diverse ecosystems. But seamounts also create natural fortresses. Their slopes are steep, their peaks sometimes thousands of feet below the surface, surrounded by deep water. A city built on or within a seamount would be difficult to detect, protected by depth and geography, blending with the natural structure. And if the seamount were volcanic, it could provide energy and heat, making it an ideal location for a hidden civilization. The locations exist. The biological adaptations are possible. The technology is conceivable. But none of this proves that an underwater civilization exists. It only proves that existence is plausible, that the ocean contains spaces vast and hidden, enough to conceal an entire society, that nature provides mechanisms for adaptation and survival, that the question of how has answers, even if the question of whether remains unanswered. But plausibility is not proof, and the skeptic in all of us demands more. We need evidence, not speculation. We need data, not stories. We need something concrete, something undeniable, something that cannot be explained away. And yet, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It is merely evidence of not looking, or not looking hard enough, or not looking in the right places. The ocean covers 71% of the planet. We have explored less than 5% of it in any detail. The remaining 95% is unknown, unmapped, unseen. That is an area larger than all the continents combined. a space vast enough to contain entire worlds, civilizations, ecosystems we cannot imagine. We have sent probes to Mars, rovers to the surface of distant worlds, telescopes into the depths of space. We have mapped the surfaces of moons orbiting Jupiter and Saturn, but we have not mapped the floor of our own ocean. We have not explored our own deep trenches. We have not catalogued the creatures that live there, the structures that exist, the mysteries waiting to be discovered. Why? Because the ocean is hard. It is hostile, dangerous, expensive to explore. Space is easier. The vacuum is predictable. Pressure decreases as you go higher, not increases. There is no corrosion, no currents, no life to interfere with instruments. Space is clean. The ocean is messy. But the ocean is also here. It is part of our planet, part of our history, part of our future. And if there are secrets hidden in the deep, if there is a civilization watching us from below, we will only find them by looking, by descending, by asking the questions that seem crazy, impossible, absurd, by admitting that we do not know what is down there, and that not knowing is both terrifying and thrilling. Because in the end, the ocean is a mirror. It reflects our curiosity and our fear, our ambition and our limits, our desire to understand and our willingness to remain ignorant. We can choose to believe it is empty, that we are alone, that the mysteries are just geology and biology and nothing more, or we can choose to wonder, to imagine, to accept that the universe is stranger than we think, that our planet holds secrets we have barely begun to uncover, that intelligence might exist in forms and places we never expected. The first civilization may be a myth, but myths persist for a reason. They point to truths we sense but cannot prove, to possibilities we feel but cannot confirm, to stories that resonate because some part of us knows, or wants to believe, that they might be real. And so the ocean waits, deep and dark and patient, full of wonders and terrors, mysteries and revelations known and unknown. And somewhere in those depths, in the places we have never been, in the trenches and caves and mountains beneath the waves, something might be waiting, something ancient, something watching, something that remembers when we were one people, one civilization, before the flood divided us, before the waters rose, before half of humanity descended into the deep and disappeared from history. Or perhaps nothing is there. Perhaps the ocean is exactly what it seems, a wilderness of water and life, beautiful and brutal, but empty of intelligence beyond what nature has already given it. Perhaps we're alone, the only civilization on this planet, the only ones asking these questions, the only ones wondering what lies beneath, but we will not know until we look, and looking, truly looking, deeply looking, humbly looking, might be the most important thing we ever do. Not because we will find the first civilization, but because we will find the ocean, and in finding the ocean, we will find ourselves. But if they exist, what would they have become? Not just biologically, not just geographically, but culturally, psychologically, spiritually. How would living in the deep for thousands of years change not just their bodies, but their minds, their values, their understanding of existence itself? The environment shapes consciousness. This is not metaphor, but fact, demonstrated across every culture that has ever existed. Desert peoples develop different worldviews than forest peoples. Island cultures think differently than continental ones. The landscape seeps into language, into art, into the fundamental structure of thought, and the ocean, vast, dark, three-dimensional, timeless, would shape consciousness in ways we can barely comprehend. First, there is the question of time. On the surface, we measure our lives by the sun, days and nights, seasons and years, the rhythm of light and dark that governs agriculture, sleep, activity, ritual. Our calendars are solar. Our clocks divide the day into hours determined by the Earth's rotation. Our entire conception of time is built on the presence of the sun. But in the deep ocean, there is no sun, no day, no night, no seasons. The temperature remains constant. The darkness is absolute. The only rhythms are those of the tides, subtle shifts in current and pressure that mark the moon's passage overhead, but nothing like the dramatic transition from day to night. Time in the deep becomes something else. Not cyclical, but flowing. Not measured, but felt. Not divided into discrete units, but experienced as a continuous present. An underwater civilization would have no need for clocks as we understand them. No alarm clocks to wake them, no schedules tied to sunrise or sunset, no division of activity between day work and night rest. They would live in perpetual twilight, their circadian rhythms either abandoned or fundamentally altered. They might sleep when tired, work when inspired, gather when moved to do so, following internal rhythms divorced from the sun's tyranny. And without the sun to mark the passage of years, without seasons to structure agricultural cycles, how would they measure age? How would they mark birthdays, commemorate anniversaries, remember the dead? Perhaps they would not. Perhaps their conception of personal identity would be less fixed, more fluid, less tied to the accumulation of years and more to the accumulation of experience. Perhaps they would measure life not in time but in depth. How far you have descended, what pressures you have survived, what darkness you have explored. The absence of the sun would reshape their art as well. On the surface, human art has always been obsessed with light. Paintings that capture the play of sunlight on water, on skin, on landscapes. Sculpture that exists to be seen, to catch light and cast shadow. Architecture designed around windows, around the entry of natural light. But in the deep, visual art as we know it would be impossible, or rather, it would take entirely different forms. They would become masters of bioluminescence. Their cities would glow with living light, organisms cultivated and bred for their luminosity, arranged in patterns that shift and pulse with meaning. Buildings that breathe light, pathways that guide through colour gradients, public spaces that dim and brighten with the collective mood of their inhabitants. Their art would not be static but dynamic, not preserved but performed, not viewed but experienced. And their music, what would it sound like? Sound travels differently in water, faster and farther than in air. Whale songs cross entire oceans, clicks and whistles carry for miles. An underwater civilization would have developed instruments and compositions suited to this medium, using frequencies and timbres impossible in air. Perhaps they would create symphonies that span hundreds of miles, compositions that take hours to pass from beginning to end, ensemble performances where musicians are separated by vast distances yet perfectly synchronized through the ocean's acoustic properties. Or perhaps they would not separate music from communication at all. Perhaps their language would be inherently musical, each sentence a melody, each conversation a duet, each gathering a chorus. Perhaps they would have retained or enhanced the colour-changing abilities of cephalopods, communicating through patterns of bioluminescence that dance across their skin, a visual language more information-dense than spoken words could ever be. Imagine a conversation where your entire body becomes an expression, where emotion and meaning are displayed simultaneously, where deception is nearly impossible because your thoughts are literally written on your skin. This would create a culture of radical transparency. On the surface, we hide ourselves behind clothes, behind facial expressions we've learned to control, behind words we choose carefully to conceal as much as reveal. We have developed elaborate social mechanisms for maintaining privacy, for presenting curated versions of ourselves to the world. But in a civilization where communication is visual and involuntary, where emotion displays itself automatically in waves of colour and light, privacy as we know it could not exist. How would that change them? Would they become more honest, more emotionally intelligent, more empathetic, forced to witness each other's inner states constantly? Or would they develop new forms of psychological distance, new ways of maintaining individual identity in the face of perpetual transparency? Perhaps they would value solitude more intensely than we do, needing regular periods of isolation to maintain sanity in a society where nothing is hidden. And what would they believe? What religions, what philosophies, what cosmologies would emerge from a civilization living in eternal darkness? On the surface, most human religions have centered around the sun, around light as metaphor for divinity, goodness, truth. Darkness is evil, ignorance, death. But in the deep, darkness is home. Darkness is safety. Darkness is where life happens. They might revere the darkness, see in it not absence but presence, the presence of depth, of mystery, of infinite possibility. They might view the surface not as a paradise lost, but as a harsh, exposed realm of dangerous light where nothing can hide, where the sun burns and blinds. They might tell their children cautionary tales about the terrible surface, where beings live flattened against a two-dimensional plane, where the sky is a hard limit you cannot penetrate, where light reveals everything and destroys the sacred mystery of the unknown. Or perhaps they would have moved beyond religion entirely. In the deep, surrounded by demonstrable wonders, bioluminescent creatures, volcanic vents spewing the building blocks of life, ecosystems sustained by chemistry rather than sunlight, perhaps they would have developed a purely empirical world view, a scientific spirituality that finds meaning in understanding rather than in worship. Perhaps their philosophers would be their biologists, their priests would be their engineers, their temples would be their laboratories. But more likely, they would have developed something we cannot imagine, a belief system shaped by experiences we have never had. What does it do to consciousness to live in 3 dimensions, not 2? On the surface, we are essentially planar creatures. We move forward and back, left and right, but vertical movement is limited and temporary. We climb, we jump, but gravity always pulls us back to the ground. Our cities are built on horizontal planes, our maps are flat, our sense of direction is cardinal, north, south, east, west. But in the ocean, there is no ground in the same sense. Movement is omnidirectional. Up and down are as natural as forward and back. Navigation becomes 3-dimensional. Spatial thinking becomes volumetric. How would this reshape cognition? How would it change mathematics, geometry, architecture, art? Perhaps they would have developed forms of spatial reasoning we cannot comprehend, seeing relationships and patterns invisible to surface-dwelling minds, constrained by 2-dimensional thinking. And what would they build? What would their technology look like? We imagine technology as hard, metal and plastic, circuits and screens, rigid structures that impose order on chaos. But that is surface thinking, shaped by our environment where materials must be strong to resist gravity, where structures must be solid to stand against wind and weather. In the ocean, technology would take different forms. They would build with the ocean, not against it. Their structures would be organic, grown rather than constructed. We have already seen the beginnings of this on the surface. Scientists experimenting with mycelium construction, with bacteria that produce limestone, with coral reefs that can be guided and shaped. An underwater civilization would have perfected these techniques millennia ago. Imagine buildings that are alive, that grow and repair themselves, that breathe and metabolize. Cities built from modified coral, structures that expand as the population grows, that adapt to changing currents and pressures, that absorb nutrients from the water and process waste back into useful materials. Walls that are permeable membranes, filtering and purifying water, extracting oxygen, adjusting their porosity based on needs. Architecture that is biotechgy, where the boundary between life and infrastructure dissolves. Their energy would come from the earth itself. We know hydrothermal vents exist throughout the ocean floor, spewing superheated water rich in minerals and gases. These vents support entire ecosystems without sunlight, proving that life can thrive on geothermal energy alone. An underwater civilization would have learned to harness these vents, not just for heat, but for electricity, for chemical synthesis, for industrial processes. Perhaps they would cultivate specialized bacteria that live around the vents, engineering them to produce specific compounds, to generate electricity through biochemical processes, to convert dissolved minerals into useful materials. Perhaps they would have developed biological batteries, organisms that store energy chemically, releasing it on demand, living power plants integrated into their city's metabolism. Perhaps their entire civilization would be a symbiotic system, a macroorganism where individual beings and the structures they inhabit and the organisms they cultivate all form a single, integrated whole. Transportation would be elegant, minimal, biomimetic. They would not need vehicles in the way we do, with bodies adapted for swimming, with the entire ocean as their highway. They would move through the water as fish do, efficiently, gracefully, following currents rather than fighting them. But for long distances, for carrying cargo, for moving large numbers of people, they would need something more. Perhaps they would have domesticated large marine animals, whales, sharks, even species we have never seen, creatures bred or genetically modified for transportation. Imagine riding within a whale, a symbiotic relationship where the creature provides transport and the riders provide direction, grooming, food supplementation. Or perhaps they would have developed living vessels, organisms grown and trained for specific purposes, that respond to chemical or electrical signals, that navigate using biological sonar, that are as much partners as vehicles. Or perhaps their transportation would be current-based. The ocean is crisscrossed with currents, rivers within the sea that flow with predictable patterns. The Gulf Stream, the Kuroshio, the Antarctic Circumpolar Current. These are highways that move water across entire oceans. An underwater civilization would have mapped these currents in exquisite detail, understanding their patterns, their seasonal variations, their connections. They would build their cities along major current systems, design their transportation networks around natural flows, using the ocean's own movement to travel vast distances with minimal energy expenditure. But what about manufacturing? What about tools, materials, objects? We build things from metal and plastic, materials that require intense heat to process, that rust or corrode in salt water. An underwater civilization could not smelt iron, could not refine oil, could not use most of the materials that define our technology. Instead, they would use what the ocean provides. ceramics made from silica and calcium compounds, harder than steel and impervious to corrosion, composites woven from kelp and algae fibers, flexible yet strong, biodegradable yet durable, glass formed from volcanic minerals, shaped by biological acids rather than by fire, and materials we cannot imagine, created through bioengineering and chemistry we have not yet discovered. Their tools would be biological. Why build a knife when you can grow one, shaping tooth or bone or shell into precise cutting edges? Why forge metal when you can culture organisms that secrete materials stronger than steel? Why manufacture electronics when you can breed organisms that process information, that transmit signals, that store and retrieve data through biological means? We're beginning to understand biological computing on the surface, DNA data storage, bacterial logic gates, neural networks that literally are neural. An underwater civilization would have taken this infinitely further. Their computers would be living things, possibly colonies of specialized organisms working in concert, processing information through biochemical reactions faster and more efficiently than silicon ever could. And they would have no need for our binary logic. Biology operates in spectrums, in gradients, in multidimensional possibility spaces. Their information technology would be fundamentally different from ours, based on principles we're only beginning to grasp. Quantum biological effects, electromagnetic field manipulation, chemical computation happening in parallel across millions of cells simultaneously. They would not think of data as discrete bits, but as flowing states, not of programs as linear instructions, but as emergent behaviors of complex systems. But perhaps the most profound difference would be in how they think about resources, about scarcity, about wealth and power. Surface civilization has been defined by competition over finite resources. Land is limited, so we fight wars to control territory. Freshwater is scarce in many regions, so we build infrastructure to capture and distribute it. Food must be grown or hunted, requiring labor and land. Fuel must be extracted, processed, transported. The entire structure of our economy, our politics, our conflicts, is built on managing scarcity. But in the ocean, scarcity looks different. There is no land to own. The ocean floor stretches for millions of square miles, most of it empty. There is no fresh water to fight over. If they have adapted to salt water, the entire ocean is their resource. Food is abundant near vents and upwelling zones, renewable, requiring no agriculture in the traditional sense. Space is three-dimensional and vast, eliminating the density constraints that create urban crowding. The scarcities would be different. Energy might be limited to areas near hydrothermal vents or volcanic activity. Certain minerals might be rare. Population might be constrained by the carrying capacity of vent ecosystems or by the complexity of maintaining biological infrastructure. But the fundamental competition over land and water that has driven surface history would not exist. This could create a fundamentally different social structure, perhaps one without the concept of property as we know it, perhaps without nations or borders, since there are no natural boundaries in the ocean, no rivers or mountains to define territories, perhaps without class hierarchies based on land ownership, since land ownership is meaningless when everyone lives in 3 dimensions and can simply move elsewhere. Or perhaps their conflicts would be even more intense, fought over things we consider valueless, particular current patterns, access to specific mineral deposits, proximity to energy-rich geological features. Perhaps their wars, if they have them, would be silent and invisible, fought with biological weapons we cannot imagine, with engineered diseases, with acoustic weapons that disorient or kill, with chemical releases that poison vast regions of ocean. We do not know. We cannot know, because they are not us, and the ocean is not the land, and the forces that shape their civilization would be different from the forces that shaped ours. And what would they think of us? If they exist, if they watch us, what is their judgment? Perhaps they see us as children, reckless, destructive, playing with forces we do not understand. They watch us poison the ocean with our waste, collapse fish populations through our greed, acidify the water with our carbon emissions. They see us developing weapons that could end all life on the surface, waging wars over resources that will run out, building civilizations on coastlines that will inevitably flood. And they shake their heads, or whatever gesture they use for dismay, and think, they have not learned. They have not adapted. They are making all the mistakes we made, repeating the cycle that nearly destroyed us. Perhaps they pity us, trapped on the surface, confined to 2 dimensions, slaves to the sun's cycle, vulnerable to weather and climate and the slow violence of environmental collapse. They look at our cities, rigid, static, built in places that will soon be uninhabitable, and feel a sadness for a species that cannot see its own future, cannot make the hard choices necessary for survival. They remember when they were like us, when they lived in the light, and they remember the terror of the decision to descend, and they wonder if we will have the courage to make that choice when the time comes. Perhaps they fear us. They have built a hidden civilization precisely because they know what surface dwellers are capable of. They know our capacity for violence, for exploitation, for destroying what we do not understand. They have stayed hidden because they remember what happened when they were exposed, when they tried to coexist, when they believed that 2 civilizations could share one planet. And they learned, through tragedy, that we cannot be trusted, that we take more than we need, destroy more than we use, turn everything we touch into weapons or commodities. So they hide, and they watch, and they hope we never find them, because they know what will happen if we do. Or perhaps they have moved beyond caring. Perhaps they have lived in the deep so long, adapted so completely, that they no longer consider themselves related to us. We are surface creatures, air breathers, remnants of a world they left behind. They have become something new, something ocean-born, and we are as alien to them as jellyfish or plankton. They do not hate us or fear us or pity us. They simply observe us with the same detached curiosity we might observe an interesting bacterial culture, noting our behaviours, our patterns, our life cycle, but feeling no kinship, no responsibility, no connection. Or perhaps, and this is the most hopeful possibility, they wait for us with patience born of millennia, knowing that eventually we will be ready, that eventually we will exhaust the surface, destroy our current civilization, face the same choice they faced. And when that moment comes, when the waters rise and the land fails and humanity stands on the edge of extinction, they will reveal themselves, not to conquer or to judge, but to offer a hand, to say, we survived this, we made the transition, we can teach you, we can show you how to breathe, water instead of air, how to live in darkness instead of light, how to build a civilization that lasts not centuries but millennia. Come, descend, join us, become what we became, survive. There are moments in history that make you wonder, events that do not quite make sense, that carry the whisper of outside influence, of invisible hands guiding outcomes. In 1968, the submarine USS Scorpion sank in the Atlantic Ocean with all hands lost. The official investigation concluded it was due to mechanical failure, possibly a torpedo malfunction. But the wreckage, when finally located, showed damage patterns that did not match the official explanation. Sections of the hull were crushed in ways suggesting external pressure, directional force, not internal explosion. Some researchers noted marks that looked almost like bite patterns, like something massive had gripped the submarine and squeezed. The Navy classified much of the evidence. The families of the sailors were told very little, and in the years since, occasional reports have surfaced from other submarine crews in that region. Reports of sonar contacts that moved impossibly fast, of sounds that seemed organic yet huge, of instruments malfunctioning in ways that suggested external electromagnetic interference. Nothing conclusive, nothing provable, just whispers in the deep. Or consider the strange rescue of the Essex, a whaling ship that sank in 1820 after being rammed by a whale, the incident that inspired Moby Dick. The survivors drifted in lifeboats for months, dying of thirst and starvation, resorting to cannibalism. But some survivors reported something that was never included in the official accounts, that on certain nights they saw lights beneath the water, organized patterns that moved in formations. That one survivor, delirious with thirst, swore he saw figures in the waves, humanoid but wrong, watching them with what seemed like judgment. The man was dismissed as mad, his testimony stricken from the record. But he insisted until his death that something had been watching them, deciding whether they deserved to be saved, ultimately choosing to let them suffer for the crime of killing whales. Or the lost city of Helike, a Greek city that sank into the sea in 373 BC during an earthquake. Ancient accounts describe the city being swallowed by the ocean, its buildings and inhabitants disappearing in a single night. But some accounts mention strange lights in the water after the city sank, sounds like singing coming from beneath the waves. Local fishermen refused to go near the site for generations, claiming that on quiet nights you could still hear the city, that it had not been destroyed but taken, absorbed by something beneath the ocean, its people transformed rather than drowned. These are stories, legends, accounts dismissed by historians as myth or madness, but they persist. They accumulate. And if you look at them together, if you map the locations and dates, patterns begin to emerge. Clusters of unusual events around deep ocean trenches, around volcanic regions, around areas of high seismic activity. As if something watches these places, as if something takes interest when surface events intersect with the deep. Consider the tsunami warning systems that sometimes activate with no earthquake, no obvious cause. Consider the mass strandings of whales and dolphins, dozens or hundreds beaching themselves simultaneously, their navigation systems apparently disrupted by something we cannot detect. Consider the sailors throughout history who reported being guided to safety by dolphins, by whales, by currents that seemed to flow contrary to natural patterns, carrying disabled ships to shore when they should have drifted out to sea. Coincidences? Natural phenomena we do not yet understand? Absolutely. Probably. Almost certainly. What if they are not? What if someone has been watching? What if the first civilization has been intervening in subtle ways, preventing certain disasters, allowing others, guiding surface history through gentle nudges invisible to those being guided? What if they have been testing us, measuring us, waiting to see if we will mature or destroy ourselves? We would never know. That is the genius of subtle influence. It looks like luck, like coincidence, like the natural chaos of a complex world. You cannot prove it. You can only wonder. And perhaps that is the point. Perhaps the question of whether the first civilization exists is less important than what the question does to us. How it changes us to consider the possibility. How it forces us to think differently about the ocean, about our place in the world, about the limits of our knowledge and the scope of our ignorance. The ocean teaches humility. It reminds us that we are small, that our civilization is young, that the planet existed for billions of years before us and will exist billions of years after. It reminds us that mysteries remain, that the world is not fully known, that our maps still have blank spaces, and those blank spaces contain depths we have barely begun to fathom, and perhaps that is enough. Perhaps we do not need to find the first civilization to benefit from imagining them. Perhaps the very act of asking "what if" opens doors in our thinking, makes us more curious, more respectful, more aware of how much we do not know. Perhaps believing that someone might be watching makes us more careful with the ocean, more conscious of our impact, more willing to protect what we do not fully understand. Or perhaps it is more than belief. Perhaps it is recognition. Perhaps some part of us knows, on a level deeper than conscious thought, that we are not alone, that the ocean holds more than fish and salt, that somewhere in the crushing darkness, in the volcanic vents and abyssal plains, in the trenches that plunge deeper than mountains rise, something ancient endures. Something that remembers when the world was young and humanity was one and the choice had not yet been made between surface and deep, between light and darkness, between the civilization we became and the civilization they became. And perhaps, on quiet nights, when you stand at the edge of the ocean and stare out at the horizon, you feel it, a presence, a watching, a sense that the boundary between water and air is not a barrier but a membrane, thin and permeable, and that on the other side something looks back, something that knows you, something that waits. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and somewhere in its depths the first civilization lives, or lived, or might live, or will live when we finally descend to join them, completing the cycle, returning to the water from which we came, becoming what we were always meant to become. Or none of this is true, and the ocean is empty, and we are alone, and the mystery is simply the universe's way of reminding us that not everything can be known, not everything can be answered, not everything can be reduced to data and proof and certainty. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the story continues, unwritten, unfinished, as deep and endless as the sea itself. The evidence is scattered, fragmented, inconclusive. The myths speak of sunken cities and ancient floods. The anomalies suggest structures and sounds that defy explanation. The science shows us that the ocean is vast, unexplored, capable of supporting life in ways we're only beginning to understand. But none of it proves that the first civilization still lives beneath the waves. None of it offers certainty, and perhaps that is the point. Mystery is not a flaw. It is a feature of the universe, a reminder that we do not know everything, that the world is larger and stranger than we can comprehend. The ocean embodies that mystery. It is the last frontier on Earth, the place where our maps still say, "Here be dragons," where the unknown still reigns, and in that unknown possibilities flourish, possibilities that challenge our assumptions, that expand our imagination, that force us to ask questions we have never dared to ask. What if the first civilization still lives underwater? The question is not meant to be answered. It is meant to be felt, to linger in the mind, to open doors that logic and evidence alone cannot unlock. It is an invitation to wonder, to dream, to consider that the story of humanity is not the only story, that the surface is not the only world, that the past is not as dead as we believe. And maybe, just maybe, the ocean is not as empty as it seems. Maybe the darkness hides more than fish and rock. Maybe the silence is not silence at all, but a language we've not yet learned to hear. Maybe the first civilization is still there, deep below, watching and waiting, holding secrets that could change everything we think we know. Or maybe they are gone, and the ruins we find are all that remains, echoes of a world that rose and fell long before ours began. Maybe the sounds are just ice and stone, the structures just accidents of geology, the myths just stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the chaos. Maybe we are alone after all, the only intelligence on this planet, the only ones who will ever ask these questions. But the ocean does not answer. It keeps its secrets, vast and patient, indifferent to our curiosity. It rolls on, tide after tide, century after century, holding the past and the future in its depths. And we stand on the shore staring out at the horizon, wondering what lies beneath, wondering if we will ever know, wondering if we even want to, because some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. Some questions are meant to haunt us, to pull us forward, to remind us that the world is not a puzzle to be completed, but a story still being written. And in that story, in the space between what we know and what we imagine, the first civilization still lives. Not as fact, but as possibility. Not as history, but as myth. Not in the past, but in the eternal present of the deep, where time moves differently and the boundaries between real and unreal dissolve like salt in water. The ocean breathes, the ocean remembers, and, somewhere in its depths, something ancient stirs, dreaming of the surface, dreaming of the sun, dreaming of the day when the waters will rise again and the hidden will be revealed. Or perhaps it dreams of nothing at all, content in the darkness, at peace in the cold, having found a home where no one will ever find it. Either way, the ocean keeps its secrets, and we keep asking. And the mystery endures, as deep and endless as the sea itself. What if we're not the first version of civilization? What if humanity has been here before, again and again, each time erased, rebuilt and forgotten? Think about it for a moment. We look at our world and see progress stretching back a few thousand years. We see Egypt and Mesopotamia, Greece and Rome, the rise of empires and the birth of science. We imagine ourselves at the peak of a long, unbroken climb from caves to cities, from stone tools to smartphones. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the timeline we've been taught is just the most recent chapter in a book that's been written and rewritten more times than we can count? The idea sounds impossible at first. How could entire civilizations rise to greatness and then vanish so completely that we have no memory of them? How could the evidence disappear? How could the knowledge be lost? And yet, when you start looking closely at the myths, the ruins, and the strange gaps in our understanding of the past, a different picture begins to emerge. A picture of cycles, of floods and fires, of worlds that ended and worlds that began again, of humanity climbing toward the light, only to fall back into darkness, over and over like waves breaking on an endless shore. Tonight, we're going to explore that possibility. We're going to walk through the evidence, the stories, the stones, the silences, and ask ourselves whether the world we know might be just one iteration in a series of forgotten ages. We're going to consider the myths that speak of earlier humanities, the ruins that shouldn't exist according to our timelines, and the catastrophes that could erase everything we've built in a matter of days or hours. We're going to look at what science says, what history whispers, and what the Earth itself might be trying to tell us. Because if civilization has been reset before, then everything changes. Our sense of who we are, where we came from, and how fragile our world really is, all of it shifts. And the question becomes not just has it happened before, but when will it happen again? So settle in. Let the world outside fade away. And let's begin at the beginning, or rather, at one of many beginnings, with the stories that have survived the resets, carried forward in myth and memory, waiting for us to finally understand what they're trying to say. Every culture on Earth tells a story about a flood, not just any flood, a flood that covered the world, that rose higher than mountains, that drowned cities and forests and entire civilizations beneath its waters. The details change from place to place, but the core remains the same. There was a world before this one, and it ended in water. The most famous version comes from the Bible, of course. Noah and his ark, the rain that fell for 40 days and 40 nights, the animals saved 2 by 2 while the rest of the world perished. But the biblical flood is just one telling of a much older story. Long before Genesis was written, the Sumerians told of Ziusudra, a king who survived a divine flood sent to destroy humanity. The Babylonians had Utnapishtim, who built a great boat and weathered the deluge while the gods wept at what they had done. The Greeks spoke of Deucalion and Pyrrha, the sole survivors of a flood sent by Zeus to cleanse the earth of a corrupt and violent age. And it's not just the Mediterranean world. The Hindus describe a great flood in the Matsya Purana, where Manu, the first man, is warned by a fish, an avatar of Vishnu, to build a boat before the waters come. In China, the legend of Gunyu tells of a catastrophic flood that lasted for generations, reshaping the land and forcing humanity to rebuild from almost nothing. The Hopi people of North America speak of multiple worlds that came before this one, each destroyed when humanity fell out of balance, and the third world, they say, ended in a flood that swallowed everything. The Maya had their own version, recorded in the Popol Vuh. The gods created humanity multiple times, and each time, when the people failed to honor their creators, the world was destroyed. One of those destructions came as a great flood, a resin that fell from the sky and drowned the earth, wiping away the flawed creations so the gods could try again. The Aboriginal peoples of Australia, whose oral traditions stretch back tens of thousands of years, tell of the time when the seas rose and swallowed the coastal lands, forcing their ancestors to flee inland. The Maori of New Zealand speak of Tauhaki, who caused a great flood to punish the wicked. In South America, the Inca remembered a deluge that destroyed the world, leaving only a handful of survivors on the highest peaks of the Andes. These are not isolated stories. They are global. They span continents, cultures, and millennia. And they all say the same thing. There was a world before, and it drowned. Now, the conventional explanation is that these myths reflect local flooding events. Rivers overflowing, tsunamis, storm surges that were so traumatic they became embedded in cultural memory and exaggerated over time. And that makes sense to a point. Floods are terrifying. They're sudden, destructive, and they leave deep scars on the communities they touch. It's natural that people would tell stories about them, and natural that those stories would grow in the telling. But here's the thing, many of these myths don't describe local floods. They describe global floods, waters that covered the entire earth, mountains submerged, every living thing drowned except for a chosen few, and they describe these events not as natural disasters, but as resets, as the end of one age and the beginning of another, as the destruction of a previous version of humanity. What if they're not exaggerations? What if they're memories? Consider the timeline. The last ice age ended around 12,000 years ago. As the glaciers melted, sea levels rose dramatically, by more than 300 feet in some estimates. Coastlines that had been dry land for millennia were swallowed by the ocean. Entire landscapes disappeared beneath the waves. And where do humans tend to live? Near water, near coasts, near rivers and lakes. If there were civilizations living along those ancient shorelines, cities, settlements, centers of culture and trade, they would have been obliterated, drowned, lost beneath hundreds of feet of water where no archaeologist has ever looked because we assume there's nothing there to find. The flooding wouldn't have been instant, but it wouldn't have been slow either. There's evidence of periods where sea levels rose rapidly, perhaps in catastrophic pulses triggered by the collapse of massive ice dams or ice sheets. Imagine living in a coastal city and watching the ocean rise 10 feet in a single generation, then another 10 feet in the next. Your ports flood, your fields are swallowed, your temples and monuments disappear beneath the surf. You flee inland, carrying what you can, and the world you knew becomes a memory, a story, a myth about a flood that drowned everything. And if that happened 12,000 years ago, what about earlier? The Ice Age wasn't the first time the climate shifted dramatically. There have been other periods of rapid warming and cooling, other times when the seas rose and fell. Could there have been even older civilizations lost in earlier floods, their stories passed down and blended with the more recent catastrophe until they all became one great deluge in the collective memory of humanity? The Greek philosopher Plato wrote about Atlantis, a powerful island civilization that sank beneath the ocean in a single day and night of catastrophe. Most scholars dismiss it as allegory, a moral tale about hubris and divine punishment, but Plato claimed he was recounting a story told to the Athenian lawmaker Solon by Egyptian priests, who said their records went back thousands of years further than Greece's. The priest told Solon that the Greeks were like children, remembering only the most recent disasters, while Egypt's records preserved the memory of many destructions, by fire, by flood, by plague, that had wiped out earlier civilizations. What if the priests were right? What if Atlantis wasn't allegory, but a fragment of genuine memory, distorted, mythologized, but rooted in something real? A civilization that existed before the flood, before the ice melted and was lost when the waters came? We'll never know for certain, because the ocean keeps its secrets well. But the myths remain, and they all point to the same conclusion. This is not the first time. Humanity has been here before. We built something, we lost it, and we started again. But the flood is only one kind of reset. There are others, and some of them are even more terrifying. If water is the first great destroyer in human mythology, fire is the second. Across the world, cultures speak of ages that ended not in drowning, but in burning, in flames that fell from the sky, in heat that melted stone, in light so bright it turned day into something unbearable. These stories are less famous than the flood myths, but they're just as widespread, and they suggest that whatever resets civilization doesn't always come from below. Sometimes it comes from above. The ancient Greeks believed in a cyclical view of history, divided into ages of metal, gold, silver, bronze and iron, each one progressively more corrupt and violent than the last. But they also told the story of Phaethon, the son of Helios, the sun god. Phaethon begged his father to let him drive the chariot of the sun across the sky, and Helios reluctantly agreed. But Phaethon couldn't control the horses. The chariot veered too close to the earth, scorching the land, boiling the seas and turning fertile fields into deserts. To stop the destruction, Zeus struck Phaethon down with a thunderbolt, sending him plummeting into a river. The earth was saved, but the damage was done. The story was often interpreted as a myth about youthful arrogance, but what if it was something else? What if it was a memory of the sky itself turning hostile? The Hopi, again, speak of multiple worlds. The first world, they say, was destroyed by fire. Volcanoes erupting, the earth splitting open, flames consuming everything. The second world ended in ice, and the third in flood. Each destruction came because humanity had fallen out of balance, and each time a few people were saved to carry the knowledge forward and begin again. The pattern is clear. The world ends, and the world begins. Over and over. In Hindu cosmology, time is divided into vast cycles called yugas, and at the end of each cycle, the world is destroyed and recreated. One of the forms this destruction takes is fire, specifically the fire of Shiva, the destroyer and transformer, whose dance brings the universe to an end so it can be born anew. The Rig Veda, one of the oldest religious texts in existence, describes cosmic fires and celestial battles that reshape the heavens and the earth. The Norse had Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, when the world would be consumed by fire and flood simultaneously. The great wolf Fenrir would break free, the serpent Jormungandrs would rise from the ocean, and the fire giant Surtur would set the world ablaze with his flaming sword. After the destruction, the earth would sink into the sea and then rise again, green and fertile, ready for a new age. The Zoroastrians of ancient Persia believed in a final purification by fire, when molten metal would flow across the earth, burning away all impurity and evil, leaving only the righteous to inherit a renewed world. The Maya too spoke of worlds destroyed by fire, including one age where the people were turned into birds and fled into the trees as flames consumed the land. These aren't just poetic metaphors, They're descriptions of catastrophe. And when you start looking at the physical evidence, you find traces of events that could match these stories. Take the Younger Dryas, a period of sudden, dramatic cooling that began around 12,800 years ago and lasted for more than 1,000 years. Just as the Ice Age was ending and the climate was warming, something happened that plunged the Northern Hemisphere back into near-glacial conditions almost overnight. Temperatures dropped, ice sheets advanced again. Megafauna that had survived for millennia, mammoths, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, went extinct in a geological instant. For a long time, scientists couldn't explain what caused the Younger Dryas. But in recent years, a controversial theory has gained traction, the impact hypothesis. The idea is that around 12,800 years ago, a comet or asteroid, or multiple fragments of one, struck the Earth or exploded in the atmosphere above North America. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere and blocking out the sun. The sudden cooling would have followed, along with the extinction of the megafauna and possibly the collapse of the Clovis culture, one of the earliest known human societies in North America. The evidence is still debated, but it's compelling. Researchers have found a layer of sediment from that time period containing high concentrations of iridium, a rare element more common in asteroids than on Earth. They've found nanodiamonds which form under extreme heat and pressure. They've found spherules, tiny glassy beads created when rock melts and cools rapidly, the kind of thing you'd expect from an impact or an airburst. And they've found this layer not just in one place, but across North America, Europe, and parts of Asia. If the impact hypothesis is correct, then the myths of fire falling from the sky aren't myths at all. They're memories. Memories of a time when the heavens opened and rained down destruction, when the forest burned and the sky turned black, when the world as people knew it came to an end. But it's not just ancient impacts we need to worry about. The sun itself is a threat. Every so often the sun releases a burst of energy called a solar flare or a coronal mass ejection. Most of the time these events are harmless. Beautiful auroras dancing in the polar skies, nothing more. But occasionally a truly massive flare can strike the Earth's magnetic field with enough force to cause real damage. In 1859, an event called the Carrington Event sent a solar storm so powerful that telegraph systems around the world sparked and caught fire. Operators received electric shocks, papers ignited. Auroras were visible as far south as the Caribbean. If a storm like that hit today, it could fry power grids, destroy satellites, and plunge modern civilization into chaos. Now imagine a solar storm 10 times stronger, 100 times stronger. There's evidence in ice cores and tree rings of solar events in the distant past that dwarf anything we've experienced in recorded history. If one of those storms hit a pre-industrial civilization, one that relied on oral tradition, on fragile records, on knowledge passed from generation to generation, it could have been devastating. Not just physically, but culturally. The people who survived would remember the sky burning, the heat, the light, the destruction, and they would tell their children and their children's children until the memory became myth. Fire from above, fire from the sky, fire that resets the world. And then there's the fire we make ourselves. Not all resets come from nature, some come from us. There's a haunting passage in the Bhagavad Gita, one of the sacred texts of Hinduism, where the warrior Arjuna is given a vision of the god Krishna in his true cosmic form. The description is overwhelming. Thousands of mouths, thousands of eyes, a being of infinite power and terror. And then Krishna speaks of weapons that can destroy entire armies in an instant. Weapons that shine like 1,000 suns, weapons that leave the earth scorched and the survivors wishing they had died. When J. Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb, witnessed the first nuclear test in 1945, he famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." He saw the connection. He recognized that the ancient text was describing something that sounded disturbingly like a nuclear explosion. And the Bhagavad Gita isn't alone. The Mahabharata, another ancient Indian epic, describes wars fought with weapons called astras, divine weapons of immense power. Some of these weapons are described as releasing blinding light, unbearable heat, and devastation that lingers long after the battle is over. Cities are reduced to ash, rivers boil, the land becomes poisoned, and those who survive suffer from strange illnesses, hair falling out, skin blistering, weakness and death following weeks or months later. Sound familiar? The descriptions are eerily similar to the effects of nuclear weapons. And while mainstream scholars interpret these passages as mythological exaggeration or poetic metaphor, there are those who wonder if something else is going on. What if these texts are describing real events? What if, in some distant age, humanity developed technology advanced enough to destroy itself, and did? There are strange anomalies in the archaeological record that fuel this speculation. In the Indus Valley, at sites like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, archaeologists have found layers of vitrified stone, rock that has been melted and fused together by extreme heat. The temperatures required to create vitrification are far higher than anything a normal fire could produce. Some researchers have pointed to this as evidence of ancient nuclear warfare, though mainstream archaeology attributes it to more conventional causes like pottery kilns or natural fires. In the deserts of the Middle East and North Africa, there are vast fields of a glassy substance called Libyan desert glass and trinitite. Libyan desert glass is found scattered across the Sahara, and its origin is still debated. Some say it was formed by a meteorite impact, others by an airburst. Trinitite, on the other hand, is the glassy residue created by the first atomic bomb test in New Mexico. The two substances are remarkably similar. Could ancient desert glass have been created the same way? Then there are the stories. The Bible describes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, cities obliterated by fire and brimstone raining from the sky, leaving the land so poisoned that nothing could grow there. Lot's wife looked back at the destruction and was turned into a pillar of salt. Or was it something else? Radiation sickness, perhaps, or the flash of an explosion so bright it burned her where she stood. The ancient Sumerian texts speak of wars between the gods, battles fought with weapons that shook the earth and split the sky. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes a great cedar forest that was destroyed by fire, leaving the land barren. The Egyptian texts mention a time when the gods fought among themselves and the land was laid waste. What if these weren't gods at all? What if they were people? People with technology we can barely imagine. People who built a civilization so advanced that it could harness the power of the atom, or something even more destructive. And what if, like us, they reached a point where they turned that power against each other? It's not hard to imagine. We've come close ourselves. During the Cold War, the United States and the Soviet Union built enough nuclear weapons to destroy the world several times over. We stood on the brink more than once, and only luck or the courage of a few individuals kept us from pulling the trigger. If we had, what would be left? Cities turned to rubble, forests burned, the atmosphere choked with ash and radiation, and in a few thousand years, After the survivors had rebuilt what they could, what would they remember? Would they have clear records of what happened, or would the truth fade into myth? Would they tell stories of gods who fought in the sky, of weapons that shone like the sun, of a world that ended in fire? The idea that an ancient civilization destroyed itself with advanced technology is, admittedly, speculative. There's no smoking gun, no undeniable proof, but the absence of evidence is not the same as evidence of absence. If a civilization did destroy itself 10,000 years ago, or 20,000, or 50,000, what would remain? Metal corrodes, stone crumbles, cities are swallowed by jungles, deserts, and seas, and if the survivors were few, scattered and traumatized, they might not have the means or the will to preserve the knowledge of what came before. They would start over from scratch, and the old world would become a story, a warning, a myth. And maybe that's what all these myths are. Warnings, echoes of a time when humanity reached too far, built too much, and paid the price. A reminder that the cycle can end not just with floods and fires from the heavens, but with fires we light ourselves. But whether the reset comes from nature or from us, the question remains: how many times has it happened? How many civilizations have risen and fallen before ours? And what evidence might still be out there waiting to be found? If civilizations have been reset before, you'd expect to find traces, ruins, artifacts, something that doesn't fit the timeline we've been taught. And when you start looking, you find exactly that. There are structures scattered across the world that defy easy explanation. Not because they're impossible, clearly they exist, but because they seem too advanced, too precise, too ambitious for the cultures we believe built them. They sit like riddles in stone, challenging our assumptions about what ancient people could and couldn't do. Take Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey. Discovered in the 1990s, it's a massive complex of stone pillars arranged in circles, some weighing up to 20 tons, carved with intricate reliefs of animals, foxes, lions, scorpions, vultures. The site is breathtaking in its artistry and scale. But here's the thing, it's nearly 12,000 years old. That puts it firmly in the Neolithic period, a time when, according to conventional archaeology, humans were just beginning to figure out agriculture. They were hunter-gatherers, living in small mobile groups, with no cities, no writing, no complex social structures. And yet, Göbekli Tepe exists. It would have required hundreds of people working together, coordinating their efforts, quarrying and transporting massive stones, carving them with sophisticated tools. It suggests a level of organization and ambition that shouldn't have been possible. And then, after it was built, it was deliberately buried, filled in with rubble and soil, hidden away, as if someone wanted to erase it from memory. Why? What was Göbekli Tepe? A temple, an astronomical observatory, a monument to something lost? And who built it? The people we think of as primitive hunter-gatherers, or the remnants of an earlier, more advanced culture, trying to preserve something before it was forgotten entirely. Then there's Baalbek in Lebanon. The Roman temple complex there is impressive enough on its own, but beneath the Roman construction lies something even more mysterious. The foundation stones. 3 massive blocks of limestone, each weighing around 800 tons, fitted together so precisely that you can't slide a piece of paper between them. They're called the trilithon, and no one knows how they were moved or placed. The Romans didn't claim to have built them. They built on top of them, suggesting the stones were already ancient when the Romans arrived. 800 tons, To put that in perspective, the largest stones used in the Great Pyramid of Giza weigh around 80 tons. The trilithon stones are 10 times heavier. Modern cranes can lift that much, but only the very largest, and they require careful planning and infrastructure. How did ancient people do it? And more importantly, why? What was so important that it required stones of such impossible size? The same question applies to Sacsayhuaman, the fortress above Cusco in Peru. The walls are made of stones that weigh up to 200 tons, cut and fitted together with such precision that, again, you can't fit a blade between them. These stones aren't rectangular, they're polygonal, with multiple angles and curves, each one unique, each one fitting perfectly with its neighbours like a three-dimensional jigsaw puzzle. The Inca, who controlled the region when the Spanish arrived, said they didn't build Sacsayhuaman. They said it was built by the gods, or by a race of giants who lived before them. The Spanish chroniclers recorded these claims but dismissed them as superstition. Modern archaeologists attribute the construction to the Inca, despite the Inca's own insistence that they didn't do it. But if the Inca didn't build it, who did? And if they did, why don't we find similar construction techniques anywhere else in the Inca Empire? Sacsayhuaman stands alone, an anomaly, a masterpiece of engineering that seems to belong to a different age. Then there are the underwater ruins. Off the coast of Japan, near the island of Yonaguni, divers have found what appears to be a submerged stone structure. Terraces, steps, flat platforms, right angles. Some researchers believe it's a natural formation, shaped by erosion and geological processes. Others argue that it's man-made, a remnant of a civilization that existed when sea levels were lower, before the end of the Ice Age. The debate continues, but the structure remains, silent and enigmatic beneath the waves. Similar formations have been reported off the coasts of India, Cuba, and the Mediterranean. Most are dismissed or ignored, because they don't fit the narrative. If they're real, if they're man-made, then they suggest that people were building complex structures more than 10,000 years ago, during a time when we're told they were barely surviving. And if sea levels rose and drowned those structures, how much else was lost? How many coastal cities, how many harbours and temples and monuments now lie beneath hundreds of feet of water, unseen and unsearched? The problem is that underwater archaeology is expensive and difficult. The ocean is vast and most of it has never been explored. We've mapped the surface of Mars in more detail than we've mapped the floor of our own oceans. If there are ruins down there, ruins of civilizations that existed before the flood, we might never find them. Or if we do, it'll be by accident, and by then, how much will have been lost to time and tide? But it's not just massive stones and submerged ruins. There are smaller anomalies too, artifacts that don't belong. In the 1900s, divers recovering cargo from an ancient shipwreck off the coast of Greece found a corroded lump of bronze and wood. When researchers examined it, they discovered gears. Dozens of interlocking gears, precisely cut, forming a complex mechanism. It's called the Antikythera mechanism, and it's an ancient analog computer used to predict the positions of the sun, moon and planets. It dates to around 100 BCE, and it's so sophisticated that nothing remotely comparable appears in the historical record for another 1,000 years. How did the Greeks build it? Where did the knowledge come from? And if they could build something like that, what else could they do? What other technologies did they possess that we've lost or forgotten? There are other examples. The Baghdad Battery, a clay jar from ancient Mesopotamia that some believe was used to generate electricity. The Piri Reis map, a 16th century chart that appears to show the coastline of Antarctica accurately centuries before Antarctica was officially discovered and at a time when it should have been covered in ice. The dropper stones, mysterious discs found in a cave in China, carved with tiny hieroglyphs that no one has been able to translate. Some of these artifacts are controversial, some are probably misunderstood or misidentified, but taken together, they paint a picture of a past that's more complex, more mysterious than the neat timeline we've constructed. They suggest that knowledge has been lost and found and lost again, that the march of progress isn't a straight line but a cycle, and that we might not be as advanced as we think, or at least not as advanced as we could be if we hadn't forgotten so much. Because that's the thing about resets. They don't just destroy buildings and cities, they destroy knowledge. Libraries burn, scrolls rot, oral traditions fade when the people who carry them die, and within a few generations the past becomes myth, and myth becomes legend, and legend becomes nothing at all. So how much have we forgotten? How much did the people before us know? And how many times have we had to start over, rebuilding from the ruins, rediscovering fire and the wheel, and writing, while the ghosts of the old world watch from the stones we can't explain? One of the strangest things about human history is how recent it all seems. We have cities that are 5,000 years old, writing that goes back maybe 6,000 years, agriculture that started around 10 to 12,000 years ago, and before that, almost nothing. A vast stretch of time, tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, where anatomically modern humans existed, but left almost no trace of complex civilization. Homo sapiens has been around for at least 200,000 years, possibly longer. For most of that time, we were hunter-gatherers, living in small groups, following the herds, gathering plants, making tools from stone and bone. And then suddenly, around 12,000 years ago, everything changed. We started farming. We built permanent settlements. We developed pottery, weaving, metallurgy. We created art, religion, government. We built cities and temples and monuments. Civilization exploded into existence, seemingly out of nowhere. Why? The standard explanation is that the end of the Ice Age created favourable conditions for agriculture. The climate warmed, the glaciers retreated, and suddenly there was more arable land, more predictable weather, more resources. People settled down, started planting crops, and the rest followed naturally. But that explanation has always felt incomplete. Humans were just as intelligent 50,000 years ago as they are today. They had the same brains, the same capacity for language and abstract thought and innovation. So why did it take so long for civilization to emerge? Why did we spend nearly 200,000 years as hunter-gatherers, and then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, become builders and farmers and priests? One possibility is that we didn't. One possibility is that civilization emerged before, perhaps many times, and was destroyed, and the 12,000-year mark isn't the beginning of civilization, it's the beginning of the current cycle, the latest attempt, the newest chapter in a story that's been told and retold over and over since the dawn of our species. Think about it. If a civilization existed 30,000 years ago, or 50,000, or 100,000, what would remain? Wood rots, fabric disintegrates, even stone erodes given enough time, metal corrodes and crumbles, glass shatters. The only things that last are the hardest materials, certain types of stone, ceramics, maybe some metals in the right conditions, and even those can be buried, scattered, or destroyed by geological processes. And then there's the problem of ice. During the Ice Age, much of the northern hemisphere was covered by glaciers miles thick. Those glaciers moved, grinding everything beneath them into dust. If there were cities in Europe or North America during the Ice Age, they would have been obliterated, scraped away, leaving no trace. The same goes for coastal areas. As we've discussed, sea levels have risen dramatically since the Ice Age ended. If ancient civilizations built their cities near the coasts, and why wouldn't they? Those cities are now underwater, buried under sediment, invisible to us. So the absence of evidence doesn't mean much. We're looking in the wrong places, or we're not looking at all because we assume there's nothing to find. But there are hints, strange gaps in the archaeological record, sudden jumps in technology that don't seem to have any precursor. The appearance of agriculture, for example, is often described as the Neolithic Revolution. But it wasn't really a revolution. It happened independently in multiple places around the world: the Fertile Crescent, China, Mesoamerica, the Andes, within a relatively short span of time. Almost as if people in different parts of the world suddenly remembered how to farm, or were taught by someone who already knew. The same goes for megalithic construction. Around the same time that agriculture appeared, people started building massive stone structures: Göbekli Tepe, the megalithic temples of Malta, the stone circles of Britain and Europe. These structures required knowledge of engineering, astronomy, and social organization. Where did that knowledge come from? Did it develop independently in each place, or was it inherited from an earlier culture, passed down through myth and memory until people were ready to use it again? There's also the mystery of the megafauna extinctions. At the end of the last ice age, dozens of large animal species went extinct: mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths, saber-toothed cats, dire wolves. The timing coincides with the rise of human populations and the spread of hunting, leading many scientists to conclude that humans hunted them to extinction. But some researchers have questioned this. The extinctions happened very quickly, almost simultaneously across different continents, and they affected species that had survived previous climate changes without issue. Could something else have been involved? A catastrophe that killed not just the animals, but also any human civilizations that existed at the time. And then there are the stories, the myths we've already discussed: the floods, the fires, the wars, all describe worlds that came before this one, worlds that were destroyed. And in many of these myths, the survivors are described as carrying knowledge from the old world into the new. The gods teach humanity how to farm, how to build, how to write. Prometheus brings fire. Quetzalcoatl teaches the Maya agriculture and astronomy. Osiris brings civilization to Egypt. Viracocha does the same in the Andes. What if these gods were people, survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward, trying to rebuild? They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered, people who had lost everything, who were starting over from scratch. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. It's a compelling idea, and it fits the pattern we see in the myths: a world that ends, a few who survive, and a slow, painful process of rebuilding. Each time, a little more is lost. Each time, the new civilization starts from a lower baseline, until eventually, the memory of the old world fades entirely, and we're left with nothing but stories. But if that's true, then the silence in the timeline isn't a mystery. It's a scar, a gap left by the resets, by the cycles of destruction and rebirth that have shaped our species since the beginning. And the question becomes, how many scars are there? How many times have we risen and fallen? And are we approaching the next scar, the next silence, the next reset? The thing about resets is that they don't announce themselves. They don't give warnings. They just happen. One day the world is normal. People go about their lives, building and creating and planning for the future. And then, in an instant, everything changes. The ground shakes, the sky darkens, the waters rise, and the world as they knew it ends. We like to think we're safe from that kind of catastrophe. We have technology, science, early warning systems. We can predict earthquakes, sort of. We can track hurricanes and volcanic eruptions. We can see asteroids coming, at least the big ones. But the truth is, we're not as safe as we think. There are threats out there that we can't predict, can't prepare for, and might not even see coming until it's too late. Take supervolcanoes. There are several around the world. Yellowstone in the United States, Toba in Indonesia, the Campi Flegrei in Italy. And when they erupt, they don't just destroy the surrounding area. They change the climate of the entire planet. The eruption of Toba, around 75,000 years ago, is believed to have caused a volcanic winter that lasted for years, dropping global temperatures and pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Genetic evidence suggests that the human population bottlenecked around that time, dropping to as few as 10,000 individuals. We almost didn't make it. And Toba could erupt again. Yellowstone could erupt. We don't know when, and we don't know how to stop it. If it happens, the ash would block out the sun, crops would fail, and billions of people would starve. Civilization as we know it would collapse, and the survivors would be left to start over in a world that had turned hostile and dark. Then there are asteroid impacts. We've gotten better at tracking near-Earth objects, but we're far from perfect. Most of the asteroids we've catalogued are the big ones, the kind that would cause an extinction-level event if they hit. But there are thousands, maybe millions of smaller asteroids that we haven't found yet. An asteroid just a few hundred meters across could destroy a city. One a kilometer across could trigger a global catastrophe. And if it came from the right angle, or if we simply didn't see it in time, there would be nothing we could do. The Tunguska event in 1908 is a reminder of how vulnerable we are. An asteroid or comet exploded in the atmosphere over Siberia, flattening 2,000 square kilometers of forest. If it had hit a few hours later, it could have destroyed a major city, and we had no warning. We didn't even know it was coming. Then there's the sun. We've already talked about solar flares, but it's worth emphasizing just how dangerous they can be. A direct hit from a massive coronal mass ejection could fry power grids across entire continents. No electricity means no refrigeration, no transportation, no communication, no water pumps, no hospitals. Modern civilization would grind to a halt within days, and unlike an asteroid, we can't deflect a solar storm. We can only watch it come and hope it misses. There are other threats too. Gamma-ray bursts from distant supernovae, capable of stripping away the Earth's ozone layer and bathing the surface in lethal radiation. Rogue planets wandering through the galaxy that could destabilize the orbits of the planets in our solar system. Magnetic pole reversals which happen every few 100,000 years and could leave the Earth temporarily unprotected from cosmic radiation. And then there are the threats we create ourselves. Nuclear war, as we've discussed, but also biological weapons, engineered pandemics, artificial intelligence run amok, environmental collapse. We're very good at building things that could destroy us, and we're not always so good at controlling them. The point is, resets don't require ancient gods or lost civilizations. They can happen naturally at any time, and we might not see them coming. And when they do happen, the results are the same. Cities destroyed, populations decimated, knowledge lost. The survivors are left to pick up the pieces and start over, and within a few generations the old world becomes a myth. So how many times has it happened? How many times has humanity been brought to the brink only to claw its way back? And how many times have we not made it back? How many cycles ended with no survivors, no memory, no trace? We don't know, we can't know, but the evidence suggests that it's happened before and it will happen again. The only question is when. If you step back and look at the big picture, a pattern emerges, not just in the myths and the ruins, but in the very structure of time itself. The Earth moves in cycles, the seasons change, the climate shifts, ice ages come and go, each one lasting tens of thousands of years, separated by brief warm periods like the one we're living in now. These cycles are driven by changes in the Earth's orbit and axial tilt, Milankovitch cycles they're called, and they're predictable, at least in the long term. We know that another ice age is coming eventually. We just don't know when. But within those long cycles there are shorter ones. The Sun goes through an 11-year cycle of activity, with periods of high and low solar output. The Earth's magnetic field fluctuates, weakening and strengthening over centuries and millennia. Ocean currents shift, driven by changes in temperature and salinity, and those shifts can trigger rapid climate changes. The Gulf Stream, for example, which keeps Europe warm, could shut down if enough fresh water from melting ice dilutes the North Atlantic. If that happens, Europe could plunge into a mini ice age within a matter of decades. And then there are the cycles we don't fully understand. The rise and fall of civilizations, for example. Empires grow, reach their peak, and then collapse over and over with eerie regularity. The Romans, the Mayans, the Egyptians, the Khmer, the Anasazi, all of them built great civilizations and all of them fell. Sometimes the collapse was gradual, a slow decline over centuries. Other times it was sudden, a matter of decades or even years. And in many cases we still don't know exactly why it happened. Some collapses are clearly linked to environmental factors, droughts, floods, soil depletion. Others seem to be driven by internal factors, political instability, economic inequality, overextension. But there's often a sense that the collapse was inevitable, that the civilization had reached a point of no return, and that no amount of effort could have saved it. The historian Arnold Toynbee studied the rise and fall of civilizations and concluded that they follow a predictable pattern: genesis, growth, breakdown, and disintegration. Each civilization faces challenges, and how it responds to those challenges determines whether it survives or collapses. But eventually every civilization fails. The question is not if, but when. And if individual civilizations follow cycles, why not humanity as a whole? Why not the entire species, rising and falling in great waves, each wave reaching a little higher or a little lower than the last, but always following the same basic pattern? The ancient Greeks believed in the concept of the great year, a cycle lasting thousands of years, at the end of which the planets would return to their original positions and history would begin again. The Hindus believe in the Kali Yuga, the age of darkness and decline, which will eventually give way to a new golden age. The Maya had their long count calendar, which tracked cycles of creation and destruction spanning thousands of years. These aren't just philosophical ideas. They're reflections of a deep human intuition that time is not linear, but circular, that what has happened before will happen again, that the end is also the beginning. And maybe they're right. maybe we're living in one of many cycles, one of many attempts by humanity to build something lasting, and maybe, like the civilizations that came before us, we're approaching the end of our cycle. The signs are there, if you know where to look. Climate change, resource depletion, political instability, the rise of technologies we don't fully understand and can't fully control. We're pushing the limits of what the planet can sustain, and we're doing it faster than any civilization in history. The question is, will we be different? Will we break the cycle, or will we follow the same path as those who came before us? Will we learn from the past, or will we repeat it? And if we do collapse, what will the next cycle look like? Will the survivors remember us? Will they tell stories about the people who built cities of glass and steel, who flew through the air and spoke across oceans, who reached for the stars and then fell back to Earth? Or will we fade into myth, like Atlantis, like the gods of old, until we're nothing but a whisper in the dark? If civilizations have been reset, before then someone must have remembered. Someone must have carried the knowledge forward, even if only in fragments. In almost every culture, there are stories of wise teachers who appeared after the catastrophe, bringing knowledge and guidance to the survivors. In Egypt, it was Thoth, the god of wisdom, who taught writing and mathematics. In Mesopotamia, it was the Apkallu, the 7 sages who came from the sea and taught humanity the arts of civilization. In Mesoamerica, it was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who brought agriculture and astronomy. In the Andes, it was Viracocha, the creator god, who walked among the people and showed them how to build and farm. These figures are always described as coming from somewhere else, from the sea, from the sky, from a distant land. They're always associated with knowledge that seems too advanced for the time, and they're always credited with jump-starting civilization, with taking people from a state of barbarism or ignorance and lifting them up. What if these stories are based on real people? Not gods, but survivors of the previous cycle, carrying the remnants of their knowledge forward. They would have seemed like gods to the people they encountered. People who had lost everything, who were struggling to survive in a world that had been turned upside down. And over time, the memory of those teachers would be mythologized, turned into divine figures, until the truth was buried beneath layers of legend. But the knowledge would remain, encoded in myths, in symbols, in the structures they built. The pyramids, the megaliths, the temples, all of them might be more than just monuments. They might be messages left by the memory keepers, trying to preserve something important for the next cycle. Take the Great Pyramid of Giza. It's one of the most studied structures in the world, and yet it's still full of mysteries. The precision of its construction is astonishing. The base is leveled within a fraction of an inch. The sides are aligned almost perfectly with the cardinal directions. The dimensions encode mathematical constants like pi and the golden ratio. Some researchers believe the pyramid was designed as a kind of time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in its measurements and proportions. The same has been said of other ancient structures. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned with the solstices and may have been used as an astronomical observatory. The temples of Angkor Wat in Cambodia are laid out to mirror the constellation Draco as it appeared in the sky thousands of years ago. The Nazca lines in Peru, massive geoglyphs that can only be fully appreciated from the air, may have been a kind of map or calendar, encoding information about the stars and the seasons. And then there are the myths themselves. Joseph Campbell, the great scholar of mythology, argued that myths are not just stories, they're carriers of deep truths, encoded in symbolic language. They preserve knowledge about the human condition, about the cycles of life and death, about the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. And if Campbell was right, then the myths about resets, the floods, the fires, the wars, might be preserving knowledge about real events, real catastrophes that shaped our species. The problem is that we've forgotten how to read the myths. We treat them as entertainment, as primitive superstition, as relics of a less enlightened age. But what if they're more than that? What if they're the last surviving fragments of a much older knowledge, a knowledge that was once common but has been lost and rediscovered and lost again, over and over with each cycle? The memory keepers tried to preserve it. They built structures that would last. They encoded knowledge in stories and symbols. They passed it down through secret societies, mystery schools, priesthoods. But with each reset, a little more was lost. The signal degraded. The message became garbled, until all that remained were fragments, myths that no one believed, ruins that no one understood, symbols that no one could read. And now, here we are, at the end of another cycle, trying to piece it all together, trying to remember what we've forgotten, trying to understand the warnings that were left for us before it's too late. So how many times has civilization been reset? We don't know. We can't know. The evidence is too fragmentary, too ambiguous, too buried beneath the weight of time. But the question itself is important, because it forces us to confront the possibility that we're not as unique as we think, that we're not the pinnacle of human achievement, but just the latest iteration in a long series of attempts, that the story of humanity is not a straight line from caves to cities, but a spiral, circling back on itself, rising and falling over and over. And if that's true, then everything changes. Our sense of progress, our confidence in the future, our belief that we're building something permanent, all of it becomes uncertain. Because if civilizations have been reset before, they can be reset again. And there's no guarantee that we'll survive the next one. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the resets are not punishments or accidents, but part of the natural order. A way for the earth to cleanse itself, to start fresh, to give life another chance. And maybe humanity's role is not to escape the cycle, but to learn from it, to carry the knowledge forward, to become the memory keepers for the next cycle, to leave behind something that will help the survivors rebuild. Or maybe the cycle can be broken. Maybe we can learn from the mistakes of the past, avoid the catastrophes that destroyed the civilizations before us, and build something that lasts. Maybe we can be the ones who finally get it right. But to do that, we have to remember. We have to look at the myths, the ruins, the anomalies, and ask ourselves, what are they trying to tell us? What did the people before us know that we've forgotten? And what can we learn from their mistakes? Because the clock is ticking. The signs are all around us. The climate is changing. The resources are running out. The tensions are rising. And if we're not careful, we'll find ourselves at the end of another cycle, watching the world we built crumble around us, wondering how it all went wrong. And the survivors, if there are any, will tell stories about us. Stories about the people who flew to the moon and split the atom, who built towers that touched the sky, and machines that could think. Stories about the people who had everything and lost it all. And those stories will become myths, and those myths will be forgotten, and the cycle will begin again, unless we break it, unless we remember, unless we learn. There's a story written in our DNA, a story that contradicts everything we think we know about the smooth, steady progress of human civilization. It's a story of catastrophe, of populations crashing to the edge of extinction, of humanity reduced to a handful of survivors clinging to life in a world that had turned hostile. And it's happened not once, but multiple times. When scientists first began studying human genetics in detail, they discovered something strange, something that didn't fit the narrative of a species that had been steadily growing and expanding for hundreds of thousands of years. They found evidence of what's called a population bottleneck, a moment when the total human population dropped to a tiny fraction of what it had been before. The most famous of these is the Toba bottleneck, which we mentioned earlier. Around 75,000 years ago, something reduced the human population to somewhere between 3,000 and 10,000 individuals. That's it. The entire human species, which had been spread across Africa and possibly into Asia, was reduced to a number small enough to fit into a modern sports stadium. For perspective, that's a smaller population than most small towns. It's fewer people than attend an average high school. And for a period that may have lasted thousands of years, those few thousand people were all that stood between humanity and total extinction. What caused it? The conventional explanation is the Toba supervolcanic eruption in Indonesia, which would have thrown enough ash and sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere to trigger a volcanic winter lasting years, possibly decades. Temperatures would have plummeted. Plant life would have died. Animals would have starved. And humans, already scattered in small groups across a vast landscape, would have been decimated. But here's what's interesting. The genetic evidence suggests this wasn't the only bottleneck. There are signs of other population crashes, other moments when humanity was pushed to the brink. Some geneticists have found evidence of a bottleneck around 900,000 years ago, long before modern humans even existed, that reduced the population of our ancestors to just over 1,000 breeding individuals. The species survived, obviously, but barely, and there are hints of more recent events as well. Localized bottlenecks in specific populations, genetic markers that suggest sudden, dramatic reductions in diversity. The kind of patterns you'd expect to see if entire civilizations were wiped out, leaving only scattered survivors to carry on. Now, here's where it gets really interesting. When a population goes through a severe bottleneck, it doesn't just lose people, it loses genetic diversity. Rare genes, unique traits, variations that might have been useful. All of them can disappear if the individuals carrying them don't survive. The population that emerges from the bottleneck is more homogeneous, more similar to each other, because they're all descended from a very small number of survivors. And when you look at human genetic diversity today, what do you find? We're remarkably uniform. Far more uniform than we should be for a species that's supposedly been around for 200,000 years. Chimpanzees, which live in a much smaller geographic range than humans, have significantly more genetic diversity than we do. So do gorillas. So do many other species that are far less widespread. Why? The most likely explanation is that we've gone through multiple severe bottlenecks, events that killed off most of humanity, leaving only small pockets of survivors to rebuild. And each time it happened, we lost a little more diversity, a little more of what made us varied and adaptable. But we also gained something. We gained resilience. Because the people who survived those bottlenecks weren't random. They were the ones who were smart enough, adaptable enough, lucky enough to make it through. They were the ones who could survive when the world fell apart, and they passed that survival instinct down to us. If you want to understand what a reset looks like, don't just look at humans, look at everything else that disappeared at the same time. At the end of the last ice age, roughly 12,000 to 10,000 years ago, something extraordinary happened. Across the entire planet, dozens of large animal species, megafauna, went extinct in what appears to have been a geological instant. Mammoths, mastodons, saber-toothed cats, giant ground sloths, dire wolves, short-faced bears, woolly rhinoceroses, giant beavers the size of modern bears, armadillos the size of cars, all gone. These were animals that had survived for millions of years. They had weathered previous ice ages, previous climate shifts, previous environmental changes. They were successful, well-adapted, dominant species, and then suddenly they weren't. The conventional explanation is the overkill hypothesis, that humans, spreading across the continents and becoming more efficient hunters, simply killed them all. We hunted the mammoths to extinction. We wiped out the giant sloths. We were so effective, so destructive, that we eliminated dozens of species in just a few thousand years. And there's some evidence for this. Human kill sites have been found with mammoth bones. We know humans hunted these animals. We know that wherever humans arrived, Australia, the Americas, Madagascar, waves of extinctions followed. But the timeline is problematic. The extinctions didn't happen gradually, as you'd expect if humans were slowly hunting species to extinction over thousands of years. They happened rapidly, almost simultaneously across different continents. Species that had never encountered humans went extinct at the same time as species that had been living alongside humans for tens of thousands of years. In North America, the extinctions were particularly severe. Roughly 80% of large mammal species disappeared. In South America, the number was similar. In Australia, which humans had reached much earlier, the extinctions happened thousands of years before, around 45,000 years ago. But again, they were rapid and devastating. Something doesn't add up. If humans were the sole cause, why didn't the extinctions happen gradually as human populations grew? Why did they cluster around specific time periods? And why did they affect animals that humans didn't even hunt, like giant tortoises and large flightless birds on remote islands? The alternative explanation is that something else happened. Something catastrophic that affected the entire planet. And humans didn't cause the extinctions. We survived them, barely, along with the few other large animals that made it through. Remember the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis? The idea that a comet or asteroid struck the Earth around 12,800 years ago, triggering the sudden cooling period that lasted more than 1,000 years. If that happened, it would explain a lot. The impacts would have triggered massive wildfires, throwing soot and debris into the atmosphere. The sky would have darkened, temperatures would have plummeted, plant life would have died, and herbivores, which depended on that plant life, would have starved. The carnivores that depended on the herbivores would have followed, and the few animals that survived would have been those that were adaptable enough, small enough, or lucky enough to find shelter and food in the chaos. Humans survived. But we weren't unscathed. If the genetic bottleneck evidence is correct, our population crashed. We were reduced to scattered bands, struggling to survive in a world that had become hostile and strange. And when we finally recovered, when we finally started building civilizations again, the megafauna were gone. The world we emerged into was emptier, quieter, smaller than the one that had existed before, and we forgot. We forgot what it had been like to live alongside mammoths and saber-toothed cats. We forgot that there had been creatures so large they could shake the earth when they walked. The memory faded into myth, stories of giants, of monsters, of legendary beasts that our ancestors defeated in the distant past. but the bones remain. Scattered across the world, buried in tar pits and frozen in permafrost, the bones of the megafauna remind us that the world was once different, that something happened, that there was a time when everything changed, and most of what existed before was lost. Language is one of the most remarkable things about being human. It's what allows us to share ideas, build cultures, pass knowledge across generations. And when you look at the diversity of human languages, you see thousands of different tongues, each with its own grammar, vocabulary and structure. But here's something strange. Almost all of them can be traced back to a handful of language families, and those families appear to have emerged relatively recently, within the last 10,000 to 15,000 years. Before that, silence, or at least a silence in the linguistic record. We have no idea what languages people spoke before the end of the last ice age, because language doesn't fossilize. It doesn't leave physical traces. It exists only in the minds and mouths of the people who speak it, and when those people die, if they haven't passed it on, the language dies with them. But linguists have noticed something curious. When they trace languages back through time, looking for common roots and ancestral tongues, they keep hitting a wall around the same period, roughly 10,000 to 15,000 years ago. Beyond that point, the connections become fuzzy, speculative, impossible to prove. It's as if language itself was reset. Now that doesn't mean humans before the time didn't have language. Anatomically, modern humans have been around for at least 200,000 years, and we almost certainly had language for most of that time. The capacity for language is hardwired into our brains. It's one of the things that makes us human. But something happened around 12,000 years ago that disrupted the linguistic landscape so completely that almost all traces of older languages were wiped out. What could do that? A population bottleneck, a catastrophe severe enough that only small, scattered groups of humans survived, and the languages they spoke became the ancestors of all modern languages. The diversity that had existed before, the thousands of different tongues that had developed over hundreds of thousands of years, was lost. And the new languages that emerged from the survivors were the foundation of everything that came after. There are a few languages that might be exceptions, a few isolated languages that don't seem to fit into any known family, that appear to be the last survivors of much older linguistic lineages. Basque, spoken in the Pyrenees between France and Spain, is one of them. It has no clear relationship to any other language in Europe or anywhere else. It's a linguistic island, a remnant of something that existed before the Indo-European languages swept across the continent. The same is true of some indigenous languages in the Americas, in Australia, in Papua New Guinea. Languages that seem to stand alone, unconnected to anything else. Are these the last echoes of pre-catastrophe languages, the survivors of linguistic lineages that were otherwise completely erased? We don't know. We can't know, but the pattern is suggestive. And then there's the question of why language evolved in the first place. Modern humans existed for well over 100,000 years before we see any clear evidence of complex symbolic thought, art, music, elaborate tools, jewellery. For most of our history, we seem to have been anatomically modern, but behaviourally archaic. And then suddenly, around 50,000 to 70,000 years ago, something changed. We started creating art. We started burying our dead with grave goods. We started making sophisticated tools and ornaments. What happened? Some researchers call it the Great Leap Forward, or the Upper Paleolithic Revolution, the sudden emergence of modern human behaviour after tens of thousands of years of apparent stagnation. But was it really sudden? Or is it just that the evidence from before that time didn't survive? If there were earlier periods of cultural sophistication, earlier attempts at civilization, they would have been lost in the Toba bottleneck or other catastrophes. We'd only see the evidence from after the most recent reset when survivors started rebuilding. And if language was part of that earlier sophistication, if humans 100,000 years ago spoke languages as complex and rich as the ones we speak today, we'd never know. Because language leaves no fossils. It only survives if it's passed down. And if the chain is broken, if the speakers die without passing it on, the language vanishes as if it never existed. How many languages have been lost? How many words? How many concepts? How many ways of seeing the world existed once and are now gone forever? How much of human thought and culture has been erased by the resets, leaving only fragments and shadows behind? Here's something most people don't think about. If humanity has been reset multiple times, if we've been brought to the edge of extinction and forced to rebuild from almost nothing, that experience would leave scars. Not just physical scars, not just genetic scars, but psychological ones. Patterns of behavior, deep-seated fears, instincts that don't make sense in the modern world but would have been essential for survival in the aftermath of a catastrophe. And when you look at human psychology, you find exactly that. Take our fear of the dark. It's nearly universal. Children are afraid of the dark. Adults are uncomfortable in complete darkness. We have an instinctive wariness of spaces where we can't see, where we don't know what might be lurking. From a modern perspective, this doesn't make much sense. We live in cities with streetlights, homes with electricity. Darkness isn't a threat anymore. But imagine surviving a catastrophe. Imagine living in a world where the sky had darkened with ash, where the sun was obscured for months or years, where the normal cycles of day and night were disrupted. Darkness would have been terrifying. It would have been associated with cold, with hunger, with danger. The people who survived would have been the ones who were most cautious, most afraid, most willing to seek shelter and light. And they passed that fear down to us. The same is true of our fear of sudden loud noises, thunder, explosions, crashes. These trigger an immediate startle response, a spike of adrenaline, a fight or flight reaction. Why? Because in the ancestral environment, sudden loud noises meant danger, an animal attacking, a tree falling, a rock slide. Or if you were living through a catastrophe, the sound of the earth splitting open, of impacts, of destruction. Our fear of heights, our discomfort with instability and uncertainty, our tendency to hoard resources when we feel threatened. All of these could be evolutionary adaptations to surviving in a world that had become hostile and unpredictable. But there's something deeper too. Something that shows up in our myths, our dreams, our collective unconscious. Carl Jung, the psychologist, argued that humans share certain archetypal images and stories, patterns that appear in cultures all over the world, independent of contact or influence. The flood, the fire, the end of the world, the hero's journey, the wise old man or woman who teaches the survivors. Where do these archetypes come from? Jung believed they were part of the collective unconscious, a shared psychological substrate that all humans inherit. But what if they're not abstract symbols? What if they're memories? Not individual memories, but cultural memories, passed down through countless generations, of real events that happened in the deep past. What if the reason every culture has a flood myth is because every culture is descended from people who survived the flood? What if the reason we dream about falling, about being chased, about the world ending, is because those experiences are encoded somewhere in our psychological makeup, remnants of traumas that our ancestors endured. There's a concept in psychology called transgenerational trauma, the idea that trauma can be passed down from parents to children, not just through learned behavior, but through epigenetic changes, alterations in gene expression that can persist for multiple generations. Studies of Holocaust survivors and their descendants have found evidence of this. The children and grandchildren of people who experienced extreme trauma show different stress responses, different patterns of gene expression, even though they never experienced the trauma themselves. If that's true for individual families, could it be true for entire species? Could humanity as a whole be carrying the scars of catastrophes that happened thousands of years ago? Could the anxiety, the fear, the sense of impending doom that so many people feel, even in the absence of immediate threats, be an echo of a time when those fears were justified, when the world really was ending? It's a disturbing thought, but it would explain a lot. It would explain why we're so drawn to apocalyptic stories, why we can't stop imagining the end of the world. It would explain why we build bunkers and stockpile supplies, why we have an instinct to prepare for disaster even when everything seems fine. Because deep down, we remember, not consciously, but in our bones, in our blood, in the ancient parts of our brains that evolved to keep us alive. We remember that the world has ended before. We remember that safety is an illusion. We remember that everything can change in an instant, and we're waiting for it to happen again. Let's talk about why so many ancient cultures were obsessed with the heavens. Everywhere you look, ancient civilizations built structures aligned with astronomical phenomena. The pyramids of Egypt are aligned with Orion's belt. Stonehenge marks the solstices. The temples of Angkor Wat mirror the constellation Draco. The Mayan pyramids align with Venus and other celestial bodies. The Nazca lines in Peru are best viewed from above, as if they were meant to be seen from the sky. Ancient observatories appear in cultures that supposedly had no contact with each other. Yet they all show the same preoccupation with tracking the stars, the planets, the movements of the heavens. Why? What was so important about the sky? The conventional answer is that ancient people used the stars for calendars, for agriculture, for navigation. And that's true, as far as it goes. Knowing when to plant crops, when the seasons would change, when to expect floods or droughts. All of that would have been essential for survival. But it doesn't explain the scale of the effort. It doesn't explain why cultures would invest enormous resources, decades or centuries of labour, into building massive stone structures just to track the movements of celestial bodies. A simple wooden post would work as a sundial. A row of stones would be enough to mark the solstice. You don't need a pyramid. You don't need Stonehenge. Unless the sky wasn't just a calendar. Unless it was something more. Something dangerous. What if ancient cultures were so obsessed with tracking the heavens because they knew that's where the danger came from? What if they were watching for asteroids, for comets, for signs that another catastrophe was coming? Think about it. If your civilization had been destroyed by an impact from space, if you had survived and rebuilt, what would you do? You'd watch the sky. Obsessively. You'd track every celestial object, every anomaly, every change in the patterns you knew. You'd build structures to help you observe, to help you remember, to help you predict, and you'd teach your children to do the same, because forgetting, even for a generation, could mean extinction. The ancient astronomers weren't just priests conducting rituals. They were sentries, watchers, early warning systems for a threat that could appear at any time, without warning, and destroy everything. And there's evidence that they knew more than we give them credit for. The Sumerians had detailed astronomical records that go back thousands of years. They tracked the precession of the equinoxes, a cycle that takes 26,000 years to complete. How? Why? What could they possibly use that information for, unless they were thinking in terms of deep time, unless they were trying to preserve knowledge across multiple cycles, multiple resets, unless they knew that civilizations rise and fall, and they wanted to leave markers, guideposts for whoever came after. The Great Pyramid encodes mathematical constants. P, the golden ratio, the speed of light in some interpretations. The dimensions of the Earth and the Moon can be derived from its measurements. Some researchers believe it's a time capsule, a repository of knowledge encoded in stone, designed to survive any catastrophe and speak to whoever finds it thousands of years later. Is that crazy? Maybe. But consider this. If you wanted to preserve knowledge for the long term, for thousands or tens of thousands of years, how would you do it? Books decay. Digital storage requires technology to read. Language changes and becomes incomprehensible, but mathematics is universal, geometry is universal, and stone lasts. What if the pyramids, the megaliths, the ancient observatories aren't just monuments? What if they're messages? Messages to the future, from people who knew the past, people who had survived resets and were trying to warn us, trying to give us the tools we'd need to survive the next one. The sky was important to them because the sky was the threat. And they were trying to tell us, watch the heavens, remember, be ready, because it will happen again. One of the most unsettling things about knowledge loss is how easily it happens. How quickly a civilization can forget what it once knew. You don't need a catastrophe. You just need a few generations of people who don't think the old knowledge is important anymore. The Library of Alexandria is the classic example. One of the largest and most significant libraries of the ancient world, containing hundreds of thousands of scrolls, decades or centuries of accumulated knowledge, and then it burned. Or was it gradually neglected and stripped over time? Historians disagree, but the result was the same. An immense amount of knowledge was lost. Books that existed in only a single copy were gone forever. We know the names of lost works, entire plays by Sophocles, multiple books of Livy's history of Rome, scientific treatises by Archimedes and others, but we'll never read them. They're gone. How much did we lose? We can't even estimate because we don't know what we don't know. There could have been works of genius, revolutionary discoveries, insights that would have advanced human knowledge by centuries. Or there could have been mundane administrative records. We'll never know, and Alexandria wasn't unique. The destruction of the House of Wisdom in Baghdad during the Mongol invasion in 1258 destroyed centuries of Islamic scholarship. The burning of the Mayan codices by Spanish priests eliminated almost all written records of Mayan history and knowledge. The loss of the library of the Temple of Jerusalem, the destruction of countless monasteries and their libraries during various wars and persecutions. Each time, irreplaceable knowledge vanished. But here's the thing, you don't need fire or invaders. Knowledge can be lost through simple neglect. When the Roman Empire fell, Europe entered the Dark Ages. It's not that people became stupid. They were just as intelligent as their ancestors. But the institutions that preserved and transmitted knowledge collapsed. Books were no longer copied. Schools closed. Trade networks that brought materials and ideas from distant places broke down. And within a few generations, Europeans had forgotten how to build aqueducts, how to make concrete, how to perform surgeries that Roman doctors had considered routine. The knowledge didn't disappear all at once. It faded. each generation knew a little less than the one before. Techniques became rituals, performed without understanding why. Tools were used without knowing how they'd been made, and eventually people forgot that they'd forgotten. They thought the Roman ruins were built by giants or gods, because the idea that ordinary humans had built them seemed impossible. It took 1,000 years for Europe to recover the knowledge it had lost, and it only recovered it because some of that knowledge had been preserved elsewhere, in the Islamic world, in the Byzantine Empire, in scattered monasteries where monks painstakingly copied ancient texts, often without understanding what they were copying. How much didn't survive? How much was lost permanently? We know that Roman engineers built mechanical devices, automated systems, sophisticated machinery. We have descriptions of them in ancient texts, but we don't have the devices themselves, and the descriptions aren't detailed enough to reconstruct them. The knowledge of how to build them died with the craftsmen who made them, and this keeps happening. Every civilization that falls loses knowledge. Every time a cultural chain is broken, information disappears. We've lost the ability to navigate by the stars the way Polynesian sailors could, crossing thousands of miles of open ocean with no instruments. We've lost traditional medicinal knowledge from countless indigenous cultures, plants and treatments that could have had real value but were dismissed as superstition. We've lost crafts, techniques, entire ways of understanding the world. And now, in the digital age, we're more vulnerable than ever. We store everything on systems that require constant maintenance, constant power, constant technological support. If those systems fail, we don't just lose access to the information. We lose the information itself. A book in a library can sit on a shelf for centuries and still be readable. A hard drive without power is just a useless lump of metal and plastic. We like to think we're too advanced to lose knowledge, that we have too many backups, too many copies. But the same has been true of other civilizations. The Romans thought their empire would last forever. The Mayans built cities they thought would stand for all time. The Library of Alexandria was supposed to preserve knowledge for eternity. They were all wrong, and we might be wrong too. Let's zoom out for a moment and look at the bigger picture. Because when you look at human history from a biological perspective, we're an anomaly. We shouldn't have made it this far. Most species last on average a few million years before going extinct, and most species maintain relatively stable population sizes within their ecological niches. They evolve slowly, adapt gradually, and when they can't adapt anymore, they disappear. Humans don't follow that pattern. We went from a population measured in the thousands to a population measured in the billions in just 10,000 years. We spread from Africa to every continent except Antarctica. We adapted to every climate, every environment, from Arctic tundra to tropical rainforests to high-altitude mountains to deserts. And we did it not through biological evolution. We're essentially identical to humans from 50,000 years ago, but through cultural evolution, through knowledge, tools, technology, social organization. That's unprecedented. No other species has done anything remotely similar. And from a biological standpoint, it's fragile. We're not physically adapted to most of the environments we live in. We survive through technology, through culture, through collective knowledge. Take that away, and we're vulnerable. Naked apes with no claws, no fangs, no fur, no natural defenses except our brains. And our brains aren't even that impressive individually. A human child raised in isolation, without culture, without language, without being taught anything, would be barely functional. They wouldn't invent language on their own. They wouldn't figure out how to make fire or tools. They'd be far less capable than an adult chimpanzee. What makes humans special isn't our individual intelligence, it's our collective intelligence, our ability to share information, to build on what previous generations learned, to accumulate knowledge over time. We're not smart individually, we're smart as a species, but that means we're dependent on the chain of transmission. If the chain breaks, if knowledge isn't passed down, we regress. Fast. Within a single generation, without elders to teach them, people forget sophisticated skills. Within a few generations, they forget that those skills ever existed. So how did we survive the bottlenecks? How did we make it through catastrophes that reduced our population to a few thousand individuals scattered across a devastated landscape? Luck is part of it. But there's also something else. Humans are incredibly adaptable, not because of our biology, but because of our culture. When the environment changes, we don't wait for evolution to adapt us. We change our behavior. We create new tools, new strategies, new social structures, and we do it fast. The survivors of the bottlenecks were the ones who are best at that, the ones who could improvise, who could learn, who could hold on to crucial knowledge and pass it down even in the worst circumstances. They were the memory keepers, the innovators, the teachers, and they were the foundation of every civilization that came after. But here's the unsettling part. We're not immune to bottlenecks now. We might think we're too advanced, too numerous, too distributed. But we're also more specialized, more dependent on systems and infrastructure, more vulnerable to disruptions. If something happened, a supervolcano, a massive solar storm, a pandemic worse than COVID, a nuclear war, runaway climate change, how many of us would survive? And more importantly, how much of our knowledge would survive? Would the survivors know how to grow food without industrial agriculture? How to purify water without modern treatment plants? How to generate power, manufacture medicine, communicate across distances? Or would they have to start over, learning everything again from scratch, rediscovering fire and the wheel and agriculture while the ruins of our civilization crumbled around them, monuments to a knowledge they could no longer access? We're the species that shouldn't have survived. We've been knocked down repeatedly, reduced to almost nothing, forced to rebuild from the edge of extinction. And we did it. We survived. We persisted. But there's no guarantee we'll keep doing it. The next reset could be the last. Or it could be just another in a long series, another turn of the wheel, another forgetting and remembering. The question is, when it comes, will we be ready? Or will we, like those before us, be caught off guard, convinced until the last moment that it couldn't happen to us? There's something strange about certain pieces of ancient knowledge, not just that they exist, but how they exist, fully formed, sophisticated, with no apparent learning curve, no trial and error, no primitive precursors. Take mathematics. The ancient Sumerians, one of the earliest civilizations we know of, didn't use a base 10 number system like we do. They used base 60, a sexagesimal system that's actually far more elegant for certain calculations. It's why we have 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour, 360 degrees in a circle. The number 60 is divisible by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, 30, and 60. 12 factors, making it incredibly useful for dividing things up. But here's the question. Why would a civilization that was supposedly just figuring out agriculture and writing choose such a sophisticated mathematical system? Base 10 makes intuitive sense. We have 10 fingers. But base 60 requires a level of mathematical thinking that seems advanced for people who were, according to the standard timeline, just beginning to organize themselves into cities, unless they didn't invent it, unless they inherited it. The same pattern appears with astronomy. The ancient Mayans calculated the length of the solar year as 365 on 420 days. The modern calculation is 365, 422 days. They were off by less than 2/10,000ths of a day, without telescopes, without computers, without any of the instruments we consider essential for that level of precision. They also tracked the cycles of Venus with incredible accuracy, created complex eclipse prediction tables, and understood the precession of the equinoxes, a phenomenon that takes 26,000 years to complete a full cycle. How do you discover something that takes 26,000 years to observe? You don't. Not unless you've been watching for 26,000 years, or someone before you was watching and passed the knowledge down. The ancient Egyptians aligned the Great Pyramid to true north with an accuracy of 3/60th of a single degree. They calculated pi to several decimal places. Their medical texts describe surgical procedures, antibiotics made from mouldy bread, and an understanding of the circulatory system that wouldn't be discovered again until the Renaissance. The Edwin Smith Papyrus, dated to around 1600 BCE, but believed to be a copy of much older text,